Chapter 601. Within the Bloody Sea Realm. Milton Cheney's figure appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by emptiness. It seems I'm still late, the actions of these wizards are indeed fast. After sensing his surroundings, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. The outer realm battlefield of the Bloody Sea Realm had been completely swept clean, but within the real Bloody Sea Realm, there were still many blood descendants remaining. However, Milton Cheney was just here to take a look. He would not truly participate. It was fine for him to clean up the outer realm battlefield, but he naturally would not bother with the actual blood pools within the Bloody Sea Realm. After all, this was not child's play, even a cornered rabbit will bite. The Bloody Sea Realm at this moment was like a fierce beast driven to desperation, and while kicking it while it's down could possibly yield some gains, it was accompanied by a significant possibility of a looming crisis. Although Milton Cheney was not afraid, he saw no need to get involved in this turmoil. Because he was very clear, whether the Bloody Sea Realm was cleaned up or not, its fate was inevitable to be devoured by Mansar. At this moment, having confirmed the state of the Bloody Sea Realm, Milton Cheney's figure moved and tore open a space channel, leaving the Bloody Sea Realm behind. After leaving the Bloody Sea Realm, Milton Cheney did not return to the Rules space. Instead, he returned to the Guardian Sea with a series of twists and turns. The Guardian Sea at this time had not changed much from 300 years ago. After all, for Milton Cheney, 300 years in the real world was a long time, but for the Guardian Sea, 300 years was not significant. That's because the largest realm-level wizards organization of the Wizard Realm had a history of nearly 10 million years since its creation. 300 years of time, in front of 10 million years, naturally counts for nothing. Within the familiar Wizard Tower, Milton Cheney's figure suddenly appeared. He had spent a long time cultivating here once, but now this place was of no use to him. Cultivating here was far less effective than cultivating in his own rules space. So, Milton Cheney had not returned to this Wizard Tower for a very long time. He sat cross-legged at the array center. The next moment, Milton Cheney waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in front of him. The light screen was further divided into hundreds of smaller light screens. The images on these different light screens were naturally different. However, on most of these different screens, there was a figure. These figures used their hands to release powerful magic, but in Milton Cheney's eyes, this magic was incredibly crude. It's surprising that in the entire wizard realm, there are only just over 100 level 5 wizards. Nov. L. B //JNN. Looking at the scenes on the screens, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. This number was not large, it was extremely few. After all, the wizard realm is vast, and there are too many realm-level wizard organizations. In such a vast wizard realm, with so many realm-level wizard organizations, the number of level 5 wizards is just over 100. This includes the numbers of bloodline wizards, the number of true spiritual wizards is even less than 100. If the number of level 5 wizards was so low, naturally, the number of level 6 wizards and even level 7 wizards was even fewer. But those wizards were beyond what Milton Cheney could spy on. He could force his way into spying, but at least those wizards would realize something was amiss instantly. These level 5 wizards had been under Milton Cheney's observation for more than a day or two. The reason Milton Cheney spied on these level 5 wizards was simple. It was to perfect his wizard immortal cultivation path by observing these level 5 wizards' cultivation. A cultivation path naturally cannot lack test subjects. Relying solely on Milton Cheney's cultivation to perfect the wizard immortal cultivation path was indeed possible, but it would be very slow. However, the gains from spying on these wizards in the real world were not actually significant. Milton Cheney's development of the wizard immortal cultivation path relied on more than just his strong comprehension. Although his comprehension indeed played a significant role. Another reason was his observation of test subjects cultivating the wizard immortal cultivation path. Of course, not test subjects cultivating the wizard immortal cultivation path in the real world. Milton Cheney was not foolish. Disseminating the wizard immortal cultivation path in the real world carried risks. If Mansar became aware of it, even if Milton Cheney wouldn't be killed, he would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, Milton Cheney disseminated the wizard immortal cultivation path within true body simulations. Even within true body simulations, Milton Cheney's experiments were carried out with caution. After all, for each true body simulation, Milton Cheney's lifespan was at most a few 100,000 years. The Bloody Sea Realm is about to be swept clean, and I wonder how many of these level 5 wizards will survive. Looking at the scenes on the over 100 screens, Milton Cheney sighed slightly. These level 5 wizards, in the wizard realm, both in status and strength, were already exceedingly high. But in Mansour's eyes, these people were no more than ants. Milton Cheney could have warned these wizards to leave the contentious Bloody Sea realm earlier, but he did not do so. After all, he was not familiar with these wizards. Whether or not these wizards could survive had nothing to do with him. This was not Milton Cheney being cold-hearted, but there was no need for him to play the Virgin Mary. If these people were helpful to him, then Milton Cheney wouldn't mind taking some risks to rescue them, and Mansour likely would not care either. Time slowly passed, and before one knew it, 3 years had gone by. Chapter 602. Within the Wizard Tower, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged in meditation. At this moment, his gaze was indifferent as the panel of the simulator floated before him. After a short while, the text on the simulator began to dissipate. Simulation ends, please select your reward. Maintain state or preserve sorcery. You may choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. With a slight motion of his mind and without hesitation, Milton directly chose to retain realm. Feeling the improvement in his spiritual sea once again, Milton was quite satisfied. After 2 more text simulations, I should be able to start integrating with the universe, Milton murmured to himself. For him, a level 6 wizard immortal was just a step away. To Milton at this time, 2 years was insignificant, even if it was 2 years in reality. With that thought, Milton suppressed the stray thoughts in his heart and, with the thought, preserved 3 unfamiliar memories. With the strength of his consciousness at this time, retaining and assimilating 3 unfamiliar memories was a mere moment's work. After digesting the memories, his expression bore a trace of pondering. In reality, Milton had no intention of deliberately altering history. So, the events that occurred within the text simulation were about to unfold in reality as well. Of this, Milton was certain. The Bloody Sea realm is about to be devoured, and Mansour is starting his transcendence. The moment this thought emerged in Milton's mind, the book of truth hidden deep within his spiritual sea received a transmission. Milton paid it no mind and did not check what the transmission contained. After all, he had already experienced this several times within the simulation. Therefore, the content of the transmission was familiar to him. At this moment, a hint of a smile appeared on Milton's face. With Mansour beginning transcendence, the next era of the wizard realm would be dictated by him. As long as he didn't provoke any level 7 wizards, then Milton's scheming within the wizard realm could begin in reality as well. In reality, Milton had already tried these schemes numerous times within the true body simulation. So naturally, nothing unexpected would occur. In reality, Milton could have started his scheming within the wizard realm earlier, but he wasn't in a hurry due to the existence of Mansour. Now that Mansour was starting his transcendence, Milton naturally no longer needed to worry. Transcendence was not something that could happen in an instant. The time when Mansour would successfully complete his transcendence was 1,000 years later in the wizard realm's reality. Within this time frame, as long as Milton didn't go too far, he would not draw Mansour's attention. That too far meant that as long as Milton didn't destroy the wizard realm, he would be fine. Of course, Milton didn't have the power to destroy the wizard realm. After all, no matter how one saw it, the wizard realm was a world with a complete set of rules. However, the world consciousness of the wizard realm was weak. In Milton's plan, if he could transcend through the wizard immortal cultivation path, he could even transform the entire wizard realm into his own inner world and take the whole realm with him during transcendence. At that time, Milton could even replace the world consciousness of the wizard realm. He could even become the world lord of the wizard realm. That was Milton's ambition. He was not content with merely transcending as an individual, he wanted to transcend as the world lord. Of course, that step was still far away for Milton at this moment. Unless he could become a 7th order witch immortal and then carry the entire wizard realm to break through the universe's constraints. Transcending as an individual compared to transforming a world into one's inner world and then leading the entire world in transcendence are entirely different in difficulty. Fortunately, Milton already had a plan. The wizard immortal cultivation path he cultivated was not yet complete. In Milton's plan, as long as he could integrate the deity cultivation path into his wizard immortal cultivation path, there was a chance for him to lead the entire wizard realm in transcendence in the future. The wizard cultivation path, immortal path, and deity cultivation path. These 3 paths of cultivation could be perfectly integrated together in Milton's plan. It was just that, at this time, Milton did not yet have the confidence to do so. Because of the deity cultivation world, Milton Cheney had only reincarnated a few more times recently. When it comes to the deity cultivation path, Milton Cheney's understanding was still not deep enough. To turn the entire wizard realm into my which immortal divine land is still a long and arduous journey, he said. With this thought, there was a touch of emotion in Milton Cheney's heart. Indeed, the key reason he wanted to integrate the deity cultivation path into his wizard immortal cultivation path was that he desired to transform the entire wizard realm into his divine kingdom. But it was not to be a mere divine kingdom, it was to be a true inner world. Even in Milton Cheney's conception, this cultivation path, which merged wizardry, the immortal path, and the deity path, could ultimately transform the entire universe into his inner world. Of course, this was just Milton Cheney's conception for now. To genuinely develop the wizard immortal cultivation path to that level was still a long way off. At the very least, Milton Cheney had to become a ninth-order wizard immortal to have even a sliver of possibility. After all, an entire layer of the universe was simply too vast, and the worlds it contained were far too numerous. One must know that within a single layer of the universe, the worlds that harbored life alone were countless, not to mention the worlds without life, which were many times more numerous. It was precisely because of the difficulty that Milton Cheney's conceptions remained just that, conceptions. Of course, whether they would remain conceptions in the future was uncertain. After all, with the simulator, the amount of time Milton Cheney had at his disposal was a terrifying number. Over a long stretch of time, conceptions may well become reality. With this in mind, Milton Cheney also restrained the smile on his face. The next moment, Milton Cheney summoned the Book of Truth and checked the messages within. After confirming they were correct, Milton Cheney's figure vanished from within the wizard tower. Within a rules space. This particular rules space was significantly smaller than Milton Cheney's. That was because its master was on a much lower level compared to Milton Cheney. Grandmaster Lan, Milton Cheney spoke. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, the uncertainty in the expression of Lan, who stood before him, eased slightly. The bloody sea realm has been devoured by a mysterious entity traveling through the void space. Dozens of level 5 wizards from the wizard realm stationed in the bloody sea realm have perished. If you hadn't advised me to return to the wizard realm 100 years ago, I might have faced dire odds this time as well, Lan said earnestly, with a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. The bloody sea realm. How is that possible? Is there really an entity capable of devouring a whole world? Even a level 7 wizard can't do that, can they? Milton Cheney furrowed his brow slightly, speaking in disbelief. This expression was, of course, feigned by Milton Cheney. He had been entirely aware of the fate of the bloody sea realm for hundreds of years. Milton Cheney was quite confident in his acting skills. Nov. L.B//JNN. At least, Lan would certainly be unable to detect any abnormality. It's true. The bloody sea realm was directly devoured, and it no longer exists. The location where it once was has now turned into a void black hole. I suspect it's the void space beasts, though it's possible it was a powerful being traveling through the void. In any case, it's not something the wizard realm can afford to provoke. The Guardian Lord has gone to investigate, but it's unknown when a message will be sent back, Lan remarked, massaging his temples. Hearing this, Milton Cheney chuckled softly to himself. The Guardian Lord has gone to investigate? What Lan didn't know was that the devouring of the bloody sea realm was the doing of the Guardian Lord himself. Although Lan was unaware now, it did not mean that he would never come to know. Because Mansair had no intention of hiding it deliberately. In 100 years, most advanced level wizards in the wizard realm had almost all noticed some clues. Of course, what could they do when they found out? Mansair had grown so powerful that he had already become a level 8 wizard. Even if the wizards of the wizard realm learned the truth, no one would be foolish enough to trouble Mansair. However, Milton Cheney had no intention of unveiling the mystery prematurely. Because doing so held no significance for Milton Cheney, nor did it bring any benefit. Chapter 603. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another year had gone by. In the rules space that belonged to Milton Cheney, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged on top of a square steel, with the simulator's light screen currently floating in front of him. At this very moment, a year had passed since the bloody sea realm had been devoured. Within that year, chaos abounded in the wizard realm, but the turmoil had nothing to do with Milton Cheney, nor did he intend to involve himself in it. A world nearly adjacent to the wizard realm had been suddenly devoured, in a mysterious and inexplicable manner. This caused the advanced level wizards within the wizard realm to become quite restless. After all, if the Bloody Sea realm could be devoured, who could say whether the Wizard realm would be next? Fortunately, Milton Cheney was aware of the truth and naturally had no worries about this. He knew very well that Mansair would remain hidden for a long time after devouring the Bloody Sea realm. During this time, different realm-level wizards organizations within the Wizard realm would fall into civil war. Nov. L.B//JNN. Of course, the cause of this internal strife was none other than the Guardian Sea, controlled by Mansair. But this was of no concern to Milton Cheney. After all, the internal war among the realm-level wizards organizations in the Wizard realm was neither trivial nor overwhelming in scale. If Milton Cheney were still a level 4 wizard at this time, he would unavoidably be drawn into the conflict. But Milton Cheney had already revealed himself to be a level 5 wizard, and level 5 wizards in this civil war were assets kept in reserve, usually not deployed unless necessary. When the time came for level 5 wizards to take action, Mansair would directly intervene to sweep away all obstacles. This was also why Milton Cheney had chosen to reveal his level 5 wizard realm within these 300 years. Because in this war concerning many realm-level wizards organizations in the Wizard realm, the role of a level 5 wizard was absolutely safe. There was no need for level 5 wizards to act at the beginning, and by the time they needed to, Mansair would have emerged from his seclusion. Ignoring the simulator panel in front of him, Milton Cheney contemplated inwardly. Although the simulator's light screen was right before him, Milton Cheney's thoughts were not on it. After the Bloody Sea realm was devoured, the Wizard realm has also begun its countdown to destruction. 1,000 years may seem like enough time, but I wonder if I can truly achieve transcendence. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. 1,000 years might be an immensely long time for an ordinary person. But to Milton Cheney, 1,000 years was not so distant. However, there is still a distinction between 1,000 years in reality and 1,000 years in simulation. After all, Milton Cheney was about to become a 6th stage wizard immortal, having only spent a little over 300 years in this world. But Milton Cheney was somewhat concerned that once he became a 6th stage wizard immortal, the simulator's time to accumulate simulation counts would lengthen once more. Given the nature of the simulator, upon reaching the 6th stage wizard immortal realm, it might even potentially double the time required for accumulating simulation counts. Nevertheless, Milton Cheney could not stop advancing his realm. Because if he remained at the 5th stage wizard immortal realm, the text simulation function would become useless. In other words, although it seemed he still had 1,000 years, in reality, the simulation counts Milton Cheney could accumulate would only equate to 500 or 600 years worth of time. 500 or 600 years, is that really enough time for him to achieve the 7th stage wizard immortal envisioned in his ideal and elevate the entire wizard realm into his inner world, transcending it? Milton Cheney had no answer. He could only take one step at a time. If it really came down to it, he might have to give up integrating the deity cultivation path into the wizard immortal cultivation path. After all, if it was merely for his own transcendence, Milton Cheney still had considerable confidence. Yet Milton Cheney did not wish to give up so easily. After all, having such a powerful external plugin as the simulator and not using it to its fullest would make him no different from a waste. While Milton Cheney might be cautious and steady in some simulations, he could not afford to lack ambition in reality. Whether it was true body simulation or reincarnation simulation, they might seem incredibly real but were still illusions in the end. Yet everything in reality was genuine. After reflecting for a moment, Milton Cheney ultimately decided to attempt integrating the deity cultivation path into his wizard immortal cultivation path. Making this decision meant that many of his future reincarnation simulations would involve reincarnating in the deity cultivation world of the 9th universe. Compared to the abyssal world, Milton Cheney was more familiar with the deity cultivation world. This was because he had already chosen to reincarnate in the deity cultivation world in several previous reincarnation simulations. However, since these initial reincarnations into the deity cultivation world were merely exploratory, the resulting gains were meager. Holding that thought, Milton Cheney decided not to ponder any further. Since the plan was now clear, there was no need for further hesitation. It was inevitable that he would achieve the 6th stage wizard immortal realm in reality. The next moment, Milton Cheney's gaze rested on the light screen floating before him. On the light screen, the characters representing simulation count twinkled faintly, reflecting in Milton Cheney's eyes, which twinkled in response. Text simulation count, 1. True body simulation count, 1. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Do you wish to start text simulation? Yes. Without hesitation, Milton Cheney activated the text simulation. The simultaneous accumulation of the three types of simulation counts was actually within Milton Cheney's calculations. Chapter 604. This time, with the accumulated text simulation and the true body simulation, if nothing unexpected arose during the simulation, Milton Cheney would smoothly ascend to the level 6 wizard immortal realm. Of course, an accident was impossible. After all, Milton Cheney had been planning for more than a day or two. He knew exactly what he needed to do in the simulation. As long as those simulations he had been through before ran without any issues, there would be no accidents occurring in these two simulations. Milton Cheney was quite confident in this regard. After the text simulation began, lines of black text started to emerge on the light screen. Milton Cheney stared intently at the light screen before him, his gaze deep and inscrutable, his complexion calm and indifferent. Time passed slowly, and moments later, the flow of black text halted. Simulation ends, please select your reward. Maintain state or preserve sorcery. You may choose to retain 3 memories. The halting of the text signified the end of this text simulation. At this moment, Milton Cheney's gaze shifted from the last line of black text on the light screen. After his gaze moved away, the black text on the light blue light curtain gradually began to dissipate. Maintain state. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney directly chose to maintain state. After choosing to maintain state, Milton Cheney's spiritual sea only fluctuated slightly before it returned to a state of calm. At this moment, Milton Cheney felt as if he had reached his limit. This sensation was neither comfortable nor uncomfortable. It was like a hungry person suddenly feeling full. Milton Cheney now experienced a sense of satiation of spiritual power. Reached the limit. Feeling the spiritual power within his spiritual sea and the sensation completely different from before, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. While this feeling was somewhat unfamiliar to him, he was not the least bit worried. Because he was very aware of what this sensation meant. It signified that his realm had thoroughly reached the limit of a level 5 wizard immortal, whether in terms of spiritual power, power of rules, or the strength of consciousness, all had reached the limits attainable within this realm. Any further advancement would belong to the level 6 wizard immortal realm. And to become a level 6 wizard immortal, one needed to merge with the wizard immortal path. The normal wizard cultivation path to achieve a level 6 wizard naturally did not require this step. However, the wizard immortal cultivation path differed from the wizard cultivation path. The advancement of realms within the wizard immortal cultivation path actually leans closer to the immortal cultivation path. For cultivators on the immortal path, ascending from a level 5 deity transformation to a level 6 merge with Deo required merging with heaven and earth. For wizard immortals at level 6 within the wizard immortal cultivation path, while it's not required to merge with heaven and earth, there is a need to merge with the universe. This step, in fact, had always been a part of Milton Cheney's anticipation. Because the former him never really had the opportunity to test this. But in Milton Cheney's anticipation, the success rate was at least 99%. Because he had deduced not just once or twice, but tens of thousands of times. Among those tens of thousands of deductions, the number of failures didn't even add up to a single hand. Of course, even if the success rate was so high, Milton Cheney would not rush into this step in reality like a foolhardy youth. Because as high as the probability of success might be, there was still a chance of failure. Since Milton Cheney had the simulator, an external plugin, why would he risk it in reality? The true body simulation was the true key Milton Cheney reserved for himself to achieve level 6 wizard immortal. In the next moment, with the thought from Milton Cheney, 3 unfamiliar memories were selected to be retained by Milton Cheney. With the strength of Milton Cheney's consciousness, he was able to completely assimilate these completely unfamiliar memories in an instant. As the unfamiliar memories merged into the river of memories, without hesitation, Milton Cheney set his gaze once again on the light screen floating before him. True Body Simulation Count, 1. Do you wish to initiate True Body Simulation? Looking at the string of black text on the light screen prompting the initiation of the True Body Simulation, Milton Cheney willed it to begin. Initiate. The moment True Body Simulation was initiated, the light screen of the simulator floating in front of him vanished instantly. Besides that, there were no other changes. Milton Cheney's perception had undergone no changes, nor had his rules space. This world, this universe, also remained wholly unchanged. Actually, the more times Milton Cheney had experienced the simulations, the better he was able to comprehend the immense power of the simulator. This power was strong beyond understanding. Compared to such strength, the years that it took to accumulate one simulation count seemed so brief. Let alone 8 years to accumulate one true body simulation count. Even if it took 100, 1,000 years to do so, the simulator's power would still be terrifyingly immense. Having been through so many true body simulations, Milton Cheney naturally knew that the simulation had already begun. At that moment, Milton Cheney's expression didn't change in the slightest. The next moment, with the thought, Milton Cheney chose to leave the rules space. When his body reappeared, it was already within the void outside the wizard realm. Perceiving this expanse of void, Milton Cheney felt a touch of emotion. He thought of when he had first arrived in this world. Back then, he could never have imagined that in just a few hundred years, he would reach this realm. In fact, if Milton Cheney had wanted, he could have chosen to advance to the level 6 wizard immortal realm even earlier. But Milton Cheney had not done so. He chose to delay merging with the universe until after Mansair had devoured the Bloody Sea realm. Because advancing his realm during this time was the safest. Safety, sometimes, is more important than anything else. Milton Cheney could afford to delay his promotion to level 6 wizard immortal, and perhaps even delay his transcendence later on. Of course, all this was predicated on ensuring his absolute safety. Let's begin, he said. Pushing other thoughts aside, Milton Cheney's mind stirred slightly. The next moment, the void around him began to stir. In that moment, it was as if the void were being pulled, and at the center of this pull was where Milton Cheney's body resided. Merging with the universe on the wizard immortal path was something Milton Cheney had gone through countless times in his deductions. But this was the first time he was accomplishing it in reality. Even though this was just within the true body simulation, and failure wouldn't harm his real self, Milton Cheney would not allow failure. Because failure meant not just wasting a true body simulation opportunity, it also indicated that Milton Cheney's deductions weren't perfect. Time slowly passed. The void around Milton Cheney began to collapse. The collapsing area of the void grew increasingly larger. After the void collapsed, the area where it had existed became a true void. This void didn't turn into a black hole like when the Bloody Sea realm was devoured, instead, the surrounding void simply disappeared. It was as if a bottomless pit had suddenly appeared in the middle of flat land. The area of void grew larger and larger. From hundreds of square kilometers, to thousands, then tens of thousands. And then to millions, tens of millions of square kilometers. The speed at which the void's collapse produced void was increasing exponentially. Fortunately, at this time, Milton Cheney was very far from the wizard realm, otherwise the collapse could have reached the surface of the wizard realm itself. At this moment, Milton Cheney's body began to fracture. It was as if some great weight were pressing down upon him. The void that collapsed into nothingness, at a certain moment, suddenly transformed into an unknown force. This mysterious force entered Milton Cheney's body through the cracks that had formed upon it. One after another, strange memories began to abruptly merge into Milton Cheney's river of memory. A flicker of surprise crossed Milton Cheney's eyes. He hadn't anticipated this development. A new cultivation path, void space devourer. The memories in his mind were vast, and even Milton Cheney was unable to thoroughly sort through them in an instant. He hadn't expected that merging with the universe would bring strange memories from the initial consciousness. This had not been part of his deductions. Inadvertently, by merging the wizard cultivation path with the immortal path in his deductions and advancing to level 6 of the wizard immortal realm, he had somehow touched the initial consciousness of the universe. Chapter 605. As time went by, Milton Cheney gradually and thoroughly achieved unification with the universe around him. With each breath, Milton Cheney could distinctly feel that the void, which had transformed into the void space around him, seemed to breathe in sync with him. At this moment, the void space around him was as if it had become a part of his own body. Now, even without using the power of a fifth stage cultivator at their limit, Milton Cheney still possessed unparalleled comprehension. It was as though the entire layer of the universe was aiding him. Of course, reality wasn't so exaggerated. The universe with which Milton Cheney had unified wasn't the complete entirety of a layer, but just an extremely small part of the 9th layer. The reason he felt this way now was actually just an illusion after his sudden increase in comprehension. His true comprehension wasn't as great as the enhancement brought about by a cultivator at the 5th stage limit. The enhancements brought about by the two could be stacked together. At this moment, Milton Cheney's path of cultivation seemed to become somewhat easier to extrapolate. Of course, advancing to a 6th stage wizard immortal didn't just enhance his comprehension. The strengthening of his realm represented a leap in levels of strength. The spiritual power that Milton Cheney could now harness was dozens, even scores of times more than when he was a 5th stage wizard immortal. If the current him were to face himself from when he was at the 5th stage, a simple wave of his hand would be enough to crush him. This was the change brought about by realm ascension. At the same time, the fragments of memory that had just appeared in his mind had also been completely organized by Milton Cheney. I never expected the wizard immortal cultivation path I deduced to have quite a few similarities with the cultivation path recorded in the original consciousness of this universe. It's just a pity that they are only similar to some extent, as the Void Space Devourer's cultivation path doesn't meet my needs. After sorting out his memories, Milton Cheney mused to himself. The memory of the Void Space Devourer's cultivation path was complete. However, Milton Cheney had no intention of switching to this cultivation path, nor did he plan to integrate it into his wizard immortal cultivation path. The reason was simple: this cultivation path could not achieve transcendence. The Devourer cultivation path was destined to be far from transcendence. Milton Cheney could use this cultivation path for reference, but switching to it was out of the question. Even if this set of memories was passed on to him by the original consciousness, the wizard immortal cultivation path that Milton Cheney was currently on might not be complete, but its potential is undoubtedly much higher than that of the complete Void Space Devourer's path. Without giving it much thought, Milton Cheney temporarily suppressed the memories regarding the Void Space Devourer. The next moment, with the thought from Milton Cheney, the void that had transformed into void space around him gradually began to return to normal. After a short while, the void space disappeared, and the void reappeared. The void space would not remain within the void indefinitely, because the void had the ability to self-heal. If the original consciousness could be likened to the soul of the entire 9th layer of the universe, then all the void spaces within this layer would essentially be the body of the 9th layer. With Milton Cheney's capabilities, it was naturally impossible to simply erase a part of the universe's body. His unification with the universe was actually a unification with the void. The brief transformation of void space into void space at that instant was in fact a piece of the void transforming into a territory that belonged solely to Milton Cheney. Now that the original consciousness had snapped out of it, this territory which briefly belonged only to Milton Cheney naturally had to be taken away. However, Milton Cheney wasn't worried or concerned. Because his realm had already been successfully advanced, and his unification was successful as well. Whether or not this territory could be retained was actually irrelevant. In Milton Cheney's estimations, it wasn't meant to stay in the first place. After all, although he was now a 6th stage wizard immortal, compared to this entire layer of the universe, it was undoubtedly comparing a firefly to the bright moon. For him to fight over territory from this universe was naturally impossible. However, although the control over that piece of void was gone, Milton Cheney, who had succeeded in unifying with the universe, could still borrow the power of the void whenever he wished. Just as, after advancing to the unification heavenly lord realm within the cultivation realm, one could borrow the power of heaven and earth. Milton Cheney, now advanced to a 6th stage wizard immortal in the 9th universe, could also harness the power of the void. This was different from borrowing the power of rules from the wizard realm. The power of rules was insignificant compared to the power of the void, they were not even on the same level. After all, one was the power belonging to the wizard realm, while the other was the power of the entire 9th layer of the universe. Even though it was only a part of the void's power within the 9th layer, it was still immensely powerful. Of course, the more powerful the force a cultivator of the same realm harnessed, the more difficult it would be for Milton Cheney to achieve transcendence later on. But these were all relative matters. As long as Milton Cheney could transcend later, he would certainly be much more powerful than a transcendent who had relied upon a little world to ascend. This was also where Milton Cheney's ambition for deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path lay. 6th stage wizard immortal, this is already the limit of the realm I can currently achieve. Advancing further from here will be tough. After attempting to harness the power of the void, Milton Cheney felt a bit reflective. It must be said that the power of the universe's void he could now borrow was far more potent than mere spiritual power. Chapter 606. At this moment, Milton Cheney, though he had only just advanced to a level 6 wizard immortal, felt that with the power of the void, he could directly rival a normal level 7 wizard. This was not a meaningless fantasy. Because Milton had faced level 7 wizards head-on, both in text simulations and in true body simulations. However, at that time, he relied on the realm of a 5th stage cultivator at the limit. But regardless of what power he relied upon, Milton knew the strengths of a level 7 wizard. Now, Milton could be certain that the power he possessed was definitely much stronger than that of a 5th stage cultivator at the limit. But as to whether he could truly rival a level 7 wizard, Milton could only say that he would know after trying. Even with his confidence, he could not be 100% sure that having just ascended to a level 6 wizard immortal, he could defeat those level 7 wizards who had lived for tens of thousands of years. However, a normal level 6 wizard would definitely not be his match. And even if he couldn't withstand the level 7 wizards of the wizard realm, there would definitely be no problem in preserving his life in front of them. This also meant that Milton Cheney now stood at the true pinnacle of the wizard realm's pyramid. Milton was certain that there were definitely no more than 10 wizards stronger than him throughout the wizard realm. After all, the number of level 7 wizards in the wizard realm could be counted on one hand. What's more, the wizard realm now was not the wizard realm of the past. Mansair intended to achieve transcendence through the wizard realm, so naturally, he would not allow any variables to emerge within it. Level 7 wizards could potentially cause Mansair some trouble if they accidentally discovered his scheming. Moreover, most of the key resources in the wizard realm were in the hands of Mansair alone. For these reasons, other wizards in the wizard realm trying to advance to the realm of a level 7 wizard was nearly impossible. At least in the recent tens of millions of years, there had absolutely been no new level 7 wizards born in the wizard realm. Furthermore, according to Milton's knowledge, those level 7 wizards in the wizard realm had more or less significant connections with Mansair. This was why Milton did not choose to stubbornly continue on the path of cultivation of a white wizard. In fact, if he had not deduced the wizard immortal cultivation path, he would have had no choice but to continue on the wizard cultivation path. By cultivating the wizard path, Milton would inevitably be restricted by Mansair later on. It was impossible in the wizard realm to advance to the realm of a level 6 wizard solely through the meditation techniques of the wizard path. And Milton would not seek Mansair's help. This was why Milton's final decision was to resolutely cultivate the still imperfect wizard immortal cultivation path. He would not allow Mansair to inscribe an order mark belonging to the demon path within his spiritual sea. Fortunately, at this time, Milton had already freed himself from the shackles of the wizard cultivation path. In fact, from the moment he chose to switch to the wizard immortal cultivation path, the sky was the limit and the sea was boundless for him to roam. I can also make use of the time after this true body simulation, he thought. The realm of a level 6 wizard immortal still needs to be consolidated, and I can begin planning for the wizard realm. Creating a realm-level wizard organization in secret should not be difficult for me at my current level. However, it's probably not a simple task to develop a realm-level wizard organization to a certain scale in just a few thousand years. Milton pondered silently to himself. Becoming a level 6 wizard immortal was not the endpoint, there were plans in his heart already for how to proceed thereafter. Let alone becoming a level 6 wizard immortal, even transcendence may not be the endpoint. With the simulator, Milton's vision was definitely much broader than that of other cultivators. Milton would not naively think that the vast universe contained only 2 layers of the cosmos. After all, Milton still did not know where those cultivators who had ascended to the immortal realm from the 8th cosmos layer had gone. Time did not stop flowing, in the blink of an eye, more than 20 million years had passed. White Raven Realm, the ultimate boundary. A massive 1,000-layer tower stood here, and at the very top of the tower, Milton stood with his hands behind his back. Milton's gaze was serene as he quietly looked into the distance. In this world, Milton had resided for 22 million years. And the wizard realm was destroyed over 20 million years ago. Time, to Milton Cheney at this moment, wasn't really that important anymore. After reaching the level 6 wizard immortal realm, Milton Cheney, within the 9th universe, could live for up to 25 million years at most. Over these 20 million years, Milton Cheney's realm had reached the limit of a level 6 wizard immortal. This advancement could be considered quite rapid. After all, for Milton Cheney, ascending from the 5th stage wizard immortal to the limits of the level 6 wizard immortal was merely a matter of going through one simulation. Even his current true body simulation had not ended yet. Of course, even if this true body simulation were to extend by 100 million years, Milton Cheney would not lose himself. Because he was well aware that this was just a simulation. However, this true body simulation could be said to be the longest one that Milton Cheney had experienced since obtaining the simulator. The last true body simulation was only for a few 100,000 years, whereas this time it had already spanned tens of millions of years. Now, Milton Cheney somewhat understood why among the 3 types of simulation count in the simulator, the true body simulation count required the longest time to accumulate. Because the higher his realm, the greater the use of the true body simulation. After all, in the true body simulation, his realm would be retained from the beginning. Unlike the reincarnation simulation, where he would start without retaining any strength. Milton Cheney seemed to gaze into the distance with an indifferent look, but in reality, he was contemplating some other matters. This planet, which Milton Cheney had named White Raven Realm, was actually uninhabited before he arrived. Because this world was not a life-bearing planet. And now, after millions of years of development, the population had definitely reached hundreds of billions. The realm-level wizards organization that he had founded in the wizard realm had not perished with the destruction of the wizard realm, instead, it had thrived in another world after millions of years. Ancestor. While Milton Cheney was lost in thought, a middle-aged man in a red robe suddenly appeared behind him. After the middle-aged man appeared, he first respectfully began to speak. Only after Milton Cheney nodded did the man continue to speak. The level 5 wizard codenamed Black Sea has successfully merged paths and ascended to level 6 wizard. Whether to select him as the subject for the new round of experiments requires your decision, Ancestor. After these words, the man in the red robe respectfully stood behind Milton Cheney without saying more. Black Sea has merged paths too. I originally thought he would merge paths before Black River, but it turns out he's this late. No need to select a new subject, cancel the plans for the next round of experiments. As for the Black Sea Wizard, send him to conquer other life-bearing planets. Milton Cheney said in a calm tone. Yes. The man in the red robe left upon receiving the order. And Milton Cheney remained standing with his hands clasped behind him, his expression unchanged. His lifespan was nearing its limit, so continuing the experiments didn't mean much anymore. You see, within the White Raven realm, there was only one path of cultivation, that being the wizard immortal cultivation path. But over the course of 20 million years, not a single level 6 wizard had carved out a path to the 7th stage wizard immortal. Actually, this was normal. After all, if Milton Cheney had not achieved anything, it was naturally impossible for those other wizards who were not his equals to have any breakthroughs. 20 million years, for the deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path, was still far too short. Even in the once wizard realm, the development of the wizard path was not a result of collective wisdom, but rather was discovered by a solitary Mansar. Indeed, collective wisdom is meaningless. Milton Cheney sighed in his heart. This true body simulation actually represented a fairly good opportunity. After all, the simulator would likely upgrade after this simulation ended. Chapter 607. In the true body simulation, time slowly ticked by. In the blink of an eye, another million years had passed. At the top floor of the Witch Immortal Tower in the White Raven Realm, the land of ultimate limits. Milton Cheney wasn't cultivating this time but was silently listening to the reports of his subordinates. A moment later, after all the subordinates had finished reporting, Milton Cheney spoke. Spiritual realm. So this so-called spiritual energy cultivation path can actually continue to be compatible with the wizard immortal cultivation path? Interesting. What is the success rate of the experiments with samples? As soon as Milton Cheney's words ended, the red robe subordinate standing behind him immediately replied. Reporting to the ancestor, it's about 63%. However, under the projection of the large simulator, we expect to reach a success rate of about 95% in approximately 4 million years. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. Pity, it's a bit late. Force the combined projection of the two cultivation paths. I want results within 200,000 years. Milton Cheney spoke indifferently. It was merely an undiscovered path of cultivation, and Milton Cheney wasn't very concerned about it. Even if this newly discovered path had the potential to integrate 6 layers into the wizard immortal cultivation path and strengthen its foundation, Milton Cheney still felt indifferent. After all, over 20 million years had passed, and by now, the wizard immortal cultivation path had already integrated more than just the wizard cultivation path and the immortal path. Pooling collective wisdom might not be of great use, but it still had some minor benefits. Because, after any wizard immortal achieved the 6th stage, they would possess exceptionally strong comprehension. The large simulator that Milton Cheney established in this world consisted of a network of modules created by intertwining the comprehension of a total of 18 6th stage wizard immortals. To make a comparison, this large simulator was somewhat similar to the supercomputers that Milton Cheney knew of in his past life. Simulating with this large module was much faster than if Milton Cheney were to project by himself. This was why Milton Cheney rarely personally intervened over the years. With the large module, the present wizard immortal cultivation path had already integrated a few other paths with lesser potential since its inauguration. Of course, these newly integrated paths were not sufficient to elevate the wizard immortal cultivation path to a higher realm. Even now, the wizard immortal cultivation path was still extremely distant from reaching a new realm. It's just a pity that the true body simulation cannot be saved. Milton Cheney had thought more than once that if it were possible to save during the true body simulation, then he could definitely deduce the realm of the 7th stage wizard immortal within it. Of course, that was impossible. While more than 20 million years may seem long, it still felt somewhat short to Milton Cheney. Yes, ancestor. Another matter, in the war to conquer the spiritual realm, the Black Sea Wizard Immortal has gone missing. The simulator conscious cannot detect any signs of life from the Black Sea Wizard Immortal and suspects a possible fall. The red robe subordinate spoke up. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney simply waved his hand indifferently. Whether it was a fall or a loss of control was of little consequence to Milton Cheney now. Because Milton Cheney could clearly sense that his life was not long for this world. At this point, he had, at most, only 500,000 years left to live. The 25 million years lifespan was just the theoretical limit that Milton Cheney could achieve. Normally, Milton Cheney wouldn't be able to reach this limit. Seeing that the ancestor was unconcerned, the red robe subordinate respectfully excused himself. Ignoring the departure of the red robe, Milton Cheney still stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with calmness. No one could know what he was thinking at the moment. Well, let's see what tricks that Black Sea kid is up to. Ideas flowed in Milton Cheney's mind. The next moment, his consciousness shifted slightly. A giant grid-like chart appeared in his sea of consciousness. To Milton Cheney's perception, the chart was dotted with dense cyan spots, as well as numerous blue spots. Compared to the cyan spots, however, the blue spots were significantly fewer in number. All the blue spots combined did not amount to more than 40. Each of these blue spots actually represented a 6th stage wizard immortal. The wizard immortal cultivation path taught by Milton Cheney actually had a backdoor. In this true body simulation, Milton Cheney could directly control the life and death of all those cultivating the wizard immortal cultivation path. As the ancestor who had developed this cultivation path, it was easy for Milton Cheney to do so. The reason for this was quite simple. Milton Cheney didn't want any accidents to occur. He certainly didn't fancy being overthrown by a group of wizard immortals halfway through his life. Such scenarios were absolutely not to be allowed. Although it wouldn't be a threat to Milton Cheney, dealing with such situations would be too bothersome and a waste of time. Sensing the different essences of life above the blue spots, Milton Cheney's eyebrows knitted slightly. He's really dead. Milton Cheney was somewhat surprised in his heart. Although this disciple's rate of cultivation was a bit slow, his luck was definitely one of the most heaven-defying among those Milton Cheney had encountered in the countless simulations. If it weren't for the fact that the White Raven realm had no world consciousness, Milton Cheney might have believed this disciple was the so-called son of the world from the legends. Unfortunately, the White Raven realm was a non-living planet, and non-living planets did not give birth to a world consciousness. The outlandish luck of the Black Sea was why Milton Cheney took him as his disciple. Milton Cheney had considered using Black Sea's luck in conjunction with the simulation power of the large module, to attempt to evolve the wizard immortal cultivation path up another level. Chapter 608. It's just a pity that the pace at which Black Sea ascended to a 6th stage wizard immortal was too slow. Milton Cheney did not believe that Black Sea would perish so easily, so the next moment, his thoughts shifted. 6th stage witch immortal art life and death retrospection. As Milton Cheney cast the witch immortal technique, a bright light illuminated his forehead, and a massive light screen appeared before him. Displayed on the light screen was a young man in a black robe, his face stern. At that moment, the young man was frantically performing witch immortal techniques, seemingly assaulting a certain realm. Suddenly, a beam of white light flashed, and a large hand reached out from a rift within the void, seizing the young man who was performing the witch immortal techniques and then disappeared. The next moment, the light screen shattered, turning into beams of light that scattered in front of Milton Cheney. What is this? Looking at the last scene of Black Sea on the light screen, Milton Cheney's furrowed brows did not relax but instead grew even tighter. How many years had it been? Within these 20 million years, almost no situations had arisen outside of Milton Cheney's control. But now, it had happened again. The hand that had snatched his disciple came directly from a rift in the void. How could this be possible? Even Milton Cheney, who had merged with a part of the void, was incapable of such a feat. Yet, this unknown entity could somehow hide within the rifts of the void and even directly affect the material void of reality from within those rifts. Is this a void space devourer? Milton Cheney paid no attention to the shattered light screen, his mind wildly speculating. In his known memories, there were beings capable of such a feat. Once, when he was ascending to a 6th stage wizard immortal, in the memory inheritance from the original consciousness. A void space devourer on this path of cultivation, upon reaching the 7th layer of the void, could hide their true body within it. However, the next moment, Milton Cheney dismissed this thought. Not to mention whether there were any cultivators on the path of the void space devourer in the 9th universe at this time. It was just that, although cultivators of this path could hide within the void, the idea of them reaching out a hand and affecting reality was impossible. The essence of the void, what is it but the body of the 9th universe? Milton Cheney could only borrow a fraction of the void's power. To hide within the body of the universe and then directly use the universe's power to influence reality from within its body, what level of existence could achieve that? At least Milton Cheney could hardly comprehend it. This at the very least had to be the work of the universe's own progeny, right? Could it be that after Black Sea ascended to a 6th stage wizard immortal, he also received memory inheritance transmitted by the original consciousness? Yet the memory inheritance he received was not that of the void space devourer, but a different, unique path of cultivation. Milton Cheney pondered in his heart. As time passed, Milton Cheney did not monitor the higher-order wizard immortals within the White Raven realm at every moment. If his guess were true, then Black Sea would certainly be the most special wizard immortal aside from him. For other wizard immortals, upon their ascension to the 6th stage, would not receive memory inheritance from the original consciousness. The reason for Milton Cheney's speculation was very simple. That was because among the 20 wizard immortals who had gone to the spiritual realm, why did only Black Sea experience an incident? Coincidence? At Milton Cheney's level, he never believed in coincidences. Whether a coincidence or a scheme, Milton Cheney could still tell them apart. Quite interesting. At this moment, as if realizing something, Milton Cheney's furrowed brow relaxed, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. If Black Sea truly had not perished, then it meant that he had escaped his control. Milton Cheney was not angry, but instead felt a surge of interest. Over the years, circumstances that could pique his interest had become increasingly rare. In all these years, it was only at the time of the Great Module linkage that Milton Cheney had experienced a flicker of interest. Now, his interest was sparked once more. Is it a cloning technique? A clone hidden within the rift of the void that then took the true body away? Or is it some other technique? Milton Cheney stroked his chin, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. He reviewed the scene carefully several times and noticed some anomalies. That was when Black Sea faced the large hand reaching out from the rift within the void, there was not the slightest expression of surprise. It was bland to the point of being abnormal. Thinking more about it is not as good as asking directly. After pondering for a moment, Milton Cheney didn't feel like thinking any longer. At this time, his face bore a faint smile. The next moment, Milton Cheney's figure suddenly disappeared from the top of the Witch Immortal Tower. When he reappeared, his body was already within the void space. After his body emerged, the surrounding void immediately came to a standstill, turning into a state of stillness. At this instant, a terrifying aura burst forth from Milton Cheney's body. The surrounding patches of void space began to transform into lands of nothingness. In that instant, Milton Cheney could harness all the powers of the void space, which had already fused into his body. 6th stage Witch Immortal Art Life Consciousness Connection. It was a targeted consciousness connection. And the object of the connection was none other than the soul of the Black Sea Witch. A vast illusory net spread open within the void. Upon the grid, a tiny dot of light suddenly appeared. Once the light shone, it transformed into a small figure. The figure seemed bewildered for a moment, but the next instant, that bewilderment turned into calm. The face of this small figure was unmistakably that of the Black Sea Witch. The consciousness of the Black Sea Witch was thus directly drawn over by Milton Cheney. At this moment, Milton Cheney also split off a part of his consciousness, appearing in front of the Black Sea Witch. Master. Upon seeing Milton Cheney, the consciousness of the Black Sea Witch respectfully began to speak. His respect for Milton Cheney was genuine and not feigned. After all, without Milton Cheney, he couldn't have possibly advanced to a 6th order witch so smoothly. Without Milton Cheney, he would have been nothing more than a bullied youth in the slums. Even connecting with the wizard immortal cultivation path would have been impossible. Talk to me, what happened? How were you captured by a creature within the void rift? Milton Cheney sat down cross-legged in front of the Black Sea Witch and asked. Making guesses was futile compared to asking directly. He didn't believe that the Black Sea Witch would betray him. Even if he really made the Black Sea Witch participate in the cultivation path extrapolation experiment, it wouldn't endanger the life of the Black Sea Witch. In fact, it would even be somewhat beneficial for him. After all, once the comprehension network's major module was successfully constructed, there wouldn't be any danger left in the experimentation of the cultivation path. At most, it would only delay some cultivation time. Master, are you aware of it already? Master, I was trying to cultivate a cultivation path when unexpectedly, I drew your attention. Black Sea feels ashamed. The calm expression of the Black Sea Witch revealed a trace of embarrassment. He indeed didn't expect Milton Cheney to pay attention to such a trivial matter. After all, for the witch immortals of the White Raven realm who had conquered other worlds, trying to cultivate the paths from other worlds was perfectly normal. It would be impossible for Milton Cheney to monitor every single one. Are you saying you were captured by a creature from the Void Rift because you were in fact cultivating a new cultivation path? Milton Cheney asked with a light smile. Actually, he had already understood something in his heart. As expected, the Black Sea Witch had indeed received the legacy of the original consciousness when he advanced to the rank of 6th Order Witch. Such a void-related cultivation path was not something Milton Cheney would think came from the Black Sea Witch's own explorations. It was surely the legacy of the initial consciousness. Yes, Master. However, this cultivation path didn't originate from other worlds but rather emerged in my mind out of thin air after my advancement to 6th Order Witch, the Black Sea Witch replied. I'm not sure if this cultivation path is part of any conspiracy, so I took the risk of trying it out myself. Now, after a million years, I haven't discovered anything harmful about it. Speaking of important matters, the Black Sea Witch's tone became more solemn. Which cultivation path? The memory refers to it as Void Walker. Chapter 609. Void Space Walker. Milton Cheney frowned as he talked to himself. Just from the name of this cultivation path, one could tell it was undoubtedly related to the void space. It was just like the void space devourer cultivation path whose initial consciousness had been transferred to him when he was first promoted to a 6th level wizard immortal. At this thought, Milton Cheney's consciousness moved. He sat cross-legged in front of the Black Sea, and with 2 fingers from one hand, he pointed at the brow of the Black Sea's consciousness form. Seeing Milton Cheney's movement, the Black Sea did not resist. The next moment, a stream of unfamiliar memories was transferred by Milton Cheney into the Black Sea's mind. Time slowly passed, with Milton Cheney sitting cross-legged with a calm gaze, seemingly waiting for something. A moment later, the Black Sea came back to his senses, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Master, this is... The wizard immortal Black Sea spoke in shocked astonishment. The memories that Milton Cheney had transferred to him left him unable to immediately calm his heart. When I was promoted to a 6th level wizard immortal, my mind also gained the memory of a new cultivation path, which is this Void Space Devourer path. How is this cultivation path different from the Void Space Walker path in your memory? Milton Cheney asked. Indeed, the memories he had transferred to the wizard immortal Black Sea were fragments concerning the Void Space Devourer cultivation path. After Milton Cheney spoke, the wizard immortal Black Sea closed his eyes tightly, as if comparing the similarities and differences between the two paths in his mind. Shortly after, the wizard immortal Black Sea opened his eyes, a fleeting glimpse of bewilderment in them. Master, I'll transfer the memories to you, and you can compare and deduce them yourself, said the wizard immortal Black Sea. As soon as he finished speaking, his consciousness moved, transferring the memory fragments of the Void Space Walker cultivation path to Milton Cheney. The next moment, Milton Cheney's mind was instantly filled with a large number of unfamiliar memory fragments. These memory fragments were quickly organized by Milton Cheney. The unfamiliar memories were precisely about the Void Space Walker cultivation path. Is this a cultivation path that's incomplete? No, this too is a complete path of cultivation. Individually, the path of the Void Space Walker is complete, but when you compare the Void Space Walker path with the Void Space Devourer path, both seem in some way incomplete. After assimilating the memories concerning the Void Space Walker path in his mind, Milton Cheney frowned slightly and mused to himself. The memories regarding the Void Space Walker were indeed an unexpected gain for him. Master, do these two cultivation paths seem incomplete? Noticing that Milton Cheney appeared to have fully digested the memories, the wizard immortal Black Sea cautiously began to speak, filled with a measure of doubt and surprise. Having the complete memories of both cultivation paths, the wizard Immortal Black Sea could come to the same conclusions as Milton Cheney could. Hearing his disciple's words, Milton Cheney nodded and then shook his head. Both cultivation paths are complete, Milton Cheney said, but when the two paths are combined, it becomes an incomplete path of cultivation. Though Milton Cheney had not actually practiced these two paths related to the void, his comprehension was high, and with just a simple deduction, he understood the common ground between the two paths. Although his words seemed convoluted, the wizard Immortal Black Sea grasped the meaning behind Milton Cheney's words in an instant. Are you saying that these two cultivation paths can be combined? Does that mean they can also be integrated with the wizard Immortal cultivation path? Something dawned on the wizard Immortal Black Sea, and he asked excitedly. Having cultivated to the 6th level of wizard Immortal, the Black Sea was also able to sense the incompleteness of the wizard Immortal cultivation path. Although he was not able to pinpoint the incompleteness as precisely as Milton Cheney, he could still unearth some clues. It's not that simple, Milton Cheney said, shaking his head. The idea that the wizard Immortal Black Sea had just mentioned was one that Milton Cheney had considered upon his promotion to the 6th level wizard Immortal. But many years had passed since, and Milton Cheney had long abandoned this idea. The reason was simple: the path of the Void Space Devourer was contrary to the wizard Immortal cultivation path he had deduced. Even the Void Space Walker path he had just digested in essence was contrary to the wizard Immortal cultivation path. Because the essence of these two paths was to fully integrate into the void, not to master the power of it. To give a simple example, Milton Cheney's deduced wizard Immortal cultivation path led to mastering the void of the entire universe at the end, or even achieving transcendence over the entire void. While the paths of the Void Space Devourer and the Void Space Walker were different, their essence was to live better within this void and to integrate better into it. Therefore, the wizard Immortal cultivation path was fundamentally different from the two void cultivation paths. Milton Cheney could refer to these two void paths in deducing the wizard Immortal path, but integrating these void paths into the wizard Immortal path was an impossibility. Even if it were forcibly possible, Milton Cheney would likely not consider it. It was like trying to mix water and fire. Even if they could be forcefully combined, it would be more harmful than beneficial. Milton Cheney's words threw cold water on the wizard Immortal Black Sea. His comprehension was not poor either, and after calmly contemplating for a moment, he understood why. Chapter 610. He had oversimplified things. If different paths of cultivation could be easily integrated, then the limit of the wizard Immortal cultivation path wouldn't have been stuck at the 6th stage wizard Immortal for tens of millions of years. However, at the next moment, a flash of inspiration struck White Raven Wizard Immortal's mind, and he seemed to think of something. Master, since these two void space cultivation paths cannot be integrated with the wizard Immortal cultivation path, then, after completing these two void space cultivation paths, might there be another possibility? White Raven Wizard Immortal hastily spoke. Before Milton Cheney could respond, he continued. Since a wizard Immortal gains the memory of a new cultivation path upon advancing to the 6th stage wizard Immortal, then pooling together all the memories gained by every wizard Immortal upon their advancement to the 6th stage, could it be possible to supplement the void space cultivation path? White Raven Wizard Immortal didn't finish his sentence because he noticed that Milton Cheney was looking at him with a strange expression. The meaning behind the words that White Raven Wizard Immortal had just spoken was actually quite easy to understand. Milton Cheney could naturally grasp the meaning behind White Raven Wizard Immortal's words with ease. The idea was simple: merge the paths of the Void Space Walker and the Void Space Devourer first, then continue to combine this Void Space cultivation path with other Void Space cultivation paths. Eventually, the Void Space cultivation path would be completed. Once the Void Space cultivation path was completed, they could then attempt to integrate the Wizard Immortal cultivation path with the completed Void Space cultivation path. After all, a fragmented Void Space cultivation path might not be able to integrate with the Wizard Immortal cultivation path, but a complete one might not face the same barrier. Some things can only be known after a true attempt. Even Milton Cheney thought this idea was quite good and it might be a plausible direction for experimentation. But unfortunately, the idea lacked many key factors. Merging countless cultivation paths related to the void into one complete cultivation path was near impossible. Achieving such a feat would not be any less difficult than Milton Cheney's extrapolation of the Wizard Immortal cultivation path to the 7th stage Wizard Immortal realm. But if Milton Cheney could extrapolate the Wizard Immortal cultivation path to the 7th stage Wizard Immortal realm, why go through the trouble of merging the Void Space cultivation path and then trying to integrate it with the Wizard Immortal cultivation path? The two concepts were paradoxical. With this thought, Milton Cheney spoke. The idea is good, but almost impossible to execute. Because not all 5th stage wizard immortals inherit the memory of a new cultivation path in their consciousness upon advancing to the 6th stage wizard immortal. Among all the 6th stage wizard immortals currently known, only you and I are exceptions. Milton Cheney still chose to explain a bit. Upon hearing Milton Cheney's words, White Raven Wizard Immortal immediately understood how foolish his earlier idea had been. He had assumed that all 5th stage wizard immortals, upon their advancement to the 6th stage, would inherit the memory of an unfamiliar cultivation path in their consciousness. If that were the case, by merging all the void space-related memory fragments in the minds of all 6th stage wizard immortals, they might actually be able to deduce a complete void space cultivation path in the end. Unfortunately, he had thought too much. What he had not considered was that among so many 6th stage wizard immortals in the entire White Raven realm, only his master and he were unique. Master, after becoming a 6th stage wizard immortal, I could clearly feel a kind of shackle. It is this shackle that subconsciously made me want to switch to the Void Walker cultivation path. But now, after learning of the Void Space Devourer cultivation path, I feel that switching to the Void Walker cultivation path may not be a good choice. White Raven Wizard Immortal spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of bewilderment. The reason he had tried the Void Space Walker cultivation path after advancing to the 6th stage Wizard Immortal was because of his subconscious acting up. After all, he was not someone who liked to take risks. This was also the reason why, despite his advantageous conditions, his advancement to the 6th stage Wizard Immortal was slower than that of his junior brother. Yet, with such a temperament, after inheriting the memory of the Void Walker, for some unknown reason, he began to try out this cultivation path. This was abnormal in itself. Because normally, he was very cautious. Yet he began the path of cultivation without understanding the origin of the memories in his mind. It was as if his subconscious was telling him that cultivating the Void Space Walker's path would only bring benefits and no disadvantages. It's normal for you to think that way because the Wizard Immortal cultivation path is one I carved out myself, and this path is not complete. Even if you can cultivate to the limit of this path, you would only be a 6th stage Wizard Immortal. The possibility of taking a step further and breaking through the shackles is almost impossible. However, the Void Space Walker's path is complete, and cultivating it to the end is definitely stronger than reaching the end of the Wizard Immortal cultivation path. Milton Cheney spoke indifferently. He didn't claim that the Wizard Immortal cultivation path was invincible or that it was absolutely stronger than the Void Space Walker's path. Instead, he chose to speak the stark truth. The initial consciousness inheritance of the Void Space Walker's path, while not as potential-filled as Milton Cheney's ideal Wizard Immortal cultivation path, was definitely much stronger at its highest realm than a limit 6th stage Wizard Immortal. The key reason Milton Cheney could disregard the Void Space Devourer's path granted by the initial consciousness inheritance was because he had a clear goal. He did not cultivate merely to become insanely strong or to climb higher realms aimlessly, but to achieve transcendence. The Void Space Devourer's path did not meet his criteria, for even at its highest realm, it could not transcend. Therefore, Milton's subconscious would not at all influence him to switch to so-called Void Space cultivation path. But the Black Sea Wizard Immortal was different. The Black Sea Wizard Immortal did not have Milton's experiences, vision, nor an external plugin like the simulator. He cultivated solely to become stronger, to climb to higher realms. As for things like transcendence, he was utterly unaware. Sometimes, one's horizon determines the ultimate realm they can reach. This is why the subconscious of the Black Sea Wizard Immortal would influence him and instinctively make him switch to the Void Space Walker's path of cultivation. Actually, if this were the real world and not just within Milton's true body simulation, then the future of the Black Sea Wizard Immortal might indeed become very strong, even stronger than all of the 6th stage Wizard Immortals in the White Raven realm. But he would have absolutely no chance of transcendence. After endless ages, he would still perish in this universe due to the limitations of lifespan. What Milton is talking about right now, in fact, would also be considered secret in the White Raven realm, with not many Wizard Immortals aware of it. But at this moment, Milton had no intention of hiding anything anymore. After all, in the eyes of others in this world truly exists. But for Milton, this world is just another true body simulation, just another trial ground. Once his true body simulation ends, this world too will disappear. Were it in reality, Milton definitely would not discuss these matters with the Black Sea Wizard Immortal. But this is within a true body simulation, so it doesn't matter. Upon hearing all this from Milton, the Black Sea Wizard Immortal fell into silence. He did not retort, but instead sat cross-legged on the spot, quietly contemplating. Truly speaking, at this moment, he was ready to completely give up cultivating the wizard immortal cultivation path. Because in his understanding, the void space walker's path was definitely stronger than the wizard immortal cultivation path. He even found himself somewhat unable to comprehend why his master had the void space devourer, a path with clearly higher potential than the wizard immortal cultivation path, yet did not cultivate it. Instead, he chose to adhere to the wizard immortal path he had cultivated for countless years. Chapter 611. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years pass by. At the top floor of the ancestral witch tower in the White Raven realm, the land of ultimate limits, Milton Cheney stands with his hands behind his back, his gaze as serene and profound as a lake. He still bears the visage of a young man, yet an aura of terrifying deathliness emanates from him. If anyone were to look at Milton Cheney now, they would surely see not a young man but an elder in the twilight of his years. 2,340,000 years, I've reached the end of my lifespan. At this moment, Milton reflects to himself. Indeed, his lifespan is now nearing its limit. Though his life is about to end, Milton feels not a trace of any special emotions. After all, this is not reality but within the confines of true body simulation. Even if the true body simulation is exceedingly real, for Milton, it still amounts to an illusion. After all, even if Milton were to die from lifespan exhaustion at this moment, he wouldn't truly die, rather, he would end this simulation and return to reality. Knowing all this, Milton naturally does not harbor any special feelings. If there were any emotion to speak of, it would be just a slight regret. After all, this iteration of the true body simulation had spanned over 20 million years. All the plans of such a long time would vanish, and it wouldn't be possible for Milton to claim he felt not even a hint of regret. Of course, that's all there is to it. After all, it's not as if Milton will lack opportunities for true body simulation in the future. In the time to come, he will undergo countless true body simulations. Time gradually drifts away, and in the next moment, Milton's body begins to slowly dissolve into illusions. Until his entire form has completely fused with this world, merged into the void space, into this layer of the universe. This also signifies the complete end of his current true body simulation. At a certain moment, a dramatic change overtakes the scenery before Milton's eyes. When Milton's perception returns to normal, he finds himself once more within the space of his rule's space. Milton slowly closes his eyes as the memories in his mind become exceptionally vivid at this moment. When he opens his eyes again, all his memories have been perfectly sorted out. The light blue transparent light curtain that represents the simulator still hovers before him. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, memory retained. 2 lines of black text flash across the curtain. The familiar mechanical voice once again echoes in Milton's mind. The true body simulation spanning 2 million years is arguably the longest he has experienced since acquiring the simulator. Yet, this true body simulation also brought him significant gains. The advancement in the realm alone is staggeringly profound. Before this true body simulation started, his realm was merely at the limit of the 5th stage wizard immortal. But now, with the true body simulation concluded, Milton's realm has astonishingly reached the limit of a 6th stage wizard immortal. He has ascended an entire great realm. This is the furthest extent Milton can currently achieve. Continuing to advance his realm is not possible at present. Because the limits of the wizard immortal cultivation path he has delineated are precisely at this 6th stage wizard immortal realm. It can be said that Milton has reached the end of this particular path of cultivation. Of course, this is just the endpoint of the current path. With plenty of lifespan left, Milton can certainly further advance the wizard immortal cultivation path to higher realms in the future. This is something Milton is confident about. Feeling the powerful force contained within his body, Milton is somewhat moved. Nov. L. B//JNN. The might of the simulator never ceases to amaze him at any time. A mere instant in reality has been lived as millions of years within a real world. In just an instant of reality, his realm has also risen from the 5th stage wizard immortal to the limit of the 6th stage wizard immortal. The next moment, Milton pushes the chaotic thoughts at the back of his mind. His gaze subtly shifts and rests again on the light blue light curtain floating in front of him. Looking at the panel curtain representing the simulator, Milton feels very calm. Although it has been over 20 million years since he last saw the simulator's curtain. As he gazes upon the simulator's curtain now, he does not feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. It is as if the simulator is a part of his being. Text simulation count, 1. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. The rows displaying the simulation count quietly reflect on the curtain, floating in front of Milton. Looking at the rows about simulation count on the curtain, Milton's eyes slightly narrow as a few thoughts rapidly cross his mind. Why has my realm reached the limit of a 6th stage wizard, but the simulator has given no indication of an upgrade? Milton does not immediately start the 2 simulations, instead, he ponders with a hint of confusion. He had anticipated that the simulator would begin to upgrade immediately after the end of this true body simulation. But the simulator seems not to comply with his expectation. Because the light curtain of the simulator remains hovering before him just as it always has, showing no sign of upgrading. This leaves Milton slightly puzzled. Could it be that the upgrade of the simulator only counts the pure elevation of a wizard's realm? Milton muses to himself. If that is indeed the case, it spells trouble. Chapter 612. Although Milton Cheney sometimes didn't want the simulator to upgrade, that didn't mean it was a good thing for the simulator not to continue upgrading. After all, a simulator upgrade, though it increased the time it took the simulator to accumulate simulation counts. To Milton, even if the time to accumulate simulation counts doubled, it was not a big deal. After all, whether it was 1 year or 2, it didn't make much of a difference to Milton. At this time, Milton's lifespan was already calculated in tens of millions of years. But the simulator's upgrade wasn't just about the longer time to accumulate simulation counts. An upgrade to the simulator meant new features would emerge. This was what Milton cared about. After all, in the beginning, the simulator only had text simulations. If the simulator hadn't upgraded later, he wouldn't have gone through so many reincarnation simulations and true body simulations. He certainly wouldn't have reached the limit of a 6th stage wizard immortal in just a few hundred years of traveling through the wizard realm. So in Milton's heart, he actually hoped the simulator would continue to upgrade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to advance to a 6th stage wizard immortal as soon as he could, instead of remaining at the 5th stage wizard immortal realm for an extended period. Or perhaps the simulator has already upgraded to the highest level and can no longer upgrade. Another thought surfaced in Milton's mind. At this moment, the simulator wasn't upgrading, and the possibilities weren't limited to just one. There were several possibilities. If the simulator had already reached the highest level of upgrade, then it was normal for it not to upgrade further after his realm advancement. But Milton didn't think so. For a very simple reason. Milton believed that just the feature of reincarnation simulation hadn't reached its limits yet. If reincarnation simulation hadn't been upgraded to the end, would the simulator reach its limit? So, the possibility of the simulator having upgraded to the highest level was very low. At least that's what Milton thought. Another reason was Milton's feeling. Yes, just a pure feeling. Milton could clearly feel that the simulator hadn't upgraded to the highest level. At this moment, Milton's brow furrowed slightly, and thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. One possibility after another emerged in the depths of Milton's heart, only to be denied by him over and over again. After a moment, the thought that flashed through Milton's mind and which he was left with was the one with the highest probability. Is it because I haven't used the 2 simulation counts I've accumulated? Once this thought emerged in Milton's mind, it lingered. Thinking this, Milton looked at the simulation counts on the light screen pensively. At this time, his simulation counts hadn't run out. In the simulation counts column, he still had 1 text simulation and 1 reincarnation simulation unused. Could this be the reason? Milton pondered in his heart. Actually, there was a reason why he believed this was the most likely possibility. That was because the simulator's operating mechanism purposefully avoided the existence of certain bugs. Milton didn't have the habit of accumulating simulation counts. But reasoning backward. If Milton had deliberately accumulated hundreds of simulation counts before advancing to a 6th stage wizard immortal, and then used those simulation counts after advancing to a 6th stage wizard immortal and the simulator's upgrade, would that have exploited a bug in the simulator? Could it be that the simulator didn't upgrade at this time to prevent Milton from exploiting a bug? Milton assessed the possibility of this thought in his heart. After a moment, Milton stopped pondering further. Because if it really was that way, then to verify this thought was very simple. That was for Milton to now use the 2 remaining simulation counts and see if the simulator would upgrade or not. Milton wasn't foolish, of course he could think of these things. But at this time, he wasn't in any hurry. If it really was as he suspected, then he could also verify some things in advance. Thinking this, Milton no longer looked at the simulator's light screen floating in front of him. The next moment, the light screen disappeared. Milton still sat cross-legged on top of the steel, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. As if no one could guess the true thoughts in his heart based on his expression. Time wouldn't stop its passage for anyone. The passage of time in the wizard realm is similar. A year went by in the blink of an eye. Although a year had passed, Milton Cheney's rules space had not changed in the slightest. His rules space had already reached the limit that a 6th stage wizard immortal could attain during the previous true body simulation. At this moment, the seated Milton Cheney opened his eyes on top of the stone steel. The next moment, with the thought, Milton Cheney summoned the familiar simulator light screen, which floated in front of him. His gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the simulation count on the light screen. As expected, the simulation count can still accumulate normally. So, should I choose to keep accumulating simulation counts and not use them all up directly? Looking at the light screen floating before him, Milton Cheney pondered quietly to himself. The simulation count on the simulator was not ceasing to accumulate. Over the span of a year, the text simulation times had accrued from 1 to 2. This meant that if he wished, Milton Cheney could always retain one text simulation chance unused. In that case, both the reincarnation simulation count and true body simulation count could continue to accumulate normally. If his guess was correct, he could then keep the simulator from upgrading and use a small amount of time to complete a higher number of simulations. However, whether to do so or not, Milton Cheney felt somewhat hesitant. If it were not for the fact that the wizard realm would be destroyed after 1,000 years, Milton Cheney would have definitely used up all the simulation counts and upgraded the simulator without any hesitation. But reality has no ifs. If Milton Cheney chose not to upgrade the simulator, then he would have twice as much time within this 1,000 years, offering a better opportunity to execute his plans. But this did not mean it was entirely a good thing. Because even with twice the time, Milton Cheney had no certainty that he could advance the realm of the wizard immortal cultivation path to a higher level within 1,000 years. Should I take a gamble? Milton Cheney mused to himself. If he chose to use the 3 simulation chances directly, there was a good chance the simulator would upgrade. An upgrade of the simulator for Milton Cheney meant taking a gamble. The previous 2 upgrades of the simulator had been minor, suggesting this upgrade could very likely be a major update. It could even bring about a new function. But there was also a significant chance that it would still be a minor upgrade, and the ultimate result might simply be an increase in the time accumulation for simulation counts. In that case, it would undoubtedly be only detrimental and not beneficial for Milton Cheney. I'll gamble. Without much deliberation, Milton Cheney decided to take the risk and used up the remaining 3 simulation opportunities. After making this decision, Milton Cheney's heart was quite calm. Because it was merely a choice. No matter what decision Milton Cheney made, his heart would not experience any significant emotions. Text simulation count, 2. Would you like to initiate text simulation? Initiate. Since the decision was made, there was no point in hesitating. Simulation ends, please select your reward. Maintain state or preserve sorcery. You may choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. Moments later, the second accrued text simulation also ended. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney still chose to retain realm. After retaining the realm, 3 unfamiliar memories were also retained by Milton Cheney. As his realm had reached the 6th stage wizard immortal, Milton Cheney's consciousness had naturally become more formidable. Thus, these 3 unfamiliar memories were fully assimilated by Milton Cheney in an instant. After completing the 2 text simulations, Milton Cheney then initiated the only simulation opportunity he had left. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Would you like to initiate reincarnation simulation? Initiate. Chapter 613. The moment the reincarnation simulation opened, Milton Cheney's consciousness reappeared in the reincarnation space. Without the slightest hesitation, Milton's thoughts focused on the speck of light representing the spiritual divine realm. Choosing to reincarnate in the divine spirit realm of the 9th universe was a plan that Milton had long since established. After all, in his previous reincarnation simulations, he had also chosen to reincarnate into this world. The next moment, his consciousness went dark. At a certain moment, his consciousness regained clarity. Time flashed by, and centuries passed. Within a certain realm of the spiritual divine realm where no divine spirits dwelled, inside a kingdom town. Inside an estate in Milton Cheney's territory. Milton slowly released his consciousness. Indeed, this reincarnated body still possesses the ability of a hatchling. Only, throughout these simulations, the life main god seems to have not appeared again. Could it be that the reincarnation simulation from back then was just a coincidence, or is the timeline of my reincarnation in the past rather than the future? Feeling a trace of the power of faith contained within his body, Milton mused to himself. For a long while, he had not chosen to reincarnate in the divine spirit realm. A significant reason for this was the life main god in the divine spirit realm, who was familiar with his reincarnated identity. Of course, the reason Milton didn't attempt more simulations during that time was also that each reincarnation simulation opportunity was precious to him and couldn't be wasted. Moreover, reincarnating into the divine spirit realm wasn't of any benefit to him at that time, so after reincarnating twice into the spirit realm, he didn't continue choosing to reincarnate into this world. But after Milton decided to combine the spiritual divine world's path of cultivation with the wizard immortal path he had developed, he once again chose to reincarnate into this world. By this time, he had reincarnated into this world several times over. But let's not talk about the goddess of life, who seemed to be very familiar with him. Even the luminous true God who had helped him greatly in one of those simulations hasn't shown any news of himself. The region he was in, though not overshadowed by a divine system. Yet there are still quite a few kingdoms around here. There had indeed been many demigods and true gods who had spread their faith in this realm. But among these divine spirits, there is no presence of the luminous true God. The spiritual divine realm is still too vast, trying to completely explore this world in just a few simulations is simply impossible. Perhaps only a main god at the divine position has the power to uncover all the secrets of this world. Milton sighed in his heart. Although he is already a 6th stage wizard immortal in reality, the gap between him and the main gods is still very large. Let alone main gods, even the gap between him and true gods is still significant. To this day, Milton somewhat distrusts the possibility that in a future simulation, he could become a main god in this world. In Milton's estimation, the 9th stage demigods of this world should be comparable to a 6th level demon. And as for an average true god, they should be on par with a 7th level demon from the demon cultivation path. Divine system gods like the higher true gods could likely hold their own against 8th level demons or even 9th level great demon lords from the demon realms. And the 12 ever-present main gods within the entire spiritual divine realm are at least equivalent to the existence of 9th stage great demon lords. They might even surpass that realm. That level of being is beyond Milton's understanding. Milton's current limit as a 6th stage wizard immortal is roughly equivalent to a grown 6th stage demon. This means, even his current realm in reality is only comparable to a 9th stage demigod in the spiritual divine realm. Moreover, in this world, even if Milton had the chance to raise a divine kingdom and become a true god, he would not do so. He has not forgotten the admonitions once given to him by Caroline. Although he is unclear why Caroline has not appeared in his simulations these past few times, Milton would not take the risk. After all, if like Caroline said, becoming a true god here would mean staying in this world forever, then that is a risk he absolutely cannot bear. Although Milton thinks that such a scenario is unlikely. In his heart, even if the consciousness of the divine realm is of higher rank, it definitely cannot surpass the rank of the simulator. But even if there's just a sliver of possibility, he won't take the risk. Being trapped in this world forever would be akin to losing the external plugin that is the simulator. This consequence is too severe, and Milton cannot bear it. According to Caroline, the divine realm consciousness has set its sights on me. But why haven't I felt the slightest inkling of it in any of these simulations, and most crucially, why hasn't Caroline appeared again in my simulations since those 2 times? Milton felt a trace of puzzlement in his heart. The challenges he faced when he reincarnated into the spiritual divine realm 300 years ago seem quite different from what he faces when reincarnating into the spiritual divine realm now. If reincarnation simulation were compared to a game, then the difficulty level of the game when he reincarnated into the spiritual divine realm 300 years ago was the regional mode. However, the difficulty level he faces now is merely simple simulation. This seems like a good thing, as there would be no existence that could suddenly appear and affect his simulation process. But Milton always felt that there might be something he hasn't considered. The primordial god rank could still be inherited normally after he reincarnated into this world. Chapter 614. However, in these few reincarnation simulations, he had never inherited the primordial god rank of the Flames God, the deity he always longed for. Of course, even if he did inherit the primordial god rank of the Flames God, there was a high probability that Milton Cheney would not become the Flames' main god in this world. Because Milton Cheney would not choose to take that risk at this time. But without inheriting the primordial god rank of the Flames God, it was absolutely impossible for him to become the Flame's main god in this world. It must be said that deep inside, Milton Cheney did harbor a hint of ambition. After all, this was a genuine opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single step. If he really could achieve the position of Flame's main god in this world, then after he returned to reality and retained his realm, all troubles would be resolved like cutting through butter. Even if it were Mansar, he could squeeze him to death if he wished. But clearly, this was almost impossible. The ascent to the heavens was far from as simple as he had imagined. What exactly have I not considered? In the estate, Milton Cheney, seated cross-legged, murmured to himself. Time slowly slipped by, and Milton Cheney remained deep in thought. But after a short while, he still couldn't figure it out and simply pressed these doubts to the bottom of his heart, deciding not to think about them anymore. Just because he couldn't figure it out now didn't mean he wouldn't be able to in the future. Milton Cheney also didn't know whether choosing the spiritual divine realm as his reincarnation target was right or wrong. But the secrets contained within the spiritual divine realm were too many, some of which were even connected to his future. However, to think that he could uncover these secrets with just a few simulations was nothing short of a fool's dream. Even Milton Cheney didn't have much confidence. Perhaps in the future, he could integrate the path of divine spirit cultivation into the wizard immortal cultivation path. After all, this was also the most critical goal for Milton Cheney at the moment. Nov. L. B//JNN. Compared to that, Milton Cheney equally wanted to explore the deep secrets of this world. But to achieve this, the difficulty was definitely greater than deducing the path to the seventh stage within the wizard immortal cultivation path. After all, even if Milton Cheney were successful in his deduction, the wizard immortal cultivation path was just a path leading to the seventh stage. How could it possibly compare to the spiritual divine realm, one of the three major regions of the ninth universe? The realm of the spiritual world is completely different from the abyssal realm and the world sea region. Among the three major regions of the ninth universe, the realm of the spiritual world, or the spiritual divine realm, is the most special. The reason is simple. In the world sea region, there are nearly infinite life-bearing planets and non-life-bearing planets. Although the number of worlds in the abyssal realm is not as high as that in the world sea region, there are still hundreds of great worlds and countless small and medium planes. But the spiritual divine realm is different. Milton Cheney, who had nearly a dozen reincarnations in the spiritual divine realm, was very clear about what it represented. In the spiritual divine realm, not counting those divine nations of true gods, the only truly existing world is the spiritual divine realm itself. Yet it is this sole spiritual divine realm within its region that can stand toe-to-toe with the other two in the three major regions. Even belonging as one of the three major regions of the ninth universe. Just by this fact alone, one can imagine how vast the spiritual divine realm is. This also made Milton Cheney realize that the size of the dots representing countless worlds in the reincarnation space was not simply influenced by the size of the worlds. After all, in the reincarnation space, the spiritual divine realm was not that much bigger than the crimson world of the abyssal domain. But the actual area of the spiritual divine realm is infinitely greater than that of the crimson world. Of course, since Milton Cheney had already made his decision, he would naturally not easily change his mind due to some external factors. Milton Cheney had been traversing the wizard realm for a real-time period of at least tens of millions of years. But in this time, measured in tens of millions of years, Milton Cheney rarely changed his mind after making a decision. He did not make important decisions lightly, which is why he hesitated over certain significant matters. But once Milton Cheney truly made a decision, he would almost never change it. Within the estate, Milton Cheney once again slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, all thoughts within his heart ceased to arise. This reincarnation simulation had only just begun, and there was still plenty of time ahead. Milton Cheney now didn't need to ponder those things that were far removed from him, rather, he needed to continue perfecting the realms of his divine spirit cultivation path in this cycle of reincarnation simulation. After all, wanting to start deducing and merging the divine spirit cultivation path with the wizard immortal cultivation path, he would at least require the realm of his divine spirit cultivation path to parallel the realm of his wizard immortal cultivation path. That meant he had to at least reach the realm of a level 9 demigod in the reincarnation simulation of the spiritual world. This was not easy, in fact, it could be said to be very difficult. It required Milton Cheney to plan perfectly without a single misstep and also needed that bit of luck. Time flew, and in the span of millions of years in the reincarnation simulation, only an instant passed for the real Milton Cheney. Because after he began the reincarnation simulation, time in reality was completely stopped. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness flashed through the reincarnation space. In the next instant, his consciousness returned to reality. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successful retention of reincarnation simulation memory. Detection confirms the host will not be affected by reincarnation memory. The simulator memory protection function is not activated. Do you wish to activate it proactively? Detected the host as a level 6 demigod. Do you want to retain and adjust for compatibility with the wizard realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. Retain realm to adapt to wizard realm rules. In reality, within the rules space, Milton Cheney, upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, had a thought. In the next instant, his memory of this reincarnation simulation gradually became crystal clear. The simulation realm was also smoothly inherited into reality. His consciousness entering the spiritual sea, Milton Cheney tried to mobilize the power of a level 6 demigod within the rules space. In just a moment, he understood that a level 6 demigod corresponded to the limit of a 5th stage wizard immortal. Just as I deduced, a level 9 demigod corresponds to the limit of a level 6 wizard immortal, while a level 6 demigod corresponds to the limit of a level 5 wizard immortal. Indeed, a true god who holds high a divine kingdom, is at the very least equivalent to a level 7 wizard immortal, Milton Cheney said softly to himself as he sat quietly upon the plaza. A true god is equivalent to a level 6 wizard immortal, not a level 6 wizard. This was actually within Milton Cheney's expectations. After all, the wizard cultivation path had a much lower status compared to the divine spirit cultivation path. A wizard of the same realm was merely a toy for a divine spirit of the same realm. Of course, a wizard immortal of the same realm could definitely match a divine spirit of the same realm. If in the future, Milton Cheney could perfectly merge the wizard immortal cultivation path with the divine spirit cultivation path, then he could not only turn the wizard realm into his witch immortal divine land. He could even be more powerful than a divine spirit of the same realm. This was Milton Cheney's confidence. Of course, to perfectly accomplish what he had in mind was no easy task. And in Milton Cheney's vision, because he possessed the simulator plugin, he would definitely have to walk the path of merging all laws in the end. The future of the wizard immortal cultivation path, even Milton Cheney himself, was unable to predict at this time. After all, with the aid of the simulator, he could reincarnate into many worlds that possessed paths of cultivation. The fusion of several cultivation paths might not be particularly strong, but the perfect merger of tens of thousands of cultivation paths would be extraordinarily formidable. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Milton Cheney's lips. But the next moment, the smile vanished and a glint appeared in Milton Cheney's eyes. Because at this moment, the familiar mechanical voice sounded again in his mind, devoid of all emotion. It was the prompt from the simulator. Wizard's Life Simulator 6.0 begins updating, estimated update time is 2,400 hours. What was bound to come has come. Chapter 615. A moment later, Milton Cheney was slightly taken aback. For he had noticed something different about this simulator upgrade from the previous ones. Upgrade time, 2,400 hours, which is 100 days. This is indeed different from before. The previous upgrades of the simulator seem to have all been within 24 hours, yet this time the duration has been increased 100-fold. Milton Cheney sat cross-legged, pondering in his heart. Since the simulator had changed and prolonged the upgrade time, could it mean that this upgrade was indeed a major one? Milton Cheney had some guesses in his heart. But whether the simulator upgrade was as he speculated, that remained unknown. After all, the change in the upgrade time didn't necessarily mean anything. However, to verify his guess was all too simple. He just needed to wait 100 days, and after the simulation ends, everything would be clear. For Milton Cheney at this time, 100 days in reality was but a mere moment. His casual deductions alone took far more than 100 days. If it's as I speculated, then the decision to upgrade the simulator this time was undoubtedly the right one. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The next moment, he stopped thinking further and closed his eyes to silently deduce the path of wizard immortal cultivation. In this reincarnation simulation, although he had not reached the realm of a 9th stage demigod within the simulation, the realm of a 6th stage demigod was still of great help to his current self. At least for the near future, this realm would suffice for his reference and deductions. Of course, if he did not become a 9th stage demigod in the reincarnation simulation one day, he would never truly be able to deduce the path of wizard immortal cultivation to a higher realm. But at this time, Milton Cheney was not in a hurry. He still had plenty of time. He still had a millennium to live in reality. Even if he ultimately did not deduce the path of a 7th stage wizard immortal before the destruction of the wizard realm, he also had alternative plans. So there wasn't too much worry in Milton Cheney's heart. Time would not stop passing. In Milton Cheney's rules space, time seemed to stand still, but in reality, time still slowly flowed on. In an instant, a year had passed in reality. Inside the rules space, Milton Cheney also slowly opened his eyes. Although his expression was calm, there was still a hint of anticipation in the depths of his eyes. The next moment, just as Milton Cheney opened his eyes, a familiar mechanical voice rose in his mind, signifying the announcement of the simulator upgrade completion. Wizard's Life Simulator 6.0 upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host on using Wizard's Life Simulator 7.0. Text simulation times accrual period increased from 1 year to 2 years, reincarnation simulation count accrual period increased from 4 years to 8 years, true body simulation count accrual period increased from 8 years to 16 years. New features unlocked for text simulation. After text simulation ends, you may choose to retain all memories from the simulation separately. Eliminate the subconscious influence on text simulation. Experiences within text simulation are completely random. You may select the character's personality at the start of text simulation. New features unlocked for reincarnation simulation. A new layer of universal worlds available for the host to reincarnate into. After accumulating 5 reincarnation simulation counts, choose between complete consciousness overlap or retaining the current realm when entering the reincarnation world. After accumulating 10 reincarnation simulation counts, fully retain the consciousness and realm from reality when entering the reincarnation world. New features unlocked for true body simulation. After true body simulation ends, retain the time node at the end of this simulation. You may re-enter the same time node to continue the simulation using double the simulation count next time. New type of simulation unlocked: Fate simulation. Accumulate 1 Fate simulation count every 100 years. The functions of this simulation are unknown, and it is up to the host to explore. One mechanical voice after another sounded in Milton Cheney's mind. Milton Cheney's original calm expression flashed with astonishment, but in the next instant, he returned to normal. Indeed, this upgrade of the simulation was a major one, he said. After digesting all the content of this simulator upgrade, Milton Cheney quietly sighed. He had anticipated significant changes after this simulator upgrade, but even he did not expect the changes to be so profound. As Milton Cheney had guessed. After this upgrade of the simulator, the accumulation period for all 3 types of simulation counts had again doubled. But what surprised him was that the 3 existing types of simulations, text simulation, reincarnation simulation, and true body simulation, all had new features after the upgrade. Retaining all the memories from text simulation alone doesn't seem very helpful to me. But after the addition of complete randomness in text simulation, this option should be quite helpful. Milton Cheney carefully analyzed all the changes brought about by this simulator upgrade. Text simulation, after this upgrade, undoubtedly went through significant changes. The key point was that he could no longer influence the text simulation version of himself with his subconscious in reality. After this upgrade, the self within the text simulation seemed to become an independent entity, no longer a game character under his control. Chapter 616. This naturally has its pros and cons. Let's start with the drawbacks. Since Milton Cheney can't use his subconscious to influence his own actions in the text simulation, there's no way for him to decide what his simulated self will do. This could very well result in the text simulation being utterly useless to him in the end. But it's not without its benefits. Once the text simulation becomes entirely random, the more he undergoes such simulations, the more likely he is to gain unexpected rewards. After all, if he were to influence the text simulation with his subconscious as before, the experiences within each simulation might not differ much from one another. This might have been helpful to the former Milton Cheney, but it's not of much help to the current Milton Cheney. Especially since he has already reached the limit of the wizard immortal cultivation path. Even if he were to cultivate continuously in the text simulation, he wouldn't be able to enhance his realm should he choose retain realm at the end. For how can he improve further when he's already reached the limit? Having thought through the changes in the text simulation, Milton Cheney's mind stirred slightly as he began to reflect on how much the updates in the reincarnation simulation could help him. The reincarnation simulation has opened a new universe layer. It must be the 7th universe layer. I wonder if that so-called immortal realm might be within the 7th universe layer. Moreover, the reincarnation simulation now allows me to retain realm from reality during reincarnation, which is a huge benefit to me. If 10 reincarnation simulations stack together, it's even possible for me to enter the reincarnation simulation in a state akin to the true body simulation, which is just ridiculous. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Compared to the changes in the text simulation, the changes to the reincarnation simulation after the simulator upgrade seem to be even more significant. Even after analyzing the new functions of the reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney wasn't as calm as before. The opening of a new universe layer in the reincarnation simulation might be the least beneficial aspect for the current Milton Cheney. Of course, this is because he hasn't yet reincarnated into a world within the new universe layer. To the current Milton Cheney, the 7th universe layer is still utterly foreign. Thus, he naturally doesn't know what help the 7th universe layer could provide him. However, the other two changes that appeared in the reincarnation simulation after the simulator upgrade are immensely beneficial to Milton Cheney. With just 5 consecutive reincarnation simulations, equating to 40 years in reality, Milton Cheney would be able to fully retain his realm in reality when entering into the reincarnation simulation. Just what does this entail? This means that Milton Cheney could start with the realm and strength of a level 6 wizard immortal right from the beginning of the reincarnation simulation. The advantage this gives him in the reincarnation simulation is enormous. After all, there is a massive difference between starting with the realm of a level 6 wizard immortal and starting with nothing at all. Having the realm of a level 6 wizard immortal from the start means that Milton Cheney doesn't need to lurk in the shadows just to preserve himself any longer. Whether he will also possess a lifespan comparable to a level 6 wizard immortal's millions of years in the reincarnation simulation is something Milton Cheney doesn't yet know. But if he indeed has a lifespan of millions of years in the reincarnation simulation, the aid to Milton Cheney would multiply exponentially. Not to mention the possibility of stacking 10 reincarnation simulations. Stacking 10 reincarnation simulations takes only 80 years. 80 years in exchange for single reincarnation simulation with complete consciousness and full cultivation merits is an opportunity too good to pass up. Let alone 80 years, even 800 years to accumulate such a simulation once would be considered very worthwhile by Milton Cheney. After all, with this feature, if Milton Cheney reincarnates into the cultivation realm of the 8th universe layer again, he may very well have a high chance of advancing to the immortal human realm within the simulation. The immortal human realm is on par with the realm of a level 7 wizard. Moreover, if it is indeed possible to advance to the tribulation crossing immortal realm within the reincarnation simulation, he could gain a profound advantage in reality from an early taste of transcendence, as well as an additional powerful trump card. And this simulator upgrade did not just bring significant changes to the text simulation and reincarnation simulation. The true body simulation, which had remained unchanged since Milton Cheney acquired the simulator, also underwent new changes after this simulator upgrade. Who would have thought that the idea I had during the last true body simulation would actually become reality after this simulator upgrade? After the true body simulation ends, choosing a retained time node to start a new simulation from that node. Perhaps in the future, I will truly have the opportunity to explore all the paths of the void space cultivation and attempt to integrate the complete void space cultivation path into the wizard immortal cultivation path. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. True body simulation really doesn't change until it does, and when it does, it's a tremendous shift. The change in this true body simulation meant that all the plans Milton Cheney had previously considered could now be discarded. It also meant he had the chance to peek into the scenery billions of years in the future right within the true body simulation. If 20 million years weren't enough, what about 40 million years? If 40 million years weren't enough, what about 80 million years? What about 100 million years, or even several hundred million years? As long as Milton Cheney wished, he could push the years in the true body simulation billions of years into the future. This also meant that pooling wisdom and resources might indeed be feasible. Was it not so difficult anymore to deduce the path of a level 7 wizard immortal? At this thought, Milton Cheney's state of mind, which hadn't changed for many years, now had a tinge of joy. As time shifted, moments later, having analyzed all the changes in the types of simulations, Milton Cheney seemed to have realized something, and his brow furrowed slightly. The changes in the simulator's functions after this simulator upgrade seem tailor-made for me. Text simulation, reincarnation simulation, true body simulation, they all suit my current needs too well. Could it be that the simulator updates new functions based on my situation? Is that really possible? After carefully considering all the types of simulations changed by this simulator upgrade, Milton Cheney voiced his thoughts to himself. Indeed, all the functions of this simulator upgrade seemed to be tailor-made for him, who was at the limit of being a 6th stage wizard immortal. The random simulation of text simulation, with the option to retain memory. The ability to enter reincarnation simulation while retaining one's realm. The retainable time nodes in true body simulation. These new features that appeared after the simulator's update seemed to be the optimal solutions that Milton Cheney had once envisioned for a simulator upgrade. During this period, there was also a hint of anticipation in Milton Cheney. But now that all these changes in the three types of simulation had surfaced in this update, Milton Cheney felt an inexplicable sensation in his heart. Was it coincidence? Or did the simulator truly adapt its upgrades in response to his changes? Upon deeper thought, Milton Cheney felt it was unlikely to be a coincidence. The reason he hadn't considered this before was that the content of the simulator's updates hadn't had a notable impact on him. It was after experiencing them that he would gradually appreciate the simulator's power. But now was different. Even without trying out the new features from this simulator upgrade. Just from the simulator's descriptions alone, Milton Cheney understood how tremendously this upgrade could aid him. Even if it's not a coincidence, it's not something for me to consider right now. The next moment, Milton Cheney's thoughts shifted, and he no longer dwelled on these matters. Even if the simulator did update new functions based on his thoughts and wishes, there would only be benefits and no disadvantages for him at the moment. After all, attempting to uncover the secrets encapsulated in the simulator was like a fool's dream for him at this time. Suddenly, Milton Cheney's consciousness stirred. It seems this simulator upgrade has introduced a new type of simulation. Milton Cheney had been so preoccupied with pondering the changes in the existing three types of simulation that he had somewhat overlooked this new category. However, this so-called fate simulation, which can only be accumulated once in 100 years even according to the simulator's vague and ambiguous description, left him a bit uncertain of its purpose. To understand it, he might have to wait until 100 years later, after he had truly experienced fate simulation. Chapter 617. Time flew by quickly. 2 full years had passed since the completion of the simulator upgrade. This also meant that the upgraded simulator had accumulated its first opportunity for a text simulation. Within the rules space, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged, with the thought stirring in his heart. The next moment, the familiar light blue light curtain of the simulator appeared and floated in front of him. Ignoring the attribute panel column on the light curtain, Milton's gaze lingered on the simulation count column. Text simulation count 1. Would you like to start the text simulation? Seeing that there was one text simulation chance accumulated on the light curtain, Milton didn't hesitate and initiated the simulator's first simulation since the upgrade with a mere flicker of thought. Although Milton had guessed that the simulator upgrade would be of great help to him. Those were just speculations before, he hadn't truly experienced how the text simulation post-upgrade was any different from before. Therefore, Milton still harbored a sliver of anticipation for this upcoming text simulation. Text simulation initiated. Please select your character trait for this simulation. Brave or cautious or calm. Looking at the new character trait selection option on the light curtain, Milton pondered for a brief moment. Select the cautious trait. Without pondering for long, in what was merely a few moments in reality, Milton had already decided on the character trait he needed for this text simulation. In Milton's consideration, this text simulation was more of an experiment. Therefore, surviving longer was what he needed to focus on. And a cautious trait would undoubtedly allow him to live longer within the text simulation. The next moment, right after Milton had made his initial decision, segments of black text began to appear on the light curtain floating before him. These black texts represented everything he would experience in this text simulation. And at this time, Milton's calm gaze stayed fixed on the emerging segments of text. Time gently slipped away, and after a short while, the text simulation had already come to an end. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique or retain memories. With the end of the simulation, the black font representing the content of the text simulation gradually dissipated on the light curtain. What remained were 3 options. Among these, retain realm and retain technique were undoubtedly familiar to Milton. After all, ever since he obtained the simulator, these 2 choices have always appeared after the end of a text simulation. The additional option of retaining memories was naturally new content that came with this simulator update. Looking at the 3 options on the light curtain, Milton didn't hesitate much and chose the last one. Retain memories. The next moment, all the memories from this simulation became vividly clear in Milton's mind. But after all, Milton's consciousness was exceedingly strong since he was at the 6th stage wizard immortal realm. Therefore, as soon as these memories surfaced, Milton completely digested them. To Milton, these retained memories were like mere droplets, while his memory was like a vast river. A droplet falling into the river would naturally not affect Milton much. However, the experience of retaining memories felt somewhat different to Milton. The method of keeping memories after the text simulation was different from that in reincarnation simulation and true body simulation. After all, whether in reincarnation or true body simulation, the memories would always be present directly afterwards, not retained separately. But text simulation was different. After a text simulation ended, choosing to retain memories meant they were infused into Milton's mind in an instant. It was hard to say which was stronger or weaker between the two methods. In any case, both methods of retaining memories didn't have much impact on Milton. Milton had chosen to retain memories. Apart from wanting to try the newly added option after the text simulation update, there was also another reason. That was because it was meaningless for Milton at this time to choose either retain realm or retain technique. After all, he had already reached the limit of his current wizard immortal cultivation path. To continue advancing, Milton would have to deduce the path of 7th stage wizard immortal in the text simulation. And he would have to become a 7th stage wizard immortal directly in the simulation itself for retaining realm to be meaningful. But that was impossible, or at least the current Milton couldn't do these things in a text simulation. Let alone text simulation, even in a true body simulation, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve. Needless to say, retaining technique was even more meaningless. The option of retaining technique had already been completely disregarded by Milton at this time. After all, it had been hundreds of years since he last chose that option. After digesting all the memories from this text simulation, Milton fell into contemplation. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face, indicating that he was deep in thought. Indeed, just as I considered. Without the influence of my subconscious in reality, the me in the simulation is completely unaware that the future of the wizard realm will be destroyed. Chapter 618. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Although he had chosen a cautious personality for this text simulation, because the simulated version of himself did not know that the wizard realm would be destroyed in 1,000 years, he ultimately perished within the wizard realm. Indeed, this text simulation lasted only a millennium for Milton. This could be said to be the shortest lifespan he had experienced in nearly 100 text simulations. After the update of the simulator's text simulation function, the first problem had already emerged. The last time a stuck text simulation occurred was hundreds of years ago. However, the occurrence of such a situation was actually within Milton's expectations. That's why the current Milton was not the slightest bit surprised. It's definitely not acceptable for the text simulation to be stuck at this progress, but how can the simulated me get past this difficult situation? Milton pondered deeply at this moment. In fact, he had thought about the answer to this problem before. But he hadn't thought it through in great detail. After all, no matter how much one thinks ahead of the actual text simulation experience, it is meaningless. Now that he had used the first text simulation after the simulator upgrade, it naturally made sense to consider these issues again. Having a lifespan of tens of millions of years but only living for 1,000 years in the text simulation was definitely not okay. This was too wasteful of the simulator's text simulation function. Ever since transmigrating to the wizard realm, text simulation had always been the greatest help to Milton. Of course, a big part of the reason was that the text simulation times accumulated the fastest. Even for the current Milton, 2 years was not a long time. But this did not mean that Milton could simply allow the waste of text simulation times. If I want to live longer in the text simulation, then the text simulated me must leave the wizard realm within 1,000 years. But how can I make the text simulated me leave the wizard realm without the influence of the subconscious? Milton carefully weighed this in his mind. After a moment, he had an idea. The personality option. That's right, after the simulator upgrade, the text simulation allowed one to choose a personality before each simulation starts. Milton had already experienced the cautious personality in this text simulation. The effect was very good, definitely much better than the influence of Milton's mere subconscious. If the future of the wizard realm weren't doomed, Milton believed his gains from this simulation would definitely be substantial. In that case, could he perhaps select an appropriate personality before the start of the text simulation and let the text simulated him be influenced by that personality to leave the wizard realm? Personality sounds simple, but it's actually quite complex. Milton's true personality is fixed, shaped by his long experience, and is certainly not subject to whimsical change. Even if he tried to emulate a certain personality in the real world or in a true body simulation, he could never be as authentic as the personality chosen in a text simulation. After all, no matter how authentic a feigned personality is, it's false. No matter how much Milton disguised his personality, he could never actively seek death in the face of real-life dangers. But in the text simulation, as long as he chose an appropriate personality, it was by no means impossible. Because the personality chosen before the text simulation starts is absolute. Take the cautious personality Milton chose this time, for example. Once he selected this personality, the text simulated Milton was absolutely cautious. No matter how long this text simulation lasted, his personality would not change. In other words, if a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity presented itself before the text simulated him, even if such an opportunity would make the real Milton envious and restless, the simulated him would remain absolutely cautious. Even when faced with a chance that could skyrocket his standing, or even an opportunity for transcendence, the simulated him would still maintain an absolutely cautious personality without the slightest bit of change. No certainty in taking a direct leap? It would never happen. Of course, to use another analogy, if Milton had chosen a greedy personality, for instance, then Milton guessed that the text simulated him, no matter the opportunities, might recklessly grab at them. These were things that the real Milton couldn't do. The real Milton was complicated and genuine. But after choosing a personality in the text simulation, he must be absolutely single-minded. I just don't know whether the 3 personality traits available for me to choose from before the text simulation begins are fixed, or if they change each time. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Although he had thought of a possible solution to the stalled text simulation, whether this method would work depended on whether the simulation was as he imagined it to be. Brave, cautious, calm. These 3 personality traits were the options available for Milton Cheney to choose from before the start of this text simulation. Milton Cheney had chosen the cautious personality. As for the brave and calm personalities, he had not tried them. But Milton Cheney guessed that these 2 personality traits might not be of help to him in leaving the wizard realm within a millennium. If the same 3 types of personalities were the only options available for him to choose from before each text simulation, then it would be somewhat difficult for him to avoid getting stuck in the simulation progress. Although Milton Cheney thought this possibility was very small. After all, there are just too many different types of personalities in people. It seemed unlikely that text simulation would have only these 3 personality options. A more likely scenario was that 3 random personalities would be generated each time for Milton Cheney to choose from. Of course, that's what Milton Cheney believed. But whether it was true or not, Milton Cheney still had no way of knowing. After all, he had only accumulated 1 text simulation chance after the simulator upgrade at that moment. To verify his ideas was quite simple, he just needed to wait another 2 years. Once the new text simulation times were accumulated after 2 years, everything would become clear. For Milton Cheney at that time, 2 years would pass in the blink of an eye. So he was not in a hurry. Even if the text simulation was beyond his expectations and he was only presented with these 3 personality options, Milton Cheney wouldn't rush. Because as far as the current situation was concerned, the help text simulation had provided him was indeed not significant. If it really was unexpected, Milton Cheney could also take his time to figure out a solution later on. With these thoughts, Milton Cheney stopped contemplating further. What needed to be done next was simple: wait. 2 years of time, Milton Cheney could still afford to wait. Above the square steel, Milton Cheney suppressed the light blue light curtain of the simulator that floated in front of him. His eyes closed, he began to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 years went by. The 2 years flew by quickly. Milton Cheney's deductions had just barely begun. In fact, for Milton Cheney, deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path in reality was not very useful. Because there was too much time. Milton Cheney's sole deductions on the wizard immortal cultivation path would need to consume hundreds of thousands of years, and even millions of years at a time. In the real world, these few years were naturally not significant. Of course, Milton Cheney understood the principle that every little bit adds up. Perhaps at some point in the future, it would be precisely this bit of deduction that he was lacking. What the future holds, no one can be sure. Above the square steel, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. With a slight thought, the light blue light curtain representing the simulator floated in front of him once again. Text simulation count 1. Do you want to start the text simulation? Yes. There was nothing to hesitate about. Milton Cheney decisively started this round of text simulation. The next moment, Milton Cheney's mouth curled into a faint smile. Text simulation has begun. Please choose your personality for this text simulation. Ruthless or adventurous or paranoid. Chapter 619. Choose adventurous personality. Milton Cheney's thoughts stirred slightly. The next moment, the light screen floating in front of Milton Cheney began to display a series of black characters one by one. Indeed, just as Milton Cheney had anticipated. After the upgrade, the character options in the text simulation were not fixed but were randomly refreshed with 3 choices before each text simulation started. Although Milton Cheney had expected this, he still sighed with relief at this moment. After all, if one could save time, who would want to waste it? Even now, when Milton Cheney's lifespan had reached tens of millions of years, time was still precious to him. As time passed, moments later, the black characters on the light screen emerged one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the text simulation had spanned 10,000 years. During the last text simulation, which stalled after 1,000 years, Milton Cheney easily broke through after choosing the adventurous personality. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Maintain state or preserve sorcery or preserve memory. About the time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense later, the text simulation ended smoothly. Preserve memory. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney made his choice directly with a thought. The next moment, a vast expanse of unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. The memories of tens of millions of years appeared all at once, and even now, Milton Cheney could not fully assimilate this flood of foreign memories in an instant. After all, after the text simulations ended, Milton Cheney usually only preserved 3 years of memories. Even during the last text simulation, Milton Cheney had only preserved a few thousand years of memories. Nov. L. B //JNN. But this time was different. This time, right after choosing to preserve memories at the end of the text simulation, countless memories experienced in the simulation rose in his heart in an instant. The difference compared to before was more than 1,000-fold. Milton Cheney's consciousness was very powerful at this time, and digesting tens of millions of years' worth of memories was not difficult. It simply required some time. Time passed slowly, and after 1/3 of 2 hours had elapsed, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. Such immense memories! Milton Cheney murmured to himself, stretching out his hand to gently rub his temples. The slight frown that marked his brow also relaxed at this moment. Digesting tens of millions of years of memories in one go was a first for him. It wasn't that he hadn't lived through tens of millions of years in the reincarnation simulation or the true body simulation. But whether it was the reincarnation simulation or the true body simulation, the memories from the simulation that existed upon its conclusion were already there. They differed significantly from the memory infusion after the end of the text simulation. After all, fundamentally, the text simulation wasn't something he had truly experienced, he had only retained the memories after choosing the option to preserve them. And the reincarnation simulation and true body simulation were experiences Milton Cheney had personally lived through. So the memories were already integrated during the simulation, naturally eliminating the need to preserve them again after the simulation ended. Fortunately, by now, Milton Cheney had already reached the pinnacle of a 6th-order wizard immortal, with consciousness at the realm of a 6th-order wizard immortal's completion. Although the memories this time were immense, to say they would cause the current Milton Cheney to become lost in reality, casting doubt and affecting his state of mind, was definitely impossible. At most, it made him feel a bit of a headache for a few moments after preserving the memories. Of course, this unusual feeling was eliminated within a single breath. After organizing all the memories in his mind, a contemplative expression emerged on Milton Cheney's face. This text simulation had greatly helped him and even showed him a new direction. Perhaps I don't need to be so cautious in reality. The version of me in this text simulation has been so extravagant and yet still managed to live a full life. It seems I still don't fully understand my own strength, not as much as I did within the simulation. As he stood in front of the stele, Milton Cheney touched his chin with his hand, myriad different thoughts rising in his heart. But a moment later, he dismissed this line of thinking. Before this text simulation began, Milton Cheney chose the adventurous personality because he wanted to see if, with this personality, he could overcome the challenges after 1,000 years in the text simulation. What surprised Milton Cheney was that not only did his simulated self manage to do it, but he did it rather too well. Definitely better than if Milton Cheney had used his subconscious to influence his simulated self. In this text simulation, Milton Cheney was either embarking on adventures or on the road to new adventures. The dangers he encountered along the way were far too many. Milton Cheney, having preserved all the memories from this text simulation, couldn't help but be surprised when recalling them. He was astonished that the version of himself in the text simulation could still survive to the end under such circumstances. Milton Cheney had merely been watching on the light screen and had felt several times as if the text simulation was about to end. But clearly, it hadn't. An absolutely adventurous personality, managing to survive numerous perilous situations, even the real me probably couldn't do any better in this respect. At this moment, Milton Cheney mumbled to himself inwardly. It had to be said, if Milton Cheney chose to take the path of adventure, he probably wouldn't do as well as his self in this text simulation. Chapter 620. Indeed, just as I imagined, the version of me in the text simulation may not change in personality, but definitely isn't foolish, and could even be considered to possess a wisdom that appears foolish. Recalling the colorful and varied worlds within the preserved memories, Milton Cheney also felt slightly sentimental. This text simulation had been through too many worlds. Nov. L. B //JNN. Just in terms of planets with life, Milton Cheney had visited over 10,000. Without a doubt, among all the living planets experienced in this text simulation. Some had cultivation methods, while others did not and were just ordinary worlds. Some living planets had massive civilizations, and some were still at a budding stage, just a loose collection of sand. But it must be said that after retaining the memories of this text simulation, Milton Cheney's understanding of the entire World C realm had become much deeper. Just this one text simulation alone was equivalent to the combined experiences of hundreds of text simulations before the simulator upgrade. Of course, this also had a lot to do with the fact that he had lived for tens of millions of years in this round of text simulations. This text simulation could truly be considered the first real text simulation since the simulator upgrade. As for the last text simulation, at best it could only be considered a trial run. In the next true body simulation, perhaps I could turn the witch monster world into my star domain, and then use it as a foundation to start developing, Milton Cheney mused to himself, recalling the memories from this text simulation. During this text simulation, Milton Cheney had experienced tens of thousands of worlds with life. However, the world in which he stayed the longest was called the witch monster world. In this world, Milton Cheney had stayed for a total of 1.7 million years. Do not think this world's duration was short. Although 1.7 million years is not long compared to the total time of this text simulation. You should know that Milton Cheney in the text simulation had an absolute adventurous personality. Staying in one world for a total of 1.7 million years is undeniably exaggerated. As for why he chose to stay in this world for so long, the reason is simple. That is because this so-called witch monster world is so very similar to the wizard realm. Not only the cultivation methods but even the world's rules are incredibly similar. The only difference is that this world, without Mansar, is one that has developed primitively. That is to say, the path of cultivation among the witch monsters in this world has nothing to do with the demon cultivation path, it's something the natives of the witch monster world have figured out step by step. In Milton Cheney's eyes, the cultivators on this path are still crude and naive. Although this path is much like the wizard cultivation path, it definitely could not compare to it, let alone match up to the wizard immortal cultivation path that Milton Cheney had deduced. The strongest individual in this world was also much weaker than Milton Cheney. The strongest in the witch monster world were called the witch monster lords. It sounds very powerful, but in terms of strength, they could only be compared to a level 5 wizard at his limit or be equated to a freshly advanced 5th stage wizard immortal. Milton Cheney could kill one with a single slap, and he wouldn't even need to use any witch immortal techniques. Of course, he in the text simulation did not act in this way. In this world, though he stayed for not a short amount of time, he didn't really take it seriously in the text simulation. In the simulation, he treated the witch monster world more like another wizard realm, a place for rest and transfer. But just because this world wasn't important to him in the text simulation, doesn't mean it has no use for the real Milton Cheney. One could say that even if he had only obtained the coordinates of this world from the text simulation, Milton Cheney would consider it extremely worthwhile. After all, he could fully utilize this world in the true body simulation. Then, he could use this world to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path. Eventually, he might even try to transform this world into his witch immortal divine kingdom in the true body simulation. Of course, that's a bit far-fetched at the moment. After all, the current Milton Cheney doesn't know when he will be able to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path to a higher realm, nor does he know what scenery lies ahead on the higher realms of the cultivation path. This text simulation, although it did not directly increase his realm, but it could definitely be said to be the most rewarding one out of the hundreds of text simulations. Because in this text simulation, Milton Cheney had an unexpected gain. That was his real understanding of how powerful he actually was at the time. Previously, although Milton had a broad perspective, he unavoidably focused his attention only within the wizard realm in reality. After all, even though he was already a level 6 wizard immortal, there were still those stronger than him in the wizard realm. Mansar, for instance, was much stronger than him. So it was instinctive for Milton to think that if there were so many stronger than him in the wizard realm, then wouldn't there be even more powerful beings across the entire world sea? Among these thoughts was the influence of the Bloody Sea realm. After all, if the Bloody Sea realm could stand toe-to-toe with the wizard realm, and it didn't seem all that powerful, then wouldn't that make the wizard realm even more average within the world sea? This was actually a bit of being caught in the trees and missing the forest. Leaving Mansar out of the question, just consider the other level 7 wizards in the wizard realm. If they could leave the wizard realm, then they would absolutely belong to the upper echelons of the world sea region. That's right, level 7 wizards are not only powerful in the wizard realm. Even if placed within the entire world sea region, they are equally powerful. Once they venture out, level 7 wizards could even easily conquer countless worlds. The reason the previous Milton hadn't thought about these was not only because of his own dislike for adventure, but also due to the subtle influence of his upbringing to that point. You see, although Milton was already at the complete stage of a level 6 wizard immortal, his growth had been too fast. Until now, the time he had actually spent in reality was merely 100 years. Moreover, the greatest help in his growth had come from text simulations and reincarnation simulations, where he had experienced the longest stretches of time. In comparison, the time he spent in true body simulations was actually the shortest. Even though he spent over 20 million years in his last true body simulation, 90% of that time was within the White Raven realm, and he hadn't seriously explored the world sea region. He wasn't the strongest in the worlds he was in, and those worlds seemed not so strong in the world sea, so Milton subconsciously thought he must be just average in the world sea as well. Is that really the case? Only after this text simulation did Milton realize that the reality was not so. This text simulation could be said to have completely shattered the subtle influences he had acquired before. That's also why Milton considered this text simulation to be the greatest gain in hundreds of years, out of the hundreds he had undergone. Level 7 wizards within the wizard realm are actually very powerful. This strength can even be considered in the context of the entire world sea region. The reason the reputation of the wizard realm is not prominent is fundamentally because most of the level 7 wizards in the wizard realm choose not to travel the void space. Because the cultivation path of level 7 wizards is the wizard path, not the wizard immortal path. The near infinite lifespan of level 7 wizards comes at a cost. As long as a level 7 wizard leaves the area covered by the wizard realm rules, there will inevitably be a significant cost. It should be known that even in one of the strongest worlds within the world sea region, the Tide realm, the number of realm masters stronger than a level 7 wizard from the wizard realm is only over 10,000. And in the world sea region, the number of worlds with life is far more than just tens of thousands. In this text simulation, the vast majority of dangers Milton faced during his adventures were from the void space, not from other life forms. In the tens of millions of years during this text simulation, the beings Milton encountered that were stronger than him did not even exceed 20. Tens of millions of years, tens of thousands of living worlds. Milton encountered less than 20 beings stronger than him. Chapter 621. Time flowed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. During these 10 years, Milton Cheney had not wandered around aimlessly but continued to silently cultivate in the rules space. Like the flow of water, the passage of years had no effect on Milton Cheney. Within these 10 years, Milton Cheney had accumulated 5 opportunities for text simulation. He had already used these 5 chances for text simulation. When selecting his personality for the text simulation, Milton Cheney chose 5 different characters each time. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose the same adventurous character, it was that the simulator didn't refresh with the same options. In one of the 5 text simulations, Milton Cheney survived past the point where the wizard realm was destroyed, 1,000 years later. During that simulation, the character he chose was Greed. As for why he could survive the destruction of the wizard realm, it was actually a coincidence. In that text simulation, Milton Cheney found an opportunity within the void, and just so happened to explore that opportunity in the void during that time. Although he died at the point of the wizard realm's destruction after 1,000 years in 4 of the 5 text simulations, Milton Cheney was not without gain. Because he chose to retain his memories in these text simulations. Therefore, he was quite clear about what exactly happened during these simulations. Memories don't lie. In one of these text simulations, Milton Cheney even made it to the highest decision-making echelon of the wizard realm. Milton Cheney also gained a deeper understanding of the significance Mansair represented in the wizard realm. Among the 6 level 7 wizards in the wizard realm, 4 were Mansor's clones. Indeed, this was something Milton Cheney only learned during these simulations. The remaining 2 were bloodline wizards who had merged with the so-called Serpent of the World bloodline. This meant, aside from those 2 level 7 bloodline wizards, all wizards in the wizard realm who pursued the spiritual path were clones of Mansair. Such clones were not split from Mansor's true body. Rather, once a wizard's cultivation path reached level 7, they became automatic clones of Mansair. After retaining the memory from that particular text simulation, Milton Cheney couldn't help but feel a trace of relief. Fortunately, he had learned of it not too late. There was an issue with the wizard cultivation path. Milton Cheney had speculated about this before. But what exactly the problem with the wizard cultivation path was, Milton Cheney only came to know after retaining the memory of that text simulation. After all, this secret was one of the utmost confidentiality within the wizard realm. The reason Milton Cheney was able to uncover this secret after that text simulation was related to him becoming part of the decision-making layer of the wizard realm. Of course, the most important factor was the Michael Moore personality he had chosen. This personality led him to willingly show his strength in that text simulation and become one of Mansor's subordinates. Eventually, he earned Mansor's trust. Even though in that text simulation Mansair called him a rare talent that could hardly emerge from the World Sea region. But in the final stages of the text simulation, Milton Cheney was still abandoned by Mansair, or rather, deceived by him. Because Mansair did not tell others what exactly the wizard realm was facing in the simulation. He simply said that the wizard realm would face a war. Meaning that the version of himself in the text simulation also did not know Mansor's plans, and naturally, he was unaware that Mansair wished to become a transcendent. It wasn't just Milton Cheney, ultimately, all the decision-makers in the wizard realm were abandoned. The only survivors in the wizard realm might have been a mere handful of wizards who left the realm at that time. However, this also made something clear to Milton Cheney. That was that some characters that didn't seem to be very helpful at first glance might yield unexpected rewards after choosing them. If it had been left up to Milton Cheney, he would never, in reality or in a true body simulation, have chosen to ally with Mansair or become his subordinate. Because that wasn't his character. But it was different in the text simulations, after Milton Cheney chose a character and started the simulation. What he would do in the simulation and what he would ultimately gain, even Milton Cheney couldn't completely deduce. Just like that text simulation. Knowing the deepest secrets of the wizard realm was an entirely unexpected gain. Even Milton Cheney hadn't anticipated that the ultimate gain from the simulation would be these insights, nor that they would be of great help to him. After decades of calm, the wizard realm is about to get lively again. Seated cross-legged atop a monolith, Milton Cheney was lost in thought. His mind subtly stirred. After the bloody sea realm was devoured by Mansair, the wizard realm had been quiet for many years. But Milton Cheney knew this was only the calm before the storm. The peaceful days of the wizard realm couldn't last much longer. Although Mansair had already become a level 8 wizard and entered seclusion. But after Mansair went into seclusion, there were no actions taken. A war that nearly swept across all the realm-level wizards organizations in the wizard realm was on the verge of breaking out. However, this impending internal wizard realm conflict was minor in Milton Cheney's eyes. After all, in this war among the realm-level wizards organizations, level 7 wizards did not personally take the field, and even Mansair himself only appeared at the end to wrap things up. Chapter 622. Of course, Milton Cheney didn't care. But his guise in reality dictated that he had to be involved. After all, the power he exhibited in reality was no more than that of a level 5 wizard. Nov. L. B/JNN. A level 5 wizard was indeed powerful and ranked quite high in the wizard realm, but compared to Milton Cheney's true level, it was far inferior. That was why Milton Cheney was indifferent. Countless text simulations made it clear to him that there would be no danger for him in this internal conflict, and he might even gain some considerable fortune. Of course, these fortunes were no longer useful to Milton Cheney. The Milton Cheney of now was no longer the same person as before. Back when he was a level 5 wizard, he might have been interested in such fortunes. Now, however, he had reached the limit of a level 6 wizard immortal, so these fortunes were naturally of no help to him. After all, in the vast expanse of the world sea, the wizard realm was just an ordinary world. Had Mansire not been reincarnated into this world, whether this world would have developed a cultivation path at all was still a question. The wizard realm was both lucky and unlucky. Of course, although Milton Cheney himself no longer needed these fortunes, it didn't mean that his family in this world didn't need them. It was actually very simple for Milton Cheney to extend the lifespans of his family in this world. There were many ways. But all came with significant drawbacks. However, after this internal conflict, he wouldn't have to worry about this problem for a very long time. Ultimately, the Guardian Sea organization and its members within the Guardian Sea were nothing more than tools in Mansour's eyes. Mansour's goal had never changed from the beginning, which was to transcend within the wizard realm. One must say, Mansire was very successful. Abandoning the identity of a level 8 demon, he eventually became a transcendent of the world sea realm. Such determination wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Perhaps that was also one of the reasons why Mansire was ultimately successful. Since Mansour's transcendence was a foregone conclusion, Milton Cheney didn't think about stopping anything. Especially since he knew that Mansire would transcend in the future, and despite Milton Cheney's considerable influence in countless simulations, Mansour's transcendence was still inevitable. In hundreds of simulations, Mansire never failed even once. After all, Mansire had been plotting for tens of millions of years, and he certainly had many backups. So Milton Cheney had long discarded any idea of preventing Mansour's transcendence. After all, whether Mansire transcended or not was of no great consequence to him. With these thoughts, Milton Cheney decided not to dwell on them any further. Although he had to participate in this war as a representative of the Guardian Sea, the conflict posed no danger to him. What Milton Cheney was contemplating now was whether to use the reincarnation simulation he had accumulated. Actually, 6 years ago, Milton Cheney had already accumulated a reincarnation simulation count. But over these years, he did not make use of this one-time reincarnation simulation. Because he was somewhat indecisive. Milton Cheney considered accumulating 5 reincarnation simulations and then trying out the new feature of the simulator upgrade after reincarnation. But he was also curious about the new world within the 7th layer of the universe that appeared after the simulator upgrade. After all, he had not yet reincarnated into the worlds within the 7th layer of the universe. It was impossible to say he wasn't curious. Milton Cheney also didn't know whether the new world within the 7th layer of the universe would be of any help to him. If he wasted the simulation, he would actually be wasting 8 years of real time. Therefore, Milton Cheney did not hastily start this reincarnation simulation. However, 6 years had passed, and Milton Cheney's thoughts had somewhat changed. He was bound to have a look at the world within the 7th layer of the universe sooner or later, so why not take a look earlier? There might be unexpected gains after all. Of course, although Milton Cheney had made his decision, he was not in a hurry. Because he had to wait. After waiting 2 more years for the new reincarnation simulation count to accumulate, it wouldn't be too late for Milton Cheney to choose to reincarnate into the world within the 7th layer of the universe. Waiting for 2 years, Milton Cheney certainly had the patience. But if this reincarnation into the world within the 7th layer of the universe yielded nothing, he might not reincarnate into the worlds within the 7th layer of the universe for a long time. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the rules space, Milton Cheney had already summoned the simulator's light screen. The simulator's light screen floated in front of Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney looked indifferently at the column on the light screen representing the simulation count. Text simulation count 1. Reincarnation simulation count 2. Would you like to start the text simulation? No. Would you like to start the reincarnation simulation? Yes. Without hesitation, Milton Cheney activated the reincarnation simulation. As for the text simulation, he chose to save it for later. This had become one of Milton Cheney's habits to use the text simulation after the reincarnation simulation ended. The next moment, with the thought, Milton Cheney's consciousness appeared within the simulation's reincarnation space. Inside the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness regained clarity. At this time, his consciousness floated above the space of reincarnation. In his eyes, the changes in the space of reincarnation weren't particularly significant compared to before. Below the points of light representing the worlds of the 8th universe layer, 9 differently colored points of light quietly hovered there. There are only 9 worlds in the 7th universe layer. But these points of light seem a bit too large, don't they? Upon seeing these 9 points of light, Milton Cheney was slightly taken aback with shock. The size of the 9 world points belonging to the 7th universe layer was indeed excessively large. The largest world point Milton Cheney had seen before was that of the central world within the 8th universe layer. That world's point of light was about 20 times larger than the spiritual divine realm in the 9th universe layer. But after all, a point of light is just that, a point of light. Even if a point is large, in Milton Cheney's eyes, it's just that, nothing more. Even the largest point of light in the 8th universe layer, which was about the size of an ordinary person's head, was just a representation to Milton Cheney that the world it represented had not a low position. But the 9 world points in the 7th universe layer were entirely different. Any one of these 9 world points was incredibly huge, at the very least the size of a stadium from Milton Cheney's previous life. They were tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of times larger than the spiritual divine realm. The disparity was immense. Even for Milton Cheney, whose consciousness was now within the reincarnation space, witnessing these 9 points of light left him somewhat shaken. How high must the positioning of these worlds be? The 7th universe layer. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. At this moment, he hesitated again. Although he was shocked, it was only momentary. After all, such a situation seemed normal. Considering that there were only 9 worlds in the entire 7th universe layer. Milton Cheney's hesitation stemmed from not knowing which world to choose for reincarnation. After all, there were 9 worlds in the 7th universe, and he could only select one to reincarnate into. The next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness stirred, and his gaze finally settled on a huge turquoise point of light. Could this point of light be the so-called immortal realm? Without further hesitation, in that instant, Milton Cheney's mind moved, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. His consciousness then transformed into a ray of white light and flew into the giant turquoise point of light. In the 7th universe, an unknown location. A person radiating dazzling golden light slowly opened their eyes. Has another clueless being escaped the transcendence path? To leap directly to the far shore from the transcendence path? As if it's that easy, why can't they progress step by step? The golden figure sighed. The next moment, a ray of golden light flew out from his body. This ray of gold, crossing over the shroud of darkness, headed towards an unknown place. Chapter 623. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed. Within the world of the 7th universe layer, where Milton Cheney chose to reincarnate. In Clearwater Province, Continuity Tranquil City, within the first class of the 3rd year at the high-level martial arts academy. At this moment, Milton Cheney is sitting steadily at a window seat in the 3rd row of the classroom. It's rare for this class not to be a martial arts lesson, and Milton is glad for the leisure time. Having been in this reincarnation world for 18 years, Milton has gained a basic understanding of it. The overwhelming impression this world gives Milton is just one thing: strangeness. Very strange. This world is a modern one, and can barely be considered a martial world. Even so, it differs quite a bit from the world Milton had imagined. Because the size of this world is just too small. It's even much smaller than the wizard realm. To think that the world Milton chose for his reincarnation is one of the few 9 worlds within the 7th universe, how could it be so small? And for such a small world to have such a high status is indeed quite strange. It's incomprehensible, incomprehensible. Over the years, Milton has pondered this question more than once, but in the end, has never figured it out. Milton, the last verification is next week. With your strength, you should be able to choose any martial arts university at will. To Milton's right, a young man with an earnest face and sturdy figure speaks with a hint of envy. Hearing this, Milton shakes his head gently. It's not that simple. Though he says so, in fact, Milton has already been preemptively accepted by Peak Ocean Martial University. He doesn't say it outright, preferring not to stand out too much. After all, he has already drawn quite a bit of attention, so there's no need to continue doing so. Peak Ocean Martial University is the biggest martial arts university within the Peak Ocean Federation where Milton resides. However, even so, Milton doesn't take it too seriously. Because, in his eyes, the so-called path of martial arts cultivation in this world is nothing more than child's play. The martial arts cultivation path is even inferior to the wizard cultivation path. There are just too many flaws in this path of cultivation. But Milton also understands why this is the case, because the martial arts cultivation path in this world was uncovered just within the last 1,000 years. Before that, this world was merely an ordinary modern world, not even particularly advanced in technology. This is also the reason for Milton's confusion. No matter how he looks at it, this world doesn't have the semblance of a great world. Milton has seen too many worlds like this in the realm of the world sea. Milton is still too modest. Jonathan Lees speaks resentfully, but upon seeing that Milton has no intention of engaging further, he stops talking. It's no wonder he's seen as a martial arts genius, but he's perhaps too proud. It's not that Milton is proud. This world is just a reincarnation world to him, and he is merely a passerby. Therefore, naturally, Milton is not interested in entangling himself with the people of this world. The cultural lesson ends, and Milton quietly leaves the classroom. As he walks out of the academy gates, Milton strolls down the main road. It must be said that this world and his previous blue star are quite similar. Sometimes Milton even thinks he has reincarnated back to his previous blue star. His memories of his previous life are clear, though they have been buried deep in his mind. Since his transmigration, the real time he has experienced is far too long. And the time he spent living on Blue Star was only about 2 decades. The difference between the two is vast. But even with so many years past, Milton still has not figured out the specific reason for his transmigration. It seems related to the simulator, but Milton may never unravel this secret in his lifetime, or perhaps there will be a day in the future when the truth finally comes to light. Of course, at the moment, Milton is quite indifferent about these thoughts. Upon returning home and greeting his parents in this world, Milton retreats to his room to continue deducing the martial arts of this world. Ever since his memories were fully awakened at age 8, he has been silently deducing the martial arts of this world. After all, he was the one who deduced the wizard immortal cultivation path, deducing a run-of-the-mill, absolutely uninspiring chi and blood martial arts cultivation path is a piece of cake. Even without a strong natural gift for comprehension, Milton can easily deduce it. Because in his view, this cultivation path is too rudimentary. Even Milton from the wizard realm, if so inclined, could create countless cultivation paths stronger than this one at any time. No matter how you look at it, this world doesn't seem like one of the great worlds from the 7th universe layer. Let alone the immortal realm, this world is far inferior to the cultivation realm. While deducing and improving the chi and blood martial arts cultivation path he already knows, Milton also feels a bit helpless inside. Milton is starting to wonder if an accident happened during his reincarnation simulation, landing him in an unknown world. But he has already dismissed this thought. The chance of the simulator malfunctioning is just too low. Even if there was an accident, the simulator would not be without some kind of alert. It only took Milton 10 years of cultivation in this world to become a grandmaster martial artist on the verge of progressing further. Of course, this is Milton's secret, known only to himself. Chapter 624. After all, an 18-year-old grandmaster in waiting, if revealed, would undoubtedly cause an uproar across the entire world. Being a bit stronger is a genius, but being a whole galaxy stronger is not a genius, but a monstrosity. Fortunately, Milton Cheney had no intention of revealing the true level of his realm. However, not to mention a grandmaster in waiting, even the grandmasters of this world seemed far too weak in Milton Cheney's eyes. The martial arts grandmasters of this world were roughly equivalent to level 2 wizards in the wizard realm, or perhaps even slightly inferior. This was also the reason behind Milton Cheney's helplessness. Because this world simply couldn't offer him any help. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 50 years had gone by. Now, it had been exactly 68 years since Milton Cheney had reincarnated into this world. Of those 68 years, he had spent 8 years deciphering the mystery of the womb. But from the time he broke free from the womb's mystery at the age of 8, 60 years had now passed. Milton Cheney had no intention of forcibly ending this reincarnation simulation. After all, although this world was small and weak, once the reincarnation simulation had begun, unless it was a situation of utter necessity, Milton Cheney wouldn't voluntarily give up any simulation. Milton Cheney was not a man in a hurry for quick success. Consider this reincarnation simulation as a journey. Sometimes, it's rather nice to relax a bit. But obviously, this world would not let Milton Cheney relax any longer. Clearwater Province, southern quadrant of the military district. In a large courtyard, Milton Cheney stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in military attire. Behind him stood a middle-aged man in military uniform, reporting various matters. 50 years had passed, and Milton Cheney's status had undergone tremendous changes. Now, he was the chief defender of the southern 4 provinces of Clear Water, Clear Stream, Clear River, and Clear Sea. In the military hierarchy, his rank was that of a general. It could be said that in terms of power, he had reached the pinnacle of the entire Peak Ocean Federation. The reason Milton Cheney had risen so quickly was both because of the way he treated people and commanded respect, but even more so because of his strength. After his graduation from the Martial Arts University, he had displayed a hint of his strength and smoothly entered the military system, starting at the rank of major. After so many years, Milton Cheney gradually revealed his strength, slowly and steadily. In the military, he naturally rose through the ranks, seldom making enemies. The number of people close to him was 100 times greater than those who viewed him as an enemy. Now, the strength he displayed openly made him one of the rare 37 great grandmasters in the Peak Ocean Federation. That is, a martial artist of the 8th grade in this world. Of course, his true strength was far beyond that. At present, Milton Cheney's true strength might be considered that of a 9th grade martial artist. Milton Cheney himself wasn't sure, as the highest realm achieved in this world thus far was only that of a 9th grade martial saint. In fact, whether it was a 9th grade martial saint or a 9th grade martial artist, in Milton Cheney's eyes, they were still very weak. A 9th grade martial artist was roughly equivalent to a 3rd stage bloodline wizard. And at this moment, Milton Cheney's realm, if calculated, was already comparable to an ordinary 3rd stage wizard immortal. The ascent in status allowed Milton Cheney to more easily uncover the secrets of this world. Now, there were hardly any secrets left in this world to Milton Cheney, as at his level, no information was kept from him. But the now knowledgeable Milton Cheney still retained a hint of doubt in his heart. Because this world was truly just an ordinary world of martial arts. There was nothing special about it, even the places that seemed suspect held nothing out of the ordinary. The path of cultivation in this world's martial arts also bore no peculiar aspects. Even the person who established the path of cultivation in this world, Milton Cheney had met him a few times and found nothing abnormal. At most, he could be considered a true genius, but as for the rest, in Milton Cheney's eyes, it was just that. After all, when one's perspective changes, the way they perceive all things changes as well. After consolidating the data, the total number is 324. Even after interrogation, General Andrew Wright had no leads. The final verdict is that they hold no value, recorded as merely ordinary people deeply brainwashed. After finishing the report, the middle-aged man stood in place, awaiting Milton Cheney's instructions. Doomsday Cult. In a time of peace, how could such an evil cult suddenly emerge and attract so many followers? And they dare to use such a bold name, even promoting the end times within the Peak Ocean Federation. Have you determined whether the Doomsday Cult exists only within the southern 4 provinces, or have they cropped up throughout the entire Peak Ocean Federation? Milton Cheney slightly furrowed his brow after listening to all the reports and began to speak. Such trifles normally wouldn't need to be individually reported to him. But since Andrew Wright had specifically instructed to have it reported, it indicated that this was no longer a simple case of cult propagation. It has appeared throughout the Federation, with the North 7 provinces being the most rampant. The development of this cult is extremely strange, it's as if it appeared out of nowhere. Even when deploying the Eye of Heaven to investigate, no trace has been found. The middle-aged man continued speaking. This was very troubling. In an era of peace, a doomsday cult had suddenly emerged and even managed to win over so many people within the Federation. There had to be something fishy going on. No one is a fool, who in their right mind would believe in such an idiotic theory of impending doom. Even fools might not believe it. There must definitely be martial artists behind this, fanning the flames. And even within the Federation, some upper echelons are covering for it. Otherwise, how could a cult appear out of nowhere and already be in a state of expansion the moment it emerged? Milton Cheney's gaze grew intense as a few thoughts flashed through his mind. The next moment, he spoke, "Where are those people? Take me to see them." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly nodded his head. A short while later, at a certain location within the South 4 military region. "General." The soldier guarding the place saluted respectfully and spoke before letting him pass. As he moved deeper, an ordinary medium-sized building was situated there. Milton Cheney dismissed the middle-aged man and walked into the building alone. Going further in, he saw a series of small rooms without door numbers. Cheney's expression remained unchanged as he pushed open the door of one of the tiny rooms. Inside, he saw a middle-aged man frowning in deep thought. Andrew Wright. Hearing Milton Cheney's voice, Andrew Wright regained his composure and spoke with respect. General Cheney, you've arrived. Tell me, what's the situation with this doomsday cult? Milton Cheney nodded and prompted him to speak. This Andrew Wright was talented, his consciousness naturally several times stronger than others. Although he wasn't the top genius in martial arts, he was nevertheless the right-hand man to Milton Cheney in this world. This cult, I don't know how, but it just suddenly popped up. In just 3 short days, over 300 people were arrested in Clearwater Province alone, and there are even more who weren't caught. These are all ordinary people, but for some reason, they have an unwavering faith in this cult. Every conceivable method has been tried, and even I have personally taken action, yet these people still remain half human, half ghost. Andrew Wright spoke somewhat helplessly. He was in charge of the police stations in 4 provinces, and these past few days had been exceedingly hectic for him. There's no news from above, so it shouldn't be too serious. First, take me to see them. All right, I'll personally take you to see. Andrew Wright said, then exited the room. Milton Cheney also took a step forward. A moment later, the two stopped in front of a transparent floor-to-ceiling glass panel. Inside the glass, a young man was strapped to a chair. The young man's eyes were laced with a dense network of bloodshot veins, his expression was fierce, but his gaze held an odd sense of calm. He didn't struggle but merely sat quietly in the chair. It was as if he wasn't a person, but rather a beast. This is one of the cult leaders, although he has no martial arts cultivation and weak chi and blood, he possesses a strange strength. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded indifferently. Nobody saw the flash of surprise in his eyes. It was as if he had seen something that wasn't supposed to be there. Chapter 625. Others might not have been able to perceive it, but Milton Cheney could now discern some clues. In his eyes, the young man currently locked in the chair was emitting a dense aura of black chi. This wisps of black chi seemed to be overflowing from within the young man's body. Such dense death energy. A flicker of surprise passed through Milton Cheney's gaze, but it quickly turned indifferent as he murmured to himself. He had never encountered this state in this world before, but it was not unfamiliar to him. Having visited far too many worlds, he naturally understood what the black chi he sensed was. This much death energy, it no longer seemed like it belonged to the living. Yet, this young man still possessed all the functions that living people have. Take me to see the other members of the Doomsday sect. Milton Cheney's gaze did not linger on the young man for long before he spoke softly. Curiosity had arisen in his heart. After all, the situation he was observing seemed to be beyond the capabilities of the world as he knew it. The world Milton Cheney was familiar with, besides possessing martial arts, was just an extraordinarily ordinary world. But the scene before him clearly should not exist in this world. Of course, at this moment, only a trace of curiosity had arisen in Milton Cheney's heart. As for other emotions, naturally, there were none. All right, please, follow me, replied Andrew Wright, nodding hurriedly before stepping forward. A moment later, Milton Cheney had observed all the remaining members of the Doomsday sect. And just as he had anticipated, the Doomsday sect, whether it was the ordinary members or the slightly more special small leaders, were all enveloped by a thick death energy, as if they were already dead. Yet, these people were almost indistinguishable from the living, aside from their fanatical belief in the Doomsday sect. They could breathe normally, they needed to eat when hungry, and drink when thirsty. Even after observing all around, Milton Cheney could not find anything peculiar beyond the death energy. Upon returning to an office with Andrew Wright, Milton Cheney sat on a chair, his brows slightly furrowed. Meanwhile, Andrew stood quietly by the side, waiting for Milton Cheney to ponder. Give me all the information you have on the Doomsday sect. Milton Cheney's fingers tapped on the office desk in front of him as he spoke. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, Andrew meticulously conveyed every piece of information he had about the Doomsday sect to him, word by word. After listening to everything Andrew had to say, Milton Cheney nodded with an unaffected expression. Compile all the information into a report and then pass it upwards. This is probably not just an ordinary cult preaching incident, Milton Cheney said. Although he had noticed some clues, he did not take the initiative to speak them aloud. After all, he was not sure whether the upper echelons of the Peak Ocean Federation had been infiltrated by people from this so-called Doomsday sect. Once Milton Cheney finished speaking, Andrew nodded solemnly. Although there was a hint of confusion in his heart, because while the event covered a considerable range, it did not seem to require such grave attention. After all, it was only ordinary people joining a cult. But he had known Milton Cheney for more than a day or two, so despite his doubts, he did not question Milton's decision. After Andrew left, Milton Cheney's fingers continued to tap one by one on the office desk in front of him. Nov. L. B /JNN. His eyes were as still and profound as a serene lake. Various thoughts also flashed through his mind at this time. These people had their life force directly drained away without realizing it. What kind of method relies on this? Who exactly is behind the Doomsday sect? This world, indeed, cannot be as simple as I imagined. At this moment, Milton engrossed himself in rapid contemplation. Before seeing these cult members, Milton's thoughts were also very simple. But after having observed all these cult members, Milton realized that this was probably not a simple preaching case. Draining the life force of ordinary people and maintaining them in the state of living. This method seemed incredibly astonishing, but in Milton's eyes, it was still quite crude. Milton himself could achieve this in reality and even do it better. But despite that, this was not a method that should exist in a world solely of martial arts. Not to mention, even Milton himself was unable to accomplish this in the current world. The reason he could do it in reality was because he had the realm of a sixth-order wizard immortal. But at the moment in the reincarnation simulation world, he was far, very far from his true realm in reality. Moreover, the path of cultivation of martial arts in this world was completely different from the wizard immortal cultivation path he controlled in reality. Time slowly passed by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In Clearwater Province, within the military district, inside the garrison house, Milton picked up the document bag in his hand, opened it, and took out several sheets of white paper from within. After a quick glance, Milton set the papers down. There wasn't much change in his expression compared to before, it was still very serene. However, a flicker of something different passed through his eyes just a moment ago. "Old White, take a look," he said. The next moment, Milton picked the papers back up and handed them to an older middle-aged man standing beside him with a somewhat aged face. Chapter 626. Benedict White didn't say anything but directly took the white paper that Milton Cheney handed him and began to read. However, just moments later, an expression of shock appeared on Benedict White's originally calm face. It seemed as if he had seen something unimaginable. How is this possible? Benedict White looked at Milton Cheney, seeking confirmation of the authenticity of the contents on the white paper. Peak Ocean Federation, Grey Bear Federation, Venus Federation. These 3 great federations of the world were all tacitly allowing the development and strengthening of the Doomsday cult. It's true. I never imagined that this Doomsday cult had such significant origins. No wonder a heretical cult preaching about the apocalypse could ravage the entire federation in just 2 short years. Milton Cheney said in a calm voice. Rather than saying the Doomsday cult had significant origins, it would be more accurate to say the people behind the Doomsday cult were of significant origin. And their significance was not just ordinary, it was astonishingly significant. Because the ones standing behind the Doomsday cult were not from this world at all. The Doomsday cult was merely a means to confuse and deceive, it wasn't something that would cause such an embarrassment on the surface. But this also. Benedict White was somewhat stunned, wanting to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. A silent atmosphere began to spread. After a moment, Milton Cheney waved his hand, signaling that Benedict White could leave. Still in a daze, Benedict White nodded like a robot and then walked away in a trance. After Benedict White left, Milton Cheney stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples. At this moment, a sense of contemplation inevitably arose in his heart. Indeed, how could any world within the 7th universe be simple? The next moment, Milton Cheney sat down in his chair. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. 2 years ago, when he first encountered those cultists, he had thought that their methods did not belong to this world. And it turned out to be true, indeed. So what was being extracted was not life force, but lifespan. I really thought I had reincarnated into a great world that had not yet developed, little did I know I had reincarnated into a pasture. Milton Cheney mused to himself. Indeed, this so-called world was nothing more than a small pasture controlled by the Black Moon sect. And the natives of this world were the livestock within the pasture, or rather, commodities. But what was being traded was not their bodies, but their lifespans. He knew more than just what was written on the white paper. He knew much more than what Benedict White had just seen. After all, a year ago, he had truly met that disciple and steward of the Black Moon sect. Even Milton Cheney had never considered that lifespan itself could be traded. And even to the extent that to trade lifespan, a pasture replicating the real world would be constructed. Extracting lifespan, trading lifespan. Such methods were beyond the capabilities of the real Milton Cheney. Let alone achieving it, he couldn't even dare to think of it. Because if one truly had such ability, wouldn't that amount to a form of alternative immortality? No wonder an ordinary world could give birth to a cultivation path, though this cultivation path was incredibly crude. Everyone a dragon? Nothing but a joke. To cultivate in this world, unless one reached an extremely high realm like Milton Cheney, one was nothing but disposable livestock. Even to that steward's disciple of the Black Moon sect, Milton Cheney was just high-quality livestock. The reason Milton Cheney had not been harvested was simply that to the eyes of that disciple and steward, he had the potential to reach higher realms. Reaching higher realms meant possessing more lifespan. When progress became impossible, it would be time for him, the high-quality livestock, to have his lifespan extracted. And even if he was not harvested this time, his memory would still be erased later, awaiting the next harvest. Fortunately, Milton Cheney was special. With the simulator, his memory could not possibly be affected. But that steward's disciple was unaware of all this. This was also why Milton Cheney could be clearly aware of these things. To the eyes of that steward's disciple, what did it matter if you knew more? After he left, your memory would ultimately be erased anyway. That person seemed to enjoy the feeling of giving people hope, then despair, and a sense of helplessness. The reason Milton Cheney had never considered these things before was simple. The cultivation method he mastered was unpracticable in this world. Even the path of cultivation toward immortality was impassable here. Therefore, Milton Cheney began to think of this world as either a stand-alone world, an ordinary world, or a great world that had not yet developed. After all, reincarnation simulation would reincarnate one to the very beginning stages of a world's development. It was precisely for this reason that Milton Cheney didn't think too much about it. He simply considered this world as nothing more than a relaxing reincarnation simulation. But now, knowing more, Milton Cheney naturally would not think that way anymore. However, he didn't feel any fear or similar emotions. After all, no matter what, this world was just another reincarnation simulation for Milton Cheney. It was a pity if there was no gain, but it was naturally better if there was. If, as I suspect, this world is just a part of the Black Moon sect's territory within the immortal realm, then why can't I practice the cultivation methods I have mastered? Is it because this place is a mystic realm within a little world? Or because it's shielded by a grand formation that prevents cultivation? Milton Cheney gently tapped the table in front of him, his heart sinking into contemplation. When he saw that disciple from the Black Moon sect a year ago, he was 50% certain that this world was the so-called immortal realm. Because terms like sect and disciple were too similar to those used in the cultivation realm. In other worlds, it was rare to have organizations referred to as sects. But even so, Milton Cheney was only 50% sure. After all, this was all just his speculation, and it was extremely difficult to verify. Unless he could leave this world and truly go to the outside world. But that was difficult. However, this was only very difficult for him within this simulation. If Milton Cheney could use reincarnation simulation a few more times to choose to reincarnate into this world, even if he were very unlucky, eventually there would be a time when he truly reincarnated into this world. But that was not what the current Milton Cheney needed to consider. What he was thinking about now was how to go beyond this world within this reincarnation simulation. Is there a way for me to leave this world in this simulation and go to the outside? This time it may be impossible, but is there a chance in the next millennium? But if the outside world is always watching this world, how should I proceed? Should I take the risk and try to scheme something? One thought after another flashed through Milton Cheney's mind. One plan after another emerged from the depths of his heart. As time slowly passed, moments later, Milton Cheney temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 18 years had passed. Detection: host's memory has been affected, memory interference has been shielded. The familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and sitting in the chair, Milton Cheney sighed softly. 20 years had gone by, and this world was already somewhat riddled with holes. But aside from the total population of this world decreasing, there seemed to be no other changes. Apart from Milton Cheney, protected by the simulator's shielding of memories, no one knew that the memories of all the other people in this world had been purified once. What will the scene be like after a millennium? At this moment, Milton Cheney quietly mused to himself. Milton Cheney, whose memory remained completely unaffected, clearly understood when the next harvest would be. What should he do in the meantime? Should he wield the power of the world in defiance? Or should he pretend ignorance? Or perhaps, scheme in secret? The answer, perhaps, was known only to Milton Cheney himself. Spring went and autumn came, as if the world had not changed at all. Even after 1,000 years, it was still the same. In the Peak Ocean province, at the central tower. Is it you? Envoy, what are you talking about? Milton Cheney, now with the appearance of a middle-aged man, spoke with a very respectful manner, though his heart was completely indifferent. Never mind, let's get started. The surprise on the face of the black-robed youth lasted only an instant. The next moment, he indifferently shook his head and spoke. Chapter 627. Milton Cheney did not say much, just nodded his head. The next moment, messages spread from him to all over the Peak Ocean Federation. A heretical cult named the Apocalypse Cult quietly resurfaced in the world after a millennium. Milton Cheney excused himself, and the young man in the black robe merely nodded indifferently. In his eyes, Milton Cheney was nothing more than a tool. His mission was to harvest enough lifespan, and who held power in this pasture was of little concern to him. In an office, Milton Cheney pushed the door open and sat in the chair. His expression was tranquil, and nothing of what had transpired could be discerned from his face. 1,000 years later, Milton Cheney's identity had wholly changed from what it had been a millennium ago. He had leapt from being a 4-province garrison commander to the president of the council of the entire Peak Ocean Federation. Within the Peak Ocean Federation, there was none with higher status than him, but this did not mean that it was his one-man show. Even so, Milton Cheney was unable to contend with this foreign disciple. The gap was too substantial. 1,000 years was simply not enough time, far too short. It could be said that some of his plans had just made it onto the agenda, and he dared not make them too obvious, otherwise all would be in vain. As for this time's harvest of lifespan, Milton Cheney had no means and could not prevent it. However, the foundation of this world was too shallow, just the disciple alone was not someone who could be dealt with by the power of this world. After a millennium, Milton Cheney's realm had roughly reached that of a level 4 wizard in the wizard realm. His perceptual ability had also greatly strengthened. In Milton Cheney's perception, the aura contained within the disciple's body was as terrifying as the abyss. Let alone his current self, even in reality, it was uncertain whether he could contend with this disciple. Milton Cheney's fingers lightly tapped on the office desk as a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. At this time, the realm he outwardly displayed was still that of a great grandmaster in martial arts, and he could see that the disciple was not very interested in harvesting his life. As long as he was alive, there might still be a chance in the future to give this disciple a surprise. But if he were to die and end this reincarnation simulation, then the future of this world, without question, would be caught in a cycle of repetitious lifespan harvesting. The erasure of memories might not be a bad thing. After all, knowing too much at times may not be a blessing. To Milton Cheney, this world was just a passerby. No matter whether he had any gains in this world, or how significant they were, he would leave once the simulation ended. Although he was real. This world, however, was false to him. To this world, Milton Cheney was just a passerby, but to this world, he was an unpredictable factor. Whether this unpredictable factor was good or bad, only the future would tell. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Host's memory detected as being affected, memory interference has been blocked. In the council chamber, where only 4 of the 6 seats were occupied, Milton Cheney, seated at the head of the table, ignored the mechanical voice that echoed in his mind at that moment and instead shifted his gaze to the other 3 individuals in the room. Indeed, at that very instant, a shade of confusion swept across the faces of the other 3 at the same time. Although the look of confusion was fleeting, Milton Cheney caught it. Indeed, the impact on memories is not that simple. Even if I deliberately embedded marks in their subconscious within 1,000 years, those marks would similarly be erased once their memories were affected. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The memory erasure was thorough. These people, whether their real memories or the faint memories based in their subconscious, had all been wiped clean at this moment. That also meant that one of Milton Cheney's attempts during the millennium had failed. erasing the relevant memories from everyone in the world and then instilling some false memories into their consciousness. While at it, restoring this flawed world to what it was 20 years ago. Other than a drastic reduction in population, this world has not changed a bit, as if 20 years had been erased, yet no one is aware. Because in these people's memories, the world has always been like this. Can the people in this world still be called human? Witnessing this scene, Milton Cheney felt a tinge of sorrow. Although he was no Virgin Mary, he found it somewhat hard to bear watching this unfold. After all, having been reincarnated into this world, he, too, could be considered an atypical native of this world. The people of this world were also real. To see your kind treated like livestock, it was natural for Milton Cheney not to feel good about it. Regarding the issue of trade shares across the South Conquest Ocean, the Black Bear Federation has requested to increase the revenue share by threefold. Should we pass this motion? No. No. The other three's bafflement was momentary, and in the next instant, the council proceeded normally. Nov. L. B //JNN. Watching the scene he had already experienced 20 years prior, Milton Cheney fell into silence. After a short while, he calmly spoke. No. Chapter 628. Yet, unlike 20 years ago, when his words fell silent, no unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. Because this world wasn't truly erased of 20 years. What had happened to this world, others might not know, but Milton Cheney would never forget. What the future held, and whether his continued stay in this cycle of reincarnation simulation had any meaning, who could say? After all, even with the simulator, Milton Cheney dared not claim he could foresee all that the future entailed. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, 5,000 years have passed. The Pastoral Region, World Federation, Peak Ocean Province. Over 5,000 years, the changes in this world were no longer as minor as they once were. This world had undergone great changes. Under Milton Cheney's leadership, the Peak Ocean Federation conquered 2 other large federations and 67 smaller ones, uniting to form the World Federation. In the absence of external threats and under peaceful development, the current world not only thrived in martial arts but also saw day-over-day advancements in the technology realm. One could say that the world was entirely different from when Milton Cheney first reincarnated into it. And all these changes were brought about by the variable that was Milton Cheney. Without him, even if possible, it would have taken the world far more than 5,000 years to develop to this extent. And Milton Cheney's control over the world had deepened ever since. The reason was simple: Milton Cheney was the longest-lived person in this world, bar none. In the eyes of nearly everyone in this world, Milton Cheney was already akin to an immortal, a godlike figure. At the top of the 9th floor of the central tower, Milton Cheney stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing the swarming crowds below. 3,000 years, that servant disciple from the Black Moon sect hasn't set foot in this world for 3,000 years, he reflected. Has something dramatic happened outside? Or is there a greater advantage to be had, and this pasture simply isn't of interest for the time being? At that moment, Milton Cheney mused to himself. Indeed, the rapid development of the world to its current state was not solely due to the influence of Milton Cheney. A key factor was the absence of the servant disciples from the Black Moon sect. For 3,000 years, none had come to this world to harvest lives. Milton Cheney was well aware that 3,000 years was a long time for this world. But for that real 7th universe, one of the 9 great worlds outside, 3,000 years were but a fleeting moment, far too short. Thus, 3,000 years with no one arriving could hardly prove anything. As for notions such as the Black Moon sect being destroyed or wiped out, Milton Cheney had not failed to consider them. But he knew full well that imaginings were just imaginings, guesses only guesses. Especially such unfounded conjecture, which was very unlikely to happen. Of course, the passage of 5,000 years had brought significant changes, not only to the world itself. Milton Cheney himself had also changed significantly. In terms of realm, based on the principles of this world's blood-chi martial arts path of cultivation, Milton Cheney had deduced the path all the way to that of a 14th-grade martial artist. Of course, while he had deduced as far as 14th grade, Milton Cheney had yet to reach this realm. At the moment, he was a 13th-grade martial artist. In comparison to wizard realms, he was equivalent to the weakest level 5 wizard. The kind that had mastered 1 or 2 spells of ring magic from the 5th circle. Of course, if it came to a head-on confrontation, martial artists still had a considerable advantage. But it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker, since martial arts were limited in their variety, while wizards had far more complex methods at their disposal. For Milton Cheney, deducing the martial arts path of cultivation to such a state was not a difficult task. After all, in reality, he had encountered far too many paths of cultivation. Most of them had offered considerable assistance in his deduction of the blood-chi martial arts path of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Milton Cheney had also reincarnated into this world for over 6,000 years. His thoughts had shifted from initial relaxation to an eagerness to venture outside and witness the wider expanse. Over the past 5,000 years, Milton Cheney had traveled through the entire world more than once in search of a passageway to the outside. Unfortunately, there was no clue to be found. The world was not large, Milton Cheney could traverse it entirely in just a few days. But even after 5,000 years, Milton Cheney still hadn't found any clues to the outside world. He didn't find the so-called world barrier either. This world isn't flat with an overarching dome, but spherical, much like Azure Star in his previous life. If Milton Cheney flew in one direction, he wouldn't hit a transparent barrier, instead, he would soon return to his starting point. It was as if this world was a spherical mystic realm. Of course, while clueless, Milton Cheney wasn't entirely without gain. His sole gain stemmed from a conjecture. That conjecture was the sky. Indeed. The region above the sky was one that even the current Milton Cheney had not ventured into. It wasn't that he didn't wish to explore it. In fact, once he knew this world was round, he had tried to see what was above the sky. But unfortunately, the sky in this world was too high, seemingly without end. Moreover, the area above the sky wasn't without dangers. Some terrifying airflows and the obscured sun by thunderous seas, even for the current Milton Cheney, were utterly impenetrable. Over the years, Milton Cheney heavily advanced aviation technology, but with meager results. Even less than his physical body traversing the sky. Of course, part of the reason was the shortness of time. After all, the rapid development of technology had only been within the last 3,000 years. Given another 20,000 years, Milton Cheney might have had a chance to glimpse the end of the sky. In Milton Cheney's speculation, if he couldn't rely on external forces, the only way to leave this world might be to find the answer at the end of the sky. For this world, it was definitely a good thing that the disciples of the Black Moon sect did not come to harvest lifespans. But when looking at interests alone, it might be a mixed blessing for Milton Cheney. After all, the simplest method to leave this world still rested with that disciple enforcer. However, although this was the case, Milton Cheney wasn't particularly emotional about it. Rather, he was quite indifferent. Because sometimes, Milton Cheney didn't just look at the interests. For Milton Cheney, it was even better that the people from the Black Moon sect didn't come. Time, like fine sand in one's palm, always slips away through the fingers when one is not paying attention. The gears of time never stopped turning, not even for a moment. In the blink of an eye, 12,000 years had passed. The energetic prevalence of martial arts, the rapid development of technology, the swift expansion of the population. All these factors made this tiny world somewhat unbearable. Multi-story buildings were now seen everywhere, and the shadows from the floating cities added to the continent. The world became increasingly restless. Entertainment flourished wildly, and the peaceful World Federation seemed like the calm before the storm. Under the deliberate influence of Milton Cheney, the people's yearning for what lay beyond the sky grew thicker. What truly lies at the end of the sky? A new beginning? Or perhaps destruction? It was still unknown at this time. B-37 rocket has fallen, the experiment failed. Recording experiment data. Within the World Federation's first floating city, inside a 3-story ring-shaped building, several rigid mechanical voices sounded. The content they recorded was instantly archived in the database upon completion. Within a room in the building, Milton Cheney was sitting on a chair, staring at a transparent screen floating in front of him. Reached the limit, hoping to reach the end of the sky with technology is hopeless. Forcibly reaching the end of the sky with my physical body alone? It seems not enough. If I could achieve the 5th grade martial artist realm, perhaps I might have a slight chance. At this moment, Milton Cheney whispered quietly to himself. Chapter 629. There is no doubt that the development has been extremely rapid over these 12,000 years without the steward disciples harvesting lifespan. Whether it's the development of martial arts or technology, both seem to have touched an invisible barrier. The growth of the population is an even greater problem, as this little world has begun to struggle with accommodating so many people. If it weren't for Milton Cheney's introduction of several bills to limit the population, perhaps this little world would have already been unable to fit everyone. What Milton Cheney finds regrettable is that the development limit of this world is not enough to help him reach the end of the sky. Therefore, in the end, he still has to rely on himself. It has been 15,000 years and no steward disciples from the Black Moon sect have come again. Something big must have really happened in the outside world. Within his room, Milton Cheney muttered to himself as he sat on a chair. It may have other explanations for not coming for 3,000 years, but the absence of 15,000 years likely means that something has happened to the Black Moon sect, preventing them from caring about this little world. Over these years, under the influence of Milton Cheney, the development of this little world has indeed been extremely rapid. But it is not without its drawbacks. If not for Milton Cheney's suppression, the World Federation would have erupted into civil war long ago. After all, the land of this world is limited, and there are plenty of ambitious people. As martial arts developed and more powerful individual martial artists emerged, people's hearts became more and more restless. With no option for expansion into the external world, these ambitious individuals naturally began to entertain the idea of civil war. Civil war is something Milton Cheney naturally would not allow to happen. This is not to say that Milton Cheney is afraid or worried, it is simply that he does not want to deal with the trouble. So, whenever there is a sign of unrest, Milton Cheney would suppress it directly. Over time, those who desired to initiate a civil war also had to keep their thoughts buried deep in their hearts. But Milton Cheney is aware that too much of a good thing can be bad. This world, in his eyes, is a bit like a balloon being inflated. The balloon has not reached its limit at this moment, but eventually, there will come a time when it can expand no further. When that time arrives, even the slightest bit more air will cause the balloon to burst with a bang. Within 10,000 years, I will most likely become a 15th grade martial artist. But if I fail, then this simulation might also have come to an end, he thought with a touch of emotion. His talent in the path of blood and chi martial arts cultivation was not weak, but for the practice of martial arts, lifespan is also key. At this moment, Milton Cheney's lifespan is in fact less than 10,000 years. This means, if he fails to break through to become a 15th grade martial artist, then he will also end this reincarnation simulation due to lifespan issues. All the planning, in the end, still depends on himself. Indeed, in a world with a path of cultivation, nothing is as vital as the realm of the individual. Everything else can at best be considered auxiliary. However, there are no other emotions in Milton Cheney's heart. If he can achieve it, so be it, if he cannot, then that's fine too. He has not gained nothing from this reincarnation simulation, success would perhaps have brought greater rewards. But Milton Cheney is not greedy. Because he knows that he has many days ahead of him. Even if he truly does not get to witness the real seventh universe of the 9 great worlds during this reincarnation simulation, there will still be plenty of opportunities in the future. After all, the simulator is right here and isn't going anywhere, and reincarnation simulation opportunities can be accumulated once every 8 years. The gears of time will not stop turning, and in the blink of an eye, 8,000 years have passed. Over these 8,000 years, the changes in the world are not particularly large. Because this world has already passed the period of rapid development and has become stable. The only difference from the cities on land is that more floating cities are being built now. Despite the restrictions from the population laws, the base number of people is just too large, causing the population growth rate to remain rapid. And this is a world that has a path of martial arts cultivation. Martial artists naturally can live longer. Due to a variety of factors, the number of people within this world keeps increasing. It is under these premises that the World Federation starts to build floating cities. After all, if they didn't build cities, there would hardly be any space left to live. Within a separate room in a certain building, this place is where Milton Cheney spends his everyday life. 15th grade, perhaps it's time I tried to see if I can reach the end of this world's sky, he thought to himself, having lived for tens of thousands of years and still sporting a youthful appearance. Since he truly broke through to become a 15th grade martial artist 500 years ago, his realm has also become completely stable. Now, he has reached the highest theoretical realm of this path of cultivation. At least with Milton Cheney's current abilities, he is unable to further advance this path of blood and chi martial arts cultivation. In fact, this is not because of a lack of Milton Cheney's abilities. But rather, this path of cultivation has reached its limit. It can be said that even if there is still a way forward, it is impassable, because Milton Cheney's body has reached the ultimate capacity it can endure in terms of blood and chi. So to speak, this path of cultivation has come to an end for Milton Cheney. Furthermore, he dares to say that no one in this world, past or future, will cultivate to a higher realm than he has achieved at this moment. There will be no higher realm. That is the limit of the body, as well as the restriction of the path of cultivation. Not all paths of cultivation have endless potential like the wizard immortal cultivation path. Chapter 630. Unless Milton Cheney could integrate other paths of cultivation that complied with the world rules of this world into this blood and chi martial arts cultivation path. Of course, that was impossible. Because the other paths of cultivation Milton Cheney had come into contact with could not be directly integrated with the blood and chi martial arts path he was cultivating now, at most, they could be taken as a reference. If this attempt still fails, then the only option will be to wait for a future reincarnation simulation to reincarnate again into this world. Of course, perhaps there are other ways to achieve the goal. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. He had already made a decision at that time. Whether to try earlier or later made no difference. After all, he had already reached the end of this cultivation path, there was no further progress to be made. If he still couldn't do it now, his future self would equally fail. Moreover, even now, Milton Cheney could not really confirm whether the end of the sky was indeed the way out. It was merely his speculation. After all, apart from the sky, Milton Cheney had completely explored both the land and the sea in this world. However, even so, Milton Cheney might reach the end of the sky and find nothing at all. Sometimes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, so at the beginning, Milton Cheney was merely trying, without much hope. He always remained detached. Because he knew very well that even if he didn't succeed this time, he would reincarnate into this world again in the future. It's just that he might not reincarnate into this world in the next few reincarnation simulations. The next moment, Milton Cheney's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. After a while, in a desolate realm with no one around, Milton Cheney's figure suddenly appeared. Within the Federation now, such wastelands had become very rare, yet they still existed. After all, the world could not consist only of steel cities. Different landscapes were preserved in this world. Milton Cheney even personally decreed that such landscapes were not to be altered or destroyed, otherwise, the offender would be treated as a serious criminal. What lies above the sky? There are clouds and seas of thunder. Milton Cheney was well aware of that. But what lies at the end of the sky? Milton Cheney had no idea. At this moment, Milton Cheney's body soared towards the end of the sky. He flew past the cloud layer. His body went higher and higher, moving farther and farther from the land below. The purple sea of thunder flickered with thick lightning. At this time, Milton Cheney had reached the most dangerous region known above the sky. Even Milton Cheney could feel a hint of danger emanating from this layer of thunder that covered the sky and blocked the sun. Fortunately, these thunders were rigid and lacked territorial consciousness. With Milton Cheney's capability to avoid them, after several hours, he completely left the thunder sea. Several hours, that was a long time. At least with Milton Cheney's current speed of flight, he was now extremely far from the world's land. If Milton Cheney looked down at that moment, all he would see was a smear of purple. Fortunately, this time Milton Cheney had made his choice. If he did not reach the end of the sky, he would definitely not choose to turn back. Void layer. After another while, Milton Cheney suddenly felt that he had lost the ability to breathe. Milton Cheney was clear that this was another region above the sky. However, this had little effect on him. Now, even if he completely stopped breathing, he could easily live for decades. The path of blood and chi martial arts cultivation was not strong in terms of potential, but it was not without its advantages. At least in terms of controlling one's own body, it was absolutely terrifying. If Milton Cheney wished, he could even fall into a deep sleep at this time and seal all bodily functions, achieving what is theoretically immortality. He could even choose the time to wake up, relying on commands issued to his subconscious. This was actually Milton Cheney's contingency plan. However, if he could find a way to the outside world at the end of the sky, he naturally would not do so. After all, once done, whether it worked out in the end would all depend on luck. Milton Cheney also could not fully control the development of the external world while in deep sleep. Time slowly passed, and Milton Cheney's body flew higher and higher. After an unknown amount of time, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in Milton Cheney's eyes. But seeing this white light did not bring any feeling of surprise to Milton Cheney's heart. Instead, it gave him a feeling akin to being so near yet so far. That was because the exit seemed very close to him, but in reality, it seemed extremely far away. Milton Cheney wasn't wrong. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Milton Cheney's body was getting closer and closer to the white light, until his body was completely submerged in the white light. A moment later, Milton Cheney's consciousness was incredibly clear, and everything in front of him came into view. This. A trace of shock flashed through Milton Cheney's eyes. But just a moment later, he suppressed the emotion. The fact that the current Milton Cheney could experience such intense emotion indicated how shocking the scene before him was to him. At this time, he saw the scene before him through a transparent membrane. Dense and innumerable light spots filled his sight. The number of these light spots was beyond millions, beyond tens of millions, a rough estimate revealed there were billions. Are these all complete little worlds? Black Moon Sect, Steward's Hall. At Steward Zheng, there's movement in the K179-0889 fish farm you're monitoring, a fish has jumped out of the pond. An elderly man with an aged face sat cross-legged on the ground, with a void space in front of him. At this moment, he spoke with a hint of surprise. And within the void, countless white jade plagues floated. On one of the white jade plagues, a faint luminescence was lit up. I'm aware. How's the view? A voice suddenly rang out. Milton Cheney slightly raised his eyes to look at the young man in a black robe who had suddenly appeared beside him. The disciple from Black Moon Sect spoke casually, as if striking up a light conversation. Milton Cheney fell silent for a moment, realizing that the endless years in his many simulations had gone so smoothly that he had begun to underestimate the heroes of the world. So smoothly that he had become far too complacent. One must know that the worlds within the reincarnation simulations are also real worlds. The people in those worlds are also real, not NPCs in a game. He had thought that the reason the steward's disciples from Black Moon Sect had not come to harvest lives was that something had changed in the outside world. But he never considered that it might be because of himself. If he could not understand why the disciple from the Black Moon Sect no longer came to harvest lifespans, then the years he had experienced would have been in vain. Treated as an experimental subject, hey? Indeed, he had been too hasty. As a wrench, how could Black Moon Sect not have surveillance measures in place? Not bad. Milton Cheney replied calmly. A reincarnated immortal being. Why has the immortal court you belong to not sent a guide to take you away? This place is the domain of the Azure Heaven Immortal Court, could it be that it is too far from your own immortal court? Steward Zheng said, speaking in an even tone without a hint of hostility, as if chatting between friends. He was here to offer a favor smoothly, naturally without any animosity. Being able to awaken memories of his past life so early indicated that his status and realm in his previous life could not have been too low. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney was momentarily taken aback, but it was just a fleeting moment. The next second, it seemed he thought of something, but he did not speak rashly. Reincarnated immortal being? Immortal court? Could it truly be the immortal realm? This was the first thought that crossed Milton Cheney's mind at that moment. At this moment, countless new thoughts arose within him. Now, Milton Cheney was even less in a rush. Because the few simple words from the steward's disciple had revealed far too much information. It seemed he had been mistaken, seen as the reincarnated form of an immortal being. Though Milton Cheney did not speak, Steward Zheng seemed to have realized something. His eyebrows furrowed, a mix of shock and confusion in his voice as he said. You're an unregistered resident. Could it be that someone dared to reincarnate privately? And he had encountered one. Chapter 631. Milton Cheney was not foolish. By now, he had also detected a hint of shock in the words of the deacon disciple. Although he did not know what an unregistered resident was. But from the previous words of the deacon disciple, Milton could easily guess that the term probably referred to a reincarnator who was reborn without the approval of the immortal court. This was most likely the case, but whether it was true or not, Milton was not sure at this moment. Therefore, he did not rashly speak out. The deacon disciple was clearly no simple character. In such a situation, the less said, the less revealed. Seeing Milton had no interest in conversing and remained silent, the deacon's brows furrowed slightly. His original intention had been to do a favor, to go with the flow. Because, based on his judgment, Milton was very likely an immortal being from a foreign immortal court who had just happened to reincarnate into the controlled breeding grounds of their Black Moon Sect. After awakening his memories, it was natural that the breeding ground could not confine this reincarnated immortal being anymore. And now, hasn't he already leaped out? So, before coming here, the deacon had not felt the slightest surprise, and even felt somewhat smug, since he had guessed correctly. But now, he was somewhat hesitant. After all, aiding a reincarnated being from the immortal court carried no risk. Even better, the immortal being would owe him a not-so-small favor. But to help an unregistered reincarnator who had acted on their own was definitely fraught with great risk. Moreover, for an unregistered resident to continue growing was not so simple. So at this moment, the deacon was quite hesitant. But he also did not want his trip to be in vain. After all, such opportunities were not always available, at least during his cultivation until now. He had never truly come into contact with the high and mighty immortal beings of the immortal court. Even if it were the reincarnated body of an immortal being, this was still his first encounter. Of course, he was not afraid. And he would not show fear before Milton. After all, no matter how high Milton's realm and how strong his power were, they were a matter of the past. In this life, at least for now, Milton's realm and strength were inferior to his own, so naturally, he had no fear. After a moment, the deacon made a decision in his heart. Opportunities were not always there, and at times, the ability to seize an opportunity was also key for a cultivator to reach higher realms. So this time, he decided to take a risk. Adding flowers to brocade could never compare to sending charcoal in snowy weather. What of being an unregistered resident? Not many knew of it. If he didn't tell, and Milton didn't tell, no one else would know. Even if others were aware of Milton, they would at most consider him lucky to have jumped out of the breeding grounds. You must absolutely not reveal your identity as an unregistered resident. Only you and I should know of this, we cannot let a third person find out, said the deacon. Although I don't know which era you belonged to in your previous life, or how that era viewed unregistered residents, in this era, the regulation of unregistered residents by the immortal court is extremely strict. Once exposed, death is almost certain. Now you can tell me which immortal court you belonged to in your previous life, right? Asked the deacon after making his decision. Since he had already decided to take a risk and help the unregistered resident, the tone of the deacon had softened somewhat. Hearing this, Milton intentionally let a contemplative look cross his face. Seeing this, the deacon did not interrupt Milton's contemplation. But what he did not know was that Milton's situation was entirely different from what he had imagined. Milton had noticed the deacon disciple's hesitation just moments ago. Together with the disciple's words at this moment, Milton had a rough idea of the reason behind it all. The deacon disciple seemed to be placing his bets on him. He wanted to help him in order to bind him to himself for a larger benefit in the future. It seemed likely, otherwise, there was no need for the deacon disciple to tell him all this. The disciple could have simply reported him, which would be much more convenient. If unregistered residents were indeed so special in the immortal realm, then by reporting him, the disciple would certainly receive a handsome reward. It was the difference between a one-off deal and an enduring one. But investment always carries certain risks. Even the deacon disciple seemed aware of the great risks involved in investing in Milton, yet it seemed he had still made his decision. The status of a reincarnated immortal being seemed high in this world, even with the huge troubles and risks that came with being an unregistered resident, it could still elicit different thoughts in people. Having understood this, Milton still maintained his contemplative expression. Because Milton knew all too well that he could not be too proactive right now. He even had to keep refusing constantly. Otherwise, he was very likely to expose the abnormalities of his identity. After all, he was not truly a reincarnated body of an immortal being in this world. He had just reincarnated into this world through a reincarnation simulation, and although he could be called a reincarnator, he had no connection whatsoever with the reincarnated body of an immortal being. What if he agreed to the deacon disciple's sponsorship and the disciple then demanded repayment? The techniques of the path of cultivation and cultivation methods he held in his memory might be precious in the ninth universe. But in this world, in front of this disciple who was clearly much stronger, it was evident that those memories of his would hardly be impressive. Chapter 632. Once the steward disciple asked for compensation, Milton would inevitably expose his vulnerability. Therefore, at this moment, Milton was incessantly pondering whether there was a perfect solution. Was there a way to take advantage of the steward disciple's assistance without offering anything in return? After all, he had already stepped out of the little world. It could be said that this reincarnation simulation was already worthwhile. At least he could live longer after that, and no matter how much more time he gained, it was a profit. Perhaps there might be some unexpected gains as well? A moment later, Milton's expression returned to calm as he spoke indifferently. If that's the case, why do you still want to help me? Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster upon yourself? Turning me over to your sect leader might even grant you a handsome reward, a reward sufficient for you to advance further. But if you choose to help conceal my identity, you won't receive any rewards and might even attract a life-threatening disaster in the future. By then, regret would be too late. After Milton's calm words fell, the steward disciple's mind also cooled down in an instant. Now, he truly began to think carefully. Milton, in contrast, seemed very composed, his gaze steady as he looked at the countless little worlds beyond the barrier. He spoke intentionally in this manner, he had to. After pondering, he had to show his rejection, otherwise even if the steward disciple was willing to help him, their statuses might not be equal. Of course, Milton was not worried that the steward disciple would change his mind and decide not to help him. After all, if that were to happen, the worst case would be that Milton could no longer continue with this reincarnation simulation. The end of a reincarnation simulation would not cause fear or anxiety for Milton. If it ended, it ended. It wasn't as if he wouldn't reincarnate into this world again in the future. At least before the 7th stage Wizard Immortal Simulator was updated again, Milton very likely would choose to reincarnate into this world again in the future. After all, he had yet to glimpse the true face of this world. Even to satisfy that sliver of curiosity in his heart, he would elect to reincarnate into this world again in the future. After a moment of serious contemplation, the steward disciple, in the end, still shook his head lightly. Having made his decision, he would not easily change his mind. Milton was right, he could indeed choose to hand over Milton, the unregistered resident, directly to their sect leader. In doing so, he would certainly receive some rewards. But to say that these rewards would enable him to advance further was impossible. In the Black Moon sect, he was merely a direct steward disciple. Disciples like him, while not extremely numerous in the Black Moon sect, were certainly not rare. Perhaps to the ordinary outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples, his status was quite high. But an unregistered resident could involve the entire sect, even stretching to the Ocean Palace Immortal Court. Compared to such major forces, he was just a minor character. Nov. L. B //JNN. Therefore, even if he turned Milton over, his meritorious deeds would be stripped away layer by layer. This was why he refused to make such a choice. Having obtained a great opportunity with much difficulty, he truly did not want to give it up just like that. But investing in Milton's weak current life was different, although the risks were high, the potential future rewards could be even greater. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, what of it? Having grown to where he was, he had long placed his life out of consideration. He cared about his life, but faced with the possible huge benefits, he was willing to temporarily disregard his life. After all, having risen to the position of a direct steward disciple within the Black Moon sect, he had faced life and death crises more than once or twice. I've made my decision. Rest assured, I won't reveal your identity. From now on, we are in the same boat. If you are discovered, I will inevitably be unable to escape either. The steward disciple set aside his thoughts and spoke earnestly, his tone serious. After he had finished speaking, he looked toward Milton, who maintained a calm expression. Milton simply shook his head lightly, without saying much else. But having lived for so long, the steward disciple was very clear about what Milton's shake of the head meant. It signified refusal. Milton refused his help. But why? Could it be that Milton Cheney doesn't want to continue living in this life anymore? After all, Milton Cheney knew he was an unregistered resident at this time, and his refusal perplexed the servant. If that were the case, wouldn't he only be left with the option to hand Milton Cheney over to the higher-ups of the sect? By then, Milton Cheney would indeed face certain death. He knew all too well the identity of the Black Moon sect master, a faithful dog of the Ocean Palace Immortal Court. I can't help you in the future, this reincarnation, my memories have deficiencies. In this life, my growth will inevitably be limited, and so will be the help you can provide to me. Even if I truly grow strong in the future, that will be a long time from now. Will you be alive by then? After shaking his head, Milton Cheney spoke indifferently. It seemed that he didn't care about the deficiencies in his memory. These few sentences were ones that Milton Cheney had to utter. He could reject the attendant disciple, but rejection needed a reason. Continuously refusing without reason, the attendant disciple would notice something amiss as well. After all, who would refuse help and then forsake their own life? Not even immortals, because it would be illogical. Memory deficiencies during reincarnation, that was the reason Milton Cheney found for his refusal. Even this reason could not be faulted. At this moment, Milton Cheney had also realized that the attendant disciple seemed not to understand much about the reincarnations of immortal beings. And the last two sentences of denial and advice to the attendant disciple were also deliberate on Milton Cheney's part. He had to genuinely plunge the attendant disciple into hesitation. After all, decisions made on the spot could likely change in the future. But those made after endless hesitation were ones that would almost never be altered later on. Never looking back until hitting the southern wall, that was the rationale. Although Milton Cheney's realm was not as high as the attendant disciple before him, his understanding and grasp of human nature were definitely beyond the attendant disciples. Because Milton Cheney had experienced too many worlds and seen too many different people. Memory loss. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, the attendant's heart skipped a beat. A reincarnated immortal being's memories can be deficient? This was something he had not known. After all, he had only read about reincarnated immortals in ancient texts, and Milton Cheney was the first he had encountered in reality. At this moment, the attendant felt a headache coming on. Had he known, he wouldn't have gotten involved. As if he knew nothing, he naturally couldn't communicate with Milton Cheney at this time. Now, what to do? The attendant fell back into hesitation. A moment later, he took a deep breath and said, "The memories you've lost, are there many of them?" Hearing this, Milton Cheney shook his head. "Not all memories are gone. Perhaps because the era of my reincarnation is too far removed from this one, that's why my memories have issues." The era is too far removed? During your reincarnation, which immortal court did you belong to? Lotus Immortal Court. Lotus Immortal Court. The attendant was slightly taken aback and furrowed his brows, feeling intuitively that the name sounded somewhat familiar. He did not doubt Milton Cheney's words, but instead started to search his memories for the name of the Lotus Immortal Court. But after a short while, he came up empty-handed. There was no immortal court by that name in his memory. However, what he couldn't fathom was that the name of this immortal court was entirely fabricated by Milton Cheney. Chapter 633. The Lotus Immortal Court was indeed a creation of Milton Cheney's imagination. After all, he was completely unfamiliar with the immortal courts that had existed in this world, so he had to concoct one. As for the possibility of exposing any anomalies, Milton was not worried. Since he mentioned the name Lotus Immortal Court, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the number of immortal courts that had appeared in this world was extremely limited, to the point where even the servant disciple could clearly know all the immortal courts that had ever appeared in this world. The second was the possibility that Milton hoped for. That is, since the birth of this world, there had been countless immortal courts. In this case, the servant disciple probably couldn't know the names of all the immortal courts. Milton thought the likelihood of the second possibility was quite high. After all, in the words spoken by the servant disciple before him, he had already revealed a lot. Of course, Milton couldn't be 100% certain, so his statement was a bit of a gamble. He could have chosen not to say anything, to maintain silence, or even pretend that this part of his memory was lost as well. Nov. L.B//JNN. But Milton didn't do that. He understood the principle of too much of a good thing. However, just now, the contemplative expression that appeared on the servant disciple's face upon hearing him mention the Lotus Immortal Court had taken Milton by surprise. Could it be that there really was a Lotus Immortal Court in this world? Had he blindly stumbled upon the truth? Several thoughts flashed through Milton's mind in rapid succession, but in an instant, he suppressed them. After all, if it turned out to be such a coincidence, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for him. There was only a slight chance it could backfire. Time slowly passed, and after a moment, once the servant disciple Seal had carefully checked his memory over and over again, he could be certain that he had indeed not heard of the Lotus Immortal Court before. "My memory does not contain the Lotus Immortal Court. Perhaps I can help you look it up in ancient texts later. It seems that the era you came from in your previous life is indeed very distant from the present." Seal, having sorted out his memory, shook his head and spoke. The instant Milton had spoken, Seal indeed felt a sense of familiarity from the four words Lotus Immortal Court. But there was no Lotus Immortal Court in his memory. This caused him a twinge of strangeness, but he quickly repressed this feeling. After Seal finished speaking, Milton understood that the servant disciple did not doubt the truthfulness of his words. It seemed his worries had been somewhat superfluous. Because of the way he had deliberately communicated before, the servant disciple must have completely believed in his reincarnated immortal being status. Milton remained silent for a moment and then finally nodded, saying, "Thank you for the trouble." After he had spoken, a trace of joy appeared on the face of Seal. Although he was not considered strong in this world, even so, reaching his current realm had not been easy. Cultivators who had reached his realm were hard to emotionally influence. Yet a simple sentence from Milton had involuntarily stirred a sense of excitement in him. After all, Milton's words signified his willingness to collaborate. Indeed, he preferred to think of it as a partnership. Because by now, he no longer saw Milton merely as an object of investment but as a partner with whom he could interact on equal terms. He understood the simple truth that sincerity could elicit sincerity. Even though investing could lead to failure, and might even endanger his life, Seal was no longer concerned about these risks. Just the opportunity to invest was already a chance in itself. In this current era, while there were not a few reincarnated immortal beings, they were definitely not in abundance. At least someone of his status had no way of making contact with that level. If he hadn't paid attention to Milton Cheney early on, this investment opportunity would not have been his to take. What he didn't know was that this was an investment bound to fail. Because from the beginning, his placement of Milton's identity had been wrong. You need to soon switch to the cultivation method you practiced in your past life, as the rules of the immortal realm are completely different from the prison world. The martial arts you practiced and enhanced in the prison world, even after your modifications, are still unable to adapt to the rules of the immortal realm. Once you step out of this barrier, the realm of your martial arts path will face strong suppression. But don't be too anxious. After all, as soon as you break free from the prison world, you can be considered an outer sect disciple of the Black Moon sect. You may join the sect and under my protection, switch to the immortal path of your previous life, which would minimize the chances of exposure. Seal said. Although he knew that Milton was very likely aware of these things, he chose to repeat them anyway. After all, Milton had admitted to memory loss, and he didn't know exactly what was missing. I understand. Upon hearing this, Milton simply nodded and spoke indifferently, seeming to be unconcerned. In truth, his heart had taken note of all these details. This world was indeed the immortal realm. If Milton had been somewhat uncertain before, he was now completely sure of it. Chapter 634. This world, just as he had guessed in the reincarnation space, was undoubtedly the immortal realm. After all, the words immortal realm had been spoken by the service disciple himself, and Milton Cheney didn't think that the service disciple would deceive him about such basic information, as there was absolutely no need to do so. Immortal realm rules. Cage world. So the little world where I first reincarnated is called the cage world? A cage, which seems quite reasonable. Milton Cheney organized the thoughts in his heart one by one and then suppressed them. Just the information he had received after meeting this service disciple had made this reincarnation simulation worthwhile. Moreover, it seemed that the service disciple had already made a decision, which meant that he could gain even more from this reincarnation simulation. At the very least, he wasn't foolish enough to expose his potential status as an unregistered resident, so living out a natural lifespan during this reincarnation simulation was not beyond possibility. However, even if you join the Black Moon sect, you must remain low profile. Until you reach the realm of immortal transformation, try not to leave my cave mansion, the service disciple added another reminder, and then, with a wave of his hand, a streak of white light enveloped their bodies. The next moment, Milton Cheney's vision darkened. However, this didn't cause him to panic, he remained quite composed. A moment later, the scene before Milton Cheney's eyes changed dramatically. Subsequently, a stretch of unfamiliar memory emerged in his mind. This unfamiliar memory had automatically formed in his brain after his arrival here. After absorbing the memory in his mind, Milton Cheney felt a hint of emotion. What a vast cave mansion! The cultivation cave mansion owned by this service disciple was much larger than the cage world where he had reincarnated before. You can cultivate here from now on. No one will be watching over this place, so you don't have to worry about your identity being exposed. But you can't be careless. I will protect you for now. Once you resume the cultivation path from your past life, you can practice here on your own. I usually wander in the outside world and don't often engage in arduous cultivation in the cave mansion, the service disciple said after seeing that Milton Cheney had digested the memories. He possessed more than one cave mansion within the sect. Yet among the 3 cave mansions he owned, only this one held the highest status and was the most precious. The reason was simple. This cave mansion was personally bestowed by the sect when he was promoted to the rank of a true transmission service disciple. The other 2 cave mansions were obtained through trades. After he had finished speaking, Milton Cheney nodded. At that moment, Milton Cheney's appearance was calm, but his heart was far from as tranquil as his expression betrayed. His heart was indeed stirred. After all, the cultivation path of his previous life that the service disciple mentioned was completely foreign to Milton Cheney. Since his identity wasn't that of a genuine reincarnated being from the immortal court, naturally he wouldn't have any previous life's cultivation path to resume. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed rapidly through Milton Cheney's mind. At this very moment, it seemed there were only 2 choices before him. The first choice was to continue pretending to have memory loss. But this option, truly speaking, wasn't a good strategy. It's normal to lose some memories after reincarnation, but losing the most important memories related to one's fundamental path of cultivation seemed rather abnormal. If he chose to do this, the service disciple might not give up investing in him, but would definitely start to harbor doubts. Using the reincarnation simulation as an excuse, once or twice is fine. But if it's relied upon continuously, it will invariably seem abnormal. An immortal being reincarnated but missing core memories? There's no value left to invest in. Even if the service disciple still firmly chose not to give up, he would definitely reduce his investment. This was something Milton Cheney didn't want to see. Luckily, this wasn't the only choice. He had a second option. That was to pretend to truly switch to cultivating the so-called immortal path of his previous life. Yes, at this moment, Milton Cheney was not the reincarnated body of an immortal from the immortal court, but he was indeed a genuine reincarnation. Reincarnation simulation is a form of reincarnation, isn't it? He may not have grasped the cultivation path that the supposed immortal of his previous life had mastered. But don't forget, Milton Cheney had reincarnated many times in the worlds of the 8th universe's cultivation world. He hadn't mastered the immortal path, but the basic cultivation path was something he had practiced countless times and was definitely not unfamiliar with. However, Milton Cheney also didn't know if the rules of this immortal realm would be compatible with the cultivation path, or whether they would allow him to successfully switch his cultivation. After all, he had never truly tried to cultivate the immortal path in this world. After he broke free from the cage world, he encountered the waiting attendant disciple. Now having been brought into this cave mansion, it wasn't that Milton Cheney didn't want to try whether he could cultivate the immortal path in this world, it was that he had no chance to attempt it at all. So, once Milton Cheney made the second choice, it meant that he was taking a risk. If he failed, there was a very high probability that the attendant would notice something wrong or even directly expose him, which was not impossible. This attendant was not foolish at all, otherwise, he would not have fixed his sights on Milton Cheney before his rise in the cage world. Thoughts flashed through his mind, but in reality, it was just an instant. In that instant, Milton Cheney had already made his decision. The next moment, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged, and with a thought, his body began to change rapidly. Yes, Milton Cheney ultimately decided to convert to the cultivation method of his previous life as an immortal. Of course, it was just a pretense. After all, Milton Cheney didn't truly have any so-called immortal cultivation method. What Milton Cheney needed to do was to convert to the cultivation method he had obtained in the worlds of the 8th universe. Time slowly passed, and the changes occurring in Milton Cheney's body became more and more significant. Chi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation. In just a brief moment, Milton Cheney's realm had progressed from chi cultivation to deity transformation. In the blink of an eye, Milton Cheney had transcended 5 realms. This sudden surge of powerful strength made even Milton Cheney let out a muffled grunt. Indeed, it was possible to cultivate. In the immortal realm, it was indeed possible to practice the cultivation method he had mastered in the 8th universe. Moreover, compared to those cultivation realms, the speed of cultivation in the immortal realm was ridiculously fast. And the spiritual energy contained within this cave mansion was even more effective than the 6th order extreme spiritual veins in the cultivation worlds of the 8th universe, and it was endless. However, the attendant, who was watching Milton Cheney undergo changes, had a slight shift in his expression, but in an instant, his expression returned to calm as if his previous change in expression had never occurred. Likewise, no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. After a while, when Milton Cheney had assimilated all the advancements in his realm and slowly opened his eyes, the attendant spoke. "I didn't expect you to be cultivating the original immortal path. The era you were in before your reincarnation seems to be much older than I imagined, no wonder I have never heard of the Lotus Immortal Court. The original immortal path was phased out over 700 eons ago. Perhaps you are not an unregistered resident, but the immortal court you belong to has long since faded into history, so there was no one to guide you to the immortal court. Your memory loss is most certainly due to the overly long interval between incarnations. The attendant couldn't help but give a wry smile at this moment. He had thought he was investing in a great opportunity, but it turned out to be an old fellow abandoned by the times. He had planned to consult Milton Cheney on some immortal techniques, but now he had to reluctantly put that idea aside. After all, the immortal path that Milton Cheney had cultivated in his previous life was from countless eons ago, and what he had mastered were undoubtedly the ancient techniques of that era. These were all immortal techniques that had been phased out, offering limited help to him. The attendant was somewhat helpless at this moment. The great opportunity he imagined seemed to have deviated from his expectations. He didn't even know whether investing in Milton Cheney was right or wrong. Chapter 635. Primitive Immortal Path. At this moment, when Milton Cheney heard what the steward had said, it was impossible for him not to feel at least a bit surprised. Milton had not expected that the steward would recognize the cultivation method he had switched to with just a glance, even going so far as to reveal that it came from an era 700 epochs ago. 700 eras of opportunity. Although Milton did not know exactly how long the intervals between these eras were, it was not difficult for him to infer from the steward's words that the path of cultivation he had now adopted might have already been abandoned by this world. Knowing this, Milton did not feel the slightest bit of disappointment, instead, he felt a sense of unexpected joy. After all, to be abandoned means to be outdated. This meant that the cultivation paths within the immortal realm at this time were definitely more advanced. If Milton could step onto an even more advanced cultivation path within the immortal realm during this simulation, wouldn't he gain much more from this reincarnation simulation? Of course, Milton naturally would not reveal his inner emotions. Thus, upon hearing the steward's words, his expression remained unchanged, as if he had already anticipated this. 700 epochs, days, and moons have changed. I had not expected such a long time to have passed in the immortal realm since my reincarnation. Milton spoke with a touch of emotion. His sentimentality, of course, was feigned. How could he possibly know what the immortal realm was like 700 epochs ago? Of course, Milton's acting skills were quite good, as even the steward, who was of a higher realm, didn't detect any hint of it at the moment. He simply assumed Milton was reminiscing about his past life. The steward's face no longer held even a trace of a bitter smile at this time. The hesitation that had just risen in his heart vanished in that instant. To give up on Milton now was, of course, out of the question. Whether it was 700 eras of opportunity or 1,000 epochs, in his eyes, Milton was a genuine reincarnated immortal being. Even though the immortal path of cultivation from his past life that Milton revealed seemed outdated in this era, this did not mean that this immortal path had become impassable. Being outdated does not mean being obliterated. Just as there are better paths of cultivation, it doesn't mean no one cultivates the lesser ones. In the current immortal realm, there were still existences who had become immortal beings through the primitive immortal path. It was merely far fewer than before. But as long as one could become an immortal being, what did it matter if the immortal path of cultivation was a bit outdated? Just like him, the immortal path he practiced was undoubtedly stronger and held greater potential than the primitive immortal path from 700 opportunities ago. But what of it if he was still unable to achieve immortal status? You need not worry too much. Although the primitive immortal path has been phased out in this era, this way of cultivation has not been completely severed. Within today's immortal realm, there are still those who have become immortal beings through the primitive immortal path. It seemed that the steward was concerned that Milton might not be able to accept this, so he added a word of comfort. However, the steward left unsaid one thing he believed Milton certainly knew. That was, the majority of those who became immortal beings through the primitive immortal path were loose immortals who ascended to the immortal realm from the lower worlds. Of course, loose immortals are still far from the true immortal human realm. Yet to achieve immortality through the primitive immortal path, ascension is often an indispensable step. Although there are those who directly become true immortal beings through the primitive immortal path within the immortal realm, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Even before the 700 epochs, such people were extremely scarce. Moreover, since the path from the lower worlds was severed before the 700 epochs, those who could achieve immortality through the primitive immortal path became even fewer. In today's immortal realm, the number of existing immortal beings who followed the primitive immortal path might not even amount to the numbers of 2 hands. The immortal realm is too vast and boundless. Yet in such a colossal immortal realm, the existence of primitive immortal beings is even rarer than that of the masters of the immortal court. This is also one of the reasons why the primitive immortal path has been phased out in the immortal realm. The steward spoke to console Milton precisely for this reason. After all, a matter well known to him would naturally not be unknown to Milton, who had achieved immortality through the primitive immortal path in his previous life. Even the steward at this time did not hold much hope that Milton could once again achieve immortality through the primitive immortal path in this life. Now, he was considering whether to have Milton switch to a new immortal path of cultivation. But what he didn't realize was that what he was thinking and what Milton was thinking just happened to coincide. "It's probably not that simple," Milton said lightly. He, of course, had also detected the consoling tone in the steward's words. While he had some doubts, Milton still agreed. If the primitive immortal path had not been severed, then why did the steward lose a great deal of confidence in him after finding out that he practiced the primitive immortal path? Was he worried that in this life Milton could not once again achieve the status of an immortal being through the primitive immortal path? Undoubtedly, there were aspects he was still unclear about. This was also the reason why Milton did not keep silent and chose to echo in response. He wanted to coax out more information from this steward disciple. The steward thought Milton knew, and that's why he didn't explain it clearly. But in reality, Milton was unaware of the hidden secrets. After all, this was only Milton's first time reincarnating into this world through the reincarnation simulation, and his identity as a reincarnated immortal being was also a ruse. Chapter 636. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, Steward Swan no longer hesitated but instead spoke up. "Of course, if you choose to pursue the primitive immortal path in this life, you are undoubtedly aware of the difficulties involved. Nov. L. B //JNN. I am but a mere steward disciple of the Black Moon sect, capable of providing you with resources. However, to offer you more assistance on this journey of cultivation, that is beyond my capabilities. The paths to the immortal realm have also been severed, and even if there were a chance to send you back to the lower realm to ascend once again, you would be unable to return to the immortal realm. Perhaps you could consider switching to one of the other cultivation paths that are now followed in the immortal realm so that I can offer you additional assistance." Steward Swan's tone was very grave. The meaning revealed in his words was to encourage Milton Cheney to reconsider carefully. While he had presented it as something for Milton Cheney to consider, Milton could discern the underlying persuasion in his advice. Of course, if Milton Cheney were adamant on continuing his pursuit of the primitive immortal path, then Swan would not give up on investing in him. At this moment, he had put the choice in Milton Cheney's hands. Steward Swan himself felt a certain helplessness at this juncture. After all, he never imagined that the era of Milton Cheney's previous life would be so distantly removed from the present. 700 eras. The span of time between them filled Steward Swan with a sense of awe, just considering it. Even though he had read about the reincarnation of immortal beings in ancient texts, he had never heard of any immortal being reincarnating across 700 eras. This might also be due in part to his own low realm and limited experience. Regardless, the fact that someone could cross such a vast expanse of time and still reincarnate successfully, despite some memories being eroded during the process, was sufficient proof of Milton Cheney's formidable power in his previous life. However, at this time Steward Swan was not certain whether Milton Cheney would agree to his suggestion. He was well aware that asking a reincarnated immortal being to abandon the path they had followed in a previous life to take up another was not going to be easy. Even if the cultivation path in question had been rendered obsolete in the current immortal realm. However, after hearing what Swan had said, Milton Cheney's expression turned contemplative. It seemed as if he was seriously considering the possibilities outlined by Steward Swan. This gave the steward, who had been closely observing Milton Cheney, a glimmer of hope. He hoped that Milton would switch to a new immortal path. If so, with his help, coupled with Milton's status as an immortal being in his previous life, the chances of Milton achieving immortality again in this life would undoubtedly be greater than if he continued to follow the primitive immortal path. Of course, when he began to truly sponsor Milton Cheney, he would certainly forge a heavenly pact with him. He did not want all his investments to come to naught in the end. Yet what Steward Swan did not know was that while Milton Cheney was indeed deep in thought, his contemplations were entirely different from what the steward had imagined. It seems that one needs to ascend to the immortal realm from the lower realm to achieve immortality via the primitive immortal path. And now the passageways to the lower realm from the immortal realm have been cut off. At this moment, several thoughts darted through Milton Cheney's mind. From Steward Swan's words, Milton Cheney gleaned additional information. No wonder there was such a noticeable fluctuation in the steward's emotions after learning that he practiced the primitive immortal path. The reason must lie right here. The pathways to the lower realm have been severed, yet to achieve the immortal human realm on the primitive immortal path, one would need to ascend from the lower realm. But if the primitive immortal path had indeed been severed, why then did Steward Swan claim that this path of cultivation had not been discontinued? Could it be that those in the immortal realm who cultivated the primitive immortal path were all aged beings who had survived 700 eras? Or is it that people in the immortal realm can still pursue the primitive immortal path, only that the probability of achieving immortality is extremely low? Milton Cheney surmised that the latter was more likely to be the case. But if so, why then did the steward disciple immediately conclude that he had reincarnated from before the 700 eras and not consider that he might have achieved immortality during those 700 eras through the primitive immortal path? This was a point of confusion for Milton Cheney. He even began to suspect whether the steward disciple had perceived something unusual about him. Of course, he did not show his doubts, for after all, he was portraying the reincarnation of an immortal being, and it would not be fitting to question everything. Actually, Milton Cheney had misunderstood the steward all along. The reason the steward had been certain from the beginning that Milton Cheney's reincarnation came from an era more than 700 cycles ago was quite simple. It was because the beings who had achieved immortality through the primitive immortal path within these 700 cycles were exceedingly rare. Even rarer than the number of lords of the immortal courts. Moreover, these few immortals were legendary figures in the entire immortal realm. Even he had heard of them. Therefore, he had never considered the possibility that Milton Cheney could be a reincarnation of one of these individuals. Furthermore, among the immortals he knew of, none were affiliated with the Lotus Immortal Court, which he had never even heard of. Thus, from the start, the steward had determined that Milton Cheney was an immortal who ascended to the immortal realm and achieved immortality in an era before the last 700 cycles. It was just that compared to the average realms, his realm was a bit higher. At this moment, Milton Cheney, after pondering for a short while, finally began to speak. What paths suitable for cultivation in the immortal realm are available now? Milton Cheney asked indifferently, seeming to have made a decision. Hearing Milton Cheney relent, the steward sighed in relief. He was genuinely worried that Milton Cheney would stubbornly choose to continue on the primitive immortal path in this life. If that were the case, the likelihood of his investment paying off was infinitesimal. After all, he was well aware of the difficulty involved. Even if Milton Cheney was a reincarnated immortal with memories of his past life, he did not believe Milton Cheney could succeed. Because the difficulty of it was no less than a common cultivator rising against all odds to become the lord of an immortal court. Now that Milton Cheney had asked such a question, it implied he was considering abandoning the primitive immortal path. While it was not 100% certain that he would give up the primitive immortal path and switch to another immortal path, it was enough to give the steward a moment of reprieve. In today's immortal realm, only 6 major lineages exist. These are the Golden Immortal System, the Destiny System, the River of Life System, the Longevity System, the Immortal Country Lineage, and the Spiritual Body System. Each corresponds to one of the 6 immortal paths. The primitive system and the deification system have already vanished into the annals of history. The Ocean Palace Immortal Court is associated with the longevity path, and most cultivators in the Ocean Palace Immortal Court region practice the longevity immortal path, with its lord being a mighty being who has achieved the status of longevity immortal monarch along this immortal path. The steward spoke. Although he did not delve into great detail, he knew it was unnecessary to be overly detailed. Given Milton Cheney's identity as a reincarnated immortal, it would be presumptuous of him to lecture. Milton Cheney might know even more. After all, even before the last 700 cycles, the 6 systems that exist today in the immortal realm were already around. It's just that there were 2 more systems before the last 700 cycles. This was also why the steward made a point to mention the primitive and deification systems. However, both systems had already been submerged in the flood of history. There is nothing that can truly endure forever, not even the systems of the immortal realm. Perhaps the only exceptions are those extraordinary beings who have stepped onto the transcendence path. Then in this life, I shall switch to cultivating the longevity immortal path. Milton Cheney said softly. He did not inquire in detail about the specifics of these 6 systems. From the steward's omission, it was clear that these were the most fundamental pieces of information in the immortal realm. After all, Milton Cheney had mentioned that his memory had gaps due to his reincarnation. So, now was not the time to ask about these matters. He had time to understand these things himself. Chapter 637. Milton Cheney's words had barely finished when the eyes of Society Master Zhuan brightened. It's possible, but it wasn't until Milton Cheney personally mentioned his decision to switch to the longevity immortal path that Society Master Zhuan truly let out a sigh of relief. If there was one cultivation path for which he could provide the most assistance to Milton Cheney, it was undoubtedly the longevity immortal path. That was because this immortal path was the same one he was cultivating on. Not only the same as his, but nearly all the disciples of the Black Moon sect were cultivating on the same immortal path. After all, within the boundary of the ocean immortal world, the longevity system had the most cultivators. After 700 eras of development, the longevity system has changed drastically from what it once was. At present, the longevity system ranks within the top 3 among the 6 extant systems. The master of the system has been seated among the 5 rulers of the heavenly court for over 500 eras. For your current life to switch to the longevity immortal path, the help I can provide you will be the greatest. Not to mention other things, I am responsible for 300 million small fisheries in the Red Moon fish pond, and the nutrient required for nurturing longevity in the initial phase is absolutely not lacking, Society Master Zhuan said with a faint smile. The implications in his words were undoubtedly to reassure Milton Cheney. He thought Milton Cheney chose the longevity immortal path due to regard for him, given that he had mentioned previously that the Ocean Palace Immortal Court belonged to the longevity system. Otherwise, Milton Cheney could have completely switched to the cultivation path of the Golden Immortal System. Because from any aspect one looks at it, the Golden Immortal System is much stronger than the longevity system. After all, regardless of the era, the Golden Immortal System has always been the unequivocally first system in the immortal world. This cultivation path also holds the title of the unequivocally first immortal path in the immortal world. The number of immortal beings achieved through the Golden Immortal System is the most, and the current immortal emperor on the heavenly throne also ascended through the Golden Immortal System. However, Society Master Zhuan was overthinking things. Because he did not know that Milton Cheney was completely unfamiliar with the 6 great systems of the immortal world he was speaking of. The longevity system was merely an subconscious choice for Milton Cheney. It had nothing to do with whether or not it was out of consideration for him. Naturally, this was something Society Master Zhuan could not even imagine. After all, Milton Cheney was not going to proactively tell him that he was not the reincarnation of an immortal being but had reincarnated into this world through an external plug-in, and then it just so happened that he was found by him. Even if Milton Cheney said that now, Society Master Zhuan probably wouldn't believe it anymore. Hearing Society Master Zhuan's words, Milton Cheney simply nodded indifferently and did not say much. There was no helping it, as the information he understood at this moment was indeed too limited. The principle of the more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes was something Milton Cheney understood, so what he needed to do at the moment was to listen and then agree with what this Society Master disciple said. As for what he wanted to say in his heart, it would not be too late to speak after he had a deeper understanding of this world later on. Even though Milton Cheney did not actively speak up at this time, his mind was still filled with many thoughts. After all, the information Society Master Zhuan shared did reveal quite a lot to Milton Cheney. For example, the place where he reincarnated this time he was only now confirming its name. Just as he had imagined, the place of his reincarnation was nothing more than a small fishery belonging to the Red Moon fish pond of the Black Moon sect. Combining this with Society Master Zhuan's mention of nourishing longevity, it wasn't hard to guess that the fish they were raising in these fisheries were likely to be the nutrient for providing longevity. In this world, cultivators did not truly consider these fish as equals but simply regarded them as nutrient for cultivation. Now that he understood this, Milton Cheney naturally could not say much, nor could he change anything about it. From the emotional undertones of Society Master Zhuan's words, it seemed that this situation was an utterly normal occurrence within the immortal realm. Seeing Milton Cheney nod, Society Master Zhuan took it as an approval of what he had said. It has to be said, even in his heart, he couldn't help feeling a trace of satisfaction that a reincarnated immortal being was affirming his words. Little did he know that the supposed reincarnated immortal being in his eyes was merely an impostor. Within these 10,000 years, you should begin your transition to the longevity immortal path. I will take care of your identity issues, and you need not worry about all resources before reaching the slashing longevity realm, Society Master Zhuan declared. At this time, his face regained composure, his eyes serene, and his tone was without the slightest ripple. However, his heart was churning with waves of excitement at this moment. The feeling of passion flooding his soul had not been felt since he began his cultivation until now. After all, this was related to whether he could become an immortal being. The principle that once one ascends to immortality, all connected to him will benefit, was applicable even in the immortal realm. Otherwise, there would not be sex and families in the immortal realm. Many immortal beings benefited from a single action, which centuries later, led to immense fortunes. In ancient texts, there are too many such examples. For cultivators achieving immortality, karma becomes even more important. If he could help Milton Cheney become an immortal being, that would constitute major karma. With the constraints of the Heavenly Paths Pact, it was considered an infallible investment, at least that's what Society Master Zhuan believed. If Milton Cheney could become an immortal being, then his own chances of achieving immortality would at least increase by 30%. It seemed like he was losing a lot, but by investing in Milton Cheney, wasn't he also helping himself change his fate? In an ancient text Society Master Zhuan had read, there was an example. That example still lingered in his memory to this day. It tells of a time when the great figure of the immortal realm, Grand Map Immortal Lord, first embarked on his path of cultivation in the lower world. He once had a mentor. Chapter 638. His mentor was an ordinary person who had never engaged in the path of cultivation, yet he provided irreplaceable assistance to the grand immortal being. Even after the immortal being had achieved the exalted status of immortal monarch across countless epochs, he had pulled his mentor from the torrents of time epochs once again. To put it simply, he had revived his mentor. And this revived mentor turned ordinary person had by now become an influential figure in the immortal realm. More than 200 epochs ago, this once ordinary person had already become the master of the immortal court of the eternal beginning. Today, the eternal beginning immortal court is one of the strongest few under the governance of the destiny system. From a lower realm mortal to an immortal realm immortal, then to the master of the immortal court, and a powerful immortal monarch, this mentor had cultivated a disciple who became an immortal monarch. Even the immortal monarch himself might not have anticipated that by merely taking on a disciple, he would encounter such tremendous fortune. Of course, such true stories are not unique within the immortal realm. There were many more that the officer named Seal knew of. This was also why he did not immediately hand over Milton Cheney when he realized he was an unregistered resident at the beginning. Because right from the start, he had thought of these possibilities. He did not aspire to be the master of an immortal court, much less to achieve the status of immortal king, immortal monarch, or immortal monarch like others. As long as he could become a true immortal of longevity or even the most ordinary soldier immortal of longevity, he would be willing to give his all for that. However, the officer named Seal also knew that even the mere achievement of becoming the weakest of immortals would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. But what if, just what if it really happened? If it really happened, then he could stand high above others in the immortal realm. He could reside in the immortal court, and even the Black Moon sect master would have to bow and scrape before him. Every time he fantasized about these things, he was thrilled. Never underestimate a person's tenacity. Especially someone who has crawled out of countless heaps of corpses. After all, what could be more exciting than investing in an immortal being? In the eyes of the officer named Seal, investing in anyone, even his own son, would not yield as great a return as investing in a reincarnated immortal being. Beneath his calm gaze lay the fervent obsession of the officer named Seal. Of course, Milton Cheney could not detect any of this, seeing as he could not read minds and truly identify the officer's innermost thoughts. The officer named Seal saw him as an opportunity to alter destiny and would even gradually use him in the future. But Milton Cheney was indifferent to it all. Milton Cheney was well aware that in any world, at any time, there was no such thing as pie falling from the sky. If he ate this pie, he might have to repay it with a bigger one in the future. But if someone wanted to feed Milton Cheney pie, it would be a one-way transaction. After all, Milton Cheney wasn't truly a reincarnated immortal being but had come to this world through a reincarnation simulation. When the time came for him to return the pie, his reincarnation simulation might have already ended. Lose out? That was impossible for him. Milton Cheney, too, saw the officer named Seal as a sheep with thick wool. Of course, if there was a chance in the future, Milton Cheney would also lend a hand to this officer named Seal. After all, one should repay kindness with kindness. That is, as long as Milton Cheney had the chance, the capability, and especially if it didn't affect his own situation. Otherwise, Milton Cheney could only say he was helpless. A few breaths later, the officer named Seal seemed to want to say more, but in the end, he did not say anything further. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Now Milton Cheney could begin his cultivation of the longevity immortal path, but the officer named Seal could no longer continue to idle, as he had many things to do. After all, investing in a reincarnated immortal being was not so simple. His resources were not sufficient enough. Not to mention other things, just purchasing a single heavenly path contract was enough to make him win CE. At that moment, Milton Cheney, too, was slightly startled. However, it was not because a new thought had flashed through his mind, but because several foreign memories had suddenly appeared in his mind. After digesting the unfamiliar memories, a hint of amusement crossed Milton Cheney's normally indifferent face. The longevity immortal path, quite interesting. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the vast and boundless immortal realm had spanned 10,000 years. It had also been 10,000 years since Milton Cheney truly arrived in the immortal realm. In a minor grey earth world owned by the Black Moon sect, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged upon the ground. This little world had a round sky and square earth, yet it was not devoid of light. The only source of light were the small, pale red light clusters floating in the vicinity of Milton Cheney. There were 37,425 of these small red light clusters. Within each light cluster was stored 300 years' worth of lifespan nutrient. In this little world, Milton Cheney had already spent 8,000 years. However, leaving this little world would have to wait much longer. He needed to absorb all the lifespan nutrients here to truly complete the stage of nurturing longevity. And the time required to complete this stage was very lengthy. Milton Cheney was unclear about other cultivators, but he himself needed 112,355,000 years. This period seemed extremely long. However, this process did not require Milton Cheney to consume even a tiny bit of his own lifespan. It appeared he had gained an additional 112,355,000 years of lifespan, but these years seemed meaningless, as they were all used for nurturing longevity. But that was not the case, for this was precisely the practice of the longevity immortal path. Using lifespan as nutrient to ascend the immortal path. And this path of cultivation became increasingly extravagant the further one progressed. If one could cultivate to the slashing longevity realm, then all the lifespan nurtured during cultivation would be returned as real lifespan. Having reincarnated in this world, and now 10,000 years into his time in the immortal realm, Milton Cheney was no longer ignorant of everything. He was, at least by now, aware of the foundational aspects within the immortal realm. The longevity realm is the first realm of the longevity path. If this realm were compared to the original immortal path, it would be equivalent to the unification Deo monarch's realm. Indeed, merely entering the door of the longevity path is equivalent to a sixth stage wizard immortal. The slashing longevity realm is also one of the realms within the longevity path. If compared to the original immortal path, this realm would equate to a tribulation crossing loose immortal. If compared to the path of the witch immortal, it equates to a seventh stage wizard immortal. And it is even somewhat stronger than a seventh stage wizard immortal within the same realm. At the very least, in terms of lifespan alone, it is countless times more than the seventh stage wizard immortal that Milton Cheney had envisioned. Of course, Milton Cheney was still tens of millions of years away from the true longevity realm. But barring any accidents, he was certain to achieve the longevity realm in this simulation. The gap between the longevity realm and the slashing longevity realm was even enormous. The chancellery servant who chose to invest in Milton Cheney was a slashing longevity realm loose immortal. It took him an entire 12 billion years to advance from the longevity realm to the slashing longevity realm. Of course, this had its advantages. Because the longer a cultivator of the longevity path took to advance from the longevity realm to the slashing longevity realm, it also meant that they consumed more lifespan nutrients. Just like a bottle and a barrel can both hold water, but a barrel can hold much more water than a bottle can. It's the same for cultivators of the longevity path. The more lifespan nutrient consumed in the longevity realm, the more lifespan returned upon ascending to the slashing longevity realm. If one could swallow 10 billion years of lifespan in the longevity realm, then upon advancing to the slashing longevity realm, one would truly possess 10 billion years of life. This is also the outrageous aspect of the longevity system. Of course, once reaching the true immortal human realm, the advantages of the longevity system are not so pronounced. This is why, among the 6 great paths of the immortal realm, the longevity system ranks only third, not first. Chapter 639. However, the longevity immortal path that Milton Cheney practiced was indeed also among the 6 major cultivation paths in the immortal realm, the most suitable cultivation path for him. Because this cultivation path had virtually no threshold to embark upon it, provided one had enough longevity nutrients available. Of course, had it not been for the investment from Steward Swan, accessing this cultivation path would have been equally challenging for Milton Cheney. If Milton Cheney had not reincarnated into the fishpond of the Black Moon sect, but directly into the immortal realm instead, he would have needed to join a sect and then climb up step by step. The difficulty of this process was immense. After all, not every reincarnation simulation would chance upon a Steward Swan who accidentally discovered his identity and then came out to invest in him. This reincarnation simulation could be said to have hit the mark by a fluke. Even Milton Cheney was somewhat moved by the luck he had in this reincarnation simulation. Milton Cheney was no longer the same person who had just reincarnated into this world, and the idea of treating this reincarnation world as a mere trip had long been dismissed by him. At this point, Milton Cheney, although not deeply, certainly had a broad understanding of this world. Even without any unexpected developments, the gains from this reincarnation simulation could exceed his expectations. Entry alone into the longevity immortal path would bring him immense help. Milton Cheney, clear about his goals, naturally was not in a hurry. Entering the longevity immortal path required 10 million years, which seemed incredibly lengthy, but for Milton Cheney, it was not much at all. After all, Milton Cheney had gone through reincarnation simulations lasting over 10 million years more than once or twice. That was also why Milton Cheney, even after understanding certain aspects of this world, was still not the slightest bit anxious. Some things cannot be rushed, and this was something Milton Cheney was very clear about. What Milton Cheney needed to do now was to peacefully cultivate the longevity immortal path within this little world of the Black Moon sect. His identity indeed had quite a few doubtful points. In fact, with careful consideration, Steward Swan could still find a few off-putting aspects about Milton Cheney. Of course, until Milton Cheney reached the slashing longevity realm, Steward Swan would not be able to detect the slightest clue. Furthermore, now that Milton Cheney had formed a heavenly path pact with Steward Swan, the latter had dispelled all doubts and was utterly at ease with him. At least for the time being, that was the case. The heavenly path pact of this world was still a very clever thing. After forming a heavenly path pact with Steward Swan, Milton Cheney indeed sensed clearly the entanglement between this body and the heavenly path. But this did not concern Milton Cheney in the slightest. Because it precisely indicated that the heavenly path of this world acknowledged his identity within this world, not treating him as an outsider. The power of the simulator was something Milton Cheney was all too familiar with, so he naturally had no worries in that respect. As for what would happen after reaching the slashing longevity realm, that was of no concern to Milton Cheney. After all, by that time, even if Steward Swan really noticed the anomalies in his identity or perceived something amiss, Milton Cheney would have already made a huge profit. The slashing longevity realm was equivalent to the realm of a 7th stage wizard immortal. If he could become a slashing longevity loose immortal during this reincarnation simulation, then upon returning to reality once simulation ends, Milton Cheney would have an extremely powerful card up his sleeve. It could even greatly aid his subsequent real-world plans. However, at this moment, Milton Cheney himself was not certain whether he had the chance to reach the realm of a slashing longevity loose immortal during this reincarnation simulation. That realm was not so easy to step into. The status of nurturing longevity only required longevity nutrients, but the slashing longevity realm was different. To advance to the slashing longevity realm, one not only needed longevity nutrients measured in the billions but also a strong comprehension and fortunate opportunities. Of course, the most important was an unwavering and resolute mind. Not everyone is capable of secluded cultivation for hundreds of millions of years. On the longevity immortal path, too many cultivators were obliterated by the torrents of history because they could not endure the grueling cultivation. It could be said that those who achieve the realm of slashing longevity loose immortals on this cultivation path are all ascetic cultivators with tremendous willpower. To become immortal beings, even greater willpower, fortune, and comprehension are indispensable. However, Milton Cheney harbored no expectations that he would really achieve the immortal human realm during this reincarnation simulation. Steward Swan believed he had a chance, but Milton Cheney knew full well he had no chance whatsoever. Even the weakest among immortal beings, the soldier immortals, were beyond what he could aspire to attain in this reincarnation simulation. Milton Cheney was very clear about this fact. Rising to the heavens in one step is indeed a wonderful fantasy, but equally, it is almost impossible to achieve. One can take bigger strides, but if taken too large, they become impossible. Moreover, this reincarnation simulation for Milton Cheney was just an ordinary one, not an accumulation of multiple reincarnation simulations. This meant that his consciousness was not complete. An incomplete consciousness might give him a chance to become a slashing longevity immortal, especially since the real him had already stood at the limit of a 6th stage wizard immortal. But an incomplete consciousness could never achieve the realm of immortality, this Milton Cheney could be sure of without even verifying. Of course, even achieving loose immortality was merely a possibility, not a certainty. Milton Cheney possessed the required great willpower, he also had confidence in his comprehension, and even in terms of resources, he had the investment of Steward Swan. Chapter 640. As for the rest, perhaps one can only rely on that profound and mysterious fate. Within the Black Moon sect, the number of disciples amounts to hundreds of millions, yet there are only tens of thousands who have become direct disciples that have achieved the loose immortal realm of slashing longevity. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's 1 in 100,000. Even Milton Cheney, with all his confidence, would not be so presumptuous to believe he was definitely one of those 100,000. That wouldn't be confidence, that would be arrogance. Within the grey earth world, Milton Cheney still sits cross-legged in meditation. At this moment, his eyes are tightly closed as he silently transforms the longevity from the red light cluster surrounding him into a nutrient for his cultivation path. At this moment, Milton Cheney's heart is devoid of any stray thoughts. In fact, ever since Milton Cheney arrived here to formally begin the longevity immortal path, Steward Ziyuan had only visited once while preparing the longevity nutrient for him. This disciple of the Black Moon sect's Steward's Hall is not as idle as Milton had imagined. Because no matter where one is, there's always a need to compete. Steward Ziyuan was merely investing in him and naturally wouldn't treat him as dearly as a parent. Milton had anticipated this, he didn't need Steward Ziyuan to dote on him. Milton had actually realized that what Steward Ziyuan was doing was mostly offering him empty promises. Yes, empty promises. While Steward Ziyuan talked grandly, the actual resources invested in Milton at this stage were minimal. The investment compared to the expected returns from the contract with the heavenly path is a difference of hundreds of thousands of times. This could be said to be Steward Ziyuan's overt scheme. However, although the face Steward Ziyuan showed was not quite consistent with what he had initially said, it didn't bother Milton in the slightest. Because he couldn't possibly be at a loss. In Steward Ziyuan's eyes, the contract with the heavenly path, which was customized at great cost, was undoubtedly very beneficial to him. Because even if Milton Cheney ultimately couldn't become an immortal and remained at the slashing longevity realm, he would still gain an additional arm. Of course, it would be better if he could become an immortal. But in Milton Cheney's eyes, the contract with the heavenly path, which was customized at great cost by Steward Ziyuan, had no downsides for him. Because from the very beginning, their thoughts were not the same. Steward Ziyuan was thinking of Milton Cheney nurturing him back, should he become an immortal. But what Milton Cheney thought was that it would be enough for him to become a loose immortal. From the start, Milton Cheney had already noticed some small loopholes hidden within the contract with the heavenly path, but he chose to enter into the contract with Steward Ziyuan for this reason. Perhaps Steward Ziyuan's stinginess was simply because he hadn't yet seen hope, or maybe he thought that Milton didn't need that many resources at this stage. Who knows? After all, Milton doesn't know, and he doesn't care. What can be sure is that, as time passes, if Steward Ziyuan truly sees hope that Milton can return to being an immortal, then he would indeed turn those promised pies in the sky into reality. After all, with the contract with the heavenly path binding him, Milton couldn't escape. Of course, Steward Ziyuan might not be able to see this hope anymore. The gears of time never cease to turn, and the passage of time is unchanging since the dawn of history. Whether in reality or within this incarnation simulation of the immortal realm, time slowly passes by. In the blink of an eye, within the immortal realm, 10 million years have passed. A span of 10 million years in the vast, boundless immortal realm is like a pebble dropped into the ocean, hardly causing a ripple. After all, the history of the immortal realm spans 93,400 eras. And that is merely the recorded eras within the immortal realm. You should know that each era is measured as 100 trillion years. That is to say, just the recorded eras of the immortal realm are nearly an inconceivable number of years. What an exaggerated measure of time this is! Though 10 million years may not mean much to the immortal realm, when placed upon a cultivator, that time could bring enormous change. Even the loose immortals, with their long lifespans, would not consider 10 million years a short time. 10 million years have elapsed in the immortal realm. In an inconspicuous grey earth little world within the Black Moon sect, more than 10 million years have also passed. Indeed, the grey earth little world where Milton Cheney resided had the same pace of time flow as the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, regardless of whether it's a little world or a great world, a world as small as a fish pond or a mystic realm, the passage of time inside them was the same as the immortal realm. As for why this was the case, no one knew, nor did anyone care. This seemed to be one of the heavenly path rules within the immortal realm. Although Milton Cheney was somewhat curious about the reason behind this phenomenon, it was merely slight curiosity, and he similarly didn't pay much attention to it. Inside the grey earth world at this moment, Milton Cheney maintained his seated, meditative posture. Suddenly, the last ray of light within the grey earth world extinguished, and the world plunged into pitch-black darkness. Darkness, silence. Suddenly, a faint sound arose. Being alone in this little world, Milton Cheney naturally caught the origin of this faint sound immediately. There was only one person who could come and go freely from this world. "Are you healed?" The next moment, Milton Cheney spoke indifferently, then opened his eyes and looked towards the black-robed man who had suddenly appeared before him. The pitch-black world had no effect on Milton Cheney, who could now easily see through darkness. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, Stewart Seal just nodded. His mood didn't seem very good, at least at this moment he had no intention of discussing his wound with Milton Cheney. After Stewart Seal nodded, he casually sat down in front of Milton Cheney. "Now that you have successfully prolonged your life and stepped into the longevity realm, you can temporarily set aside drawing lifespan nutrients. I believe you understand the principle of too much is as bad as too little better than I do. I have already registered your seal in the Steward's Hall, and your identity will also be officially changed to an outer sect disciple of the Black Moon sect Steward's Hall. You can come and go from this little world as you please from now on, and I will also allocate some of the small worlds from the Red Pond area to you. Once you accumulate enough contributions, I will continue to provide you with lifespan nutrients, but if you want to advance further to the slashing longevity realm, you will need to take your time polishing your skills. You were an immortal being in your previous life, not lacking in mentality and comprehension, but breaking through to loose immortal in this life is still not easy. I am aware that the help I am offering you right now is very limited, but after you break through the slashing longevity realm, I will spare no effort in supporting you," Stewart Seal simply said. By the end, his tone had become more solemn. He indeed harbored thoughts of maximizing his benefits. After all, who would prefer to exchange greater investments for those benefits? This was also the reason why he had intentionally left a few small loopholes in the contract of the heavenly path. By doing so, he created many opportunities for himself to maneuver, while Milton Cheney had none. Since he had invested a great deal in customizing the contract of the heavenly path, it naturally had to first and foremost protect his interests. He also knew that Milton Cheney must have discovered the loopholes in the contract of the heavenly path. How could someone who had become an immortal being in their previous life be a simple character? But just like he had envisaged, in the end, Milton Cheney still proceeded with forming the contract of the heavenly path. This was his open strategy, because from the beginning, he never intended to hide his intentions. He invested in Milton Cheney with the hope of reaping 100 or 1,000-fold returns in the future. Of course, he hadn't gone too far. Just as he said, if Milton Cheney broke through to the slashing longevity loose immortal, then he would invest in him without holding back. This was naturally not because he was any kind of saint. The reason he was so generous was simple: once Milton Cheney broke through to loose immortal, regardless of whether he could eventually break through to immortal being, he would be bound to the same ship as him. So his investment in Milton Cheney was an investment in himself. However, in Stewart Seal's eyes, Milton Cheney's successful transition to the longevity immortal path was also one of the few good things that had happened to him recently. As Stewart Seal finished speaking, Milton Cheney nodded without any change in expression. He wasn't surprised. Although Stewart Seal had taken advantage of the contract of the heavenly path to reduce some of his investment in him, it hadn't changed the bigger picture. It appears it was also because Stewart Seal didn't dare to truly defy the contract of the heavenly path. Chapter 641. After seeing Milton Cheney nod, Stewart Chuan didn't say much. After transferring the authority of this little world to Milton Cheney, he left directly. There was still a lot he had to do, so naturally, he wouldn't linger for too long around Milton Cheney. Although Milton Cheney was a reincarnation of an immortal being, at this time he was merely a longevity cultivator. Moreover, since he had already made a covenant with Milton Cheney through the heavenly path, he naturally wouldn't regard him as importantly as he did at the beginning. Over the years, due to his urgent struggle for resources, he had offended many people with whom he previously maintained good relations. However, these were people he had carefully selected as ones he could afford to offend, at least in terms of status. They had a significant disparity with him. The highest amongst them was merely an outstanding figure among the inner sect disciples. Compared to him, a direct disciple of the Steward's Hall, the gap was indeed substantial. He wasn't foolish. Those he couldn't afford to offend, of course, he wouldn't touch. In theory, even if these people harbored resentment towards him, they would be powerless and could only suffer in silence. But he had been careless. What he hadn't expected was that a person who seemed to have no background in his investigations would suddenly emerge with the identity of a direct disciple of the Immortal Law Pavilion. Due to the information gap, he got outmaneuvered by that direct disciple, and although the loss wasn't disastrous, it was still quite significant. But this kind of loss was actually avoidable. That's why he was in a bad mood at the moment. Within the little world, Milton Cheney's gaze lingered at the spot where Steward Chuan disappeared, a hint of contemplation coloring his eyes. He had naturally noticed Steward Chuan's unusual behavior. After all, Steward Chuan didn't bother to hide his emotions in front of Milton Cheney, one of his own. Although Milton Cheney was unclear about what had happened to Steward Chuan, he presumed it was probably nothing good. He just hoped that Steward Chuan wouldn't die. Otherwise, wouldn't he be unable to take advantage of Steward Chuan anymore? However, it was probably not that coincidental. He wasn't a harbinger of disaster, and there was no reason for something that was fine before to suddenly become a problem now. Thinking this, Milton Cheney didn't dwell on it any longer. By now, he had officially become a disciple of the Black Moon sect, although just an outer sect disciple, but he had secured a foothold in the immortal realm nonetheless. After all, the Black Moon sect was no minor sect. This sect, under the command of the Azure Heaven Immortal Court, was one of the large sects. The Black Moon sect had even produced quite a few immortal beings who held positions within the Immortal Court. Of course, once these immortal beings had joined the Immortal Court, they essentially held no affiliation with the Black Moon sect any longer. Therefore, there were no immortal beings stationed within the sect. However, the absence of immortal beings did not mean that the sect was weak. Because whether from minor sects or major sects, all cultivators who broke through to the immortal human realm were obligated to join the Immortal Court. In the immortal realm, only the forces of the Immortal Court could possess immortal beings. Of course, after becoming an immortal being, one could choose to join the Immortal Court or not. Nov. L. B/JNN. But if one chose not to join the associated Immortal Court, they could not continue to stay within the sect, nor could they have unauthorized contact with the sect. One could only become a loose immortal. Loose immortals were not allowed to establish a sect on their own. Thus, even though there appeared to be numerous sects within the immortal realm, the strongest leaders of these sects were merely loose immortals. The Black Moon sect was no exception, and its sect leader was also a loose immortal. Milton Cheney had been somewhat puzzled when he learned about this initially. He wondered how a loose immortal could control a sect. After all, there were too many within a sect who had cultivated to the loose immortal realm. It's worth noting that within the Black Moon sect, direct disciples were loose immortals, and even some powerful inner sect disciples possessed the cultivation of loose immortals. But later Milton Cheney came to understand. The sect leader of the Black Moon sect controlled an immortal artifact. And an immortal artifact was the biggest difference between a sect's leader and an ordinary loose immortal cultivator. A loose immortal who controlled an immortal artifact was even referred to as a pseudo-immortal in the immortal realm, ranking just below true immortal beings. Of course, that was just one aspect. Another was the background. The Black Moon sect, as one of the large sects under the Azure Heaven Immortal Court, although without an immortal being at the helm, still had the backing of immortal beings. Having connections upstairs made things easier, and this adage was equally applicable to the Black Moon sect. After all, the Black Moon sect had produced numerous immortal beings, and while these beings seemed to cut ties with the Black Moon sect upon joining the Immortal Court, in truth, they still held affection for it. Most of the immortal beings that left the Black Moon sect had been its sect leaders before joining the Immortal Court. If the sect were ever in trouble, those immortal beings would not stand idly by. This is why the Black Moon sect could be regarded as one of the major sects under the Azure Heaven Immortal Court. Having Immortal Court backing meant that even though the Black Moon sect did not have an immortal being at the helm, loose immortal cultivators would not dare to offend it lightly. Actually, in the immortal realm, loose immortals were not numerous. Choosing to become a loose immortal entailed being bound by numerous limitations. There were many they could not offend. Compared to immortal beings with Immortal Court backing, they were decidedly inferior. Of course, becoming a loose immortal did have its benefits, perhaps the only advantage being freedom. However, this was not something Milton Cheney needed to consider, as he was far too distant from that realm. Chapter 642. Now, he was but an outer sect disciple of a sect in the immortal realm. Although he had found a foothold in the immortal realm, one could not say he held a high status or position. Not to mention Milton Cheney, even the direct disciples of the Black Moon sect or the sect's elders could not be considered to hold high status within the vast expanse of the immortal realm. But at this moment, Milton Cheney was quite satisfied. After all, when it came to his personal safety, Milton Cheney had absolutely nothing to worry about. Within the sect, disciples were forbidden from infighting. Outside the sect, this rule naturally did not apply, but Milton Cheney did not have to worry about the problem of resources, so he naturally would not leave the sect on his own accord. What he needed to do now, was to endure. Hard cultivation was the only thing that Milton Cheney needed to focus on at the moment. Perhaps Milton Cheney was not very skilled in fighting techniques, but when it came to hard cultivation, he was extremely adept. Even if he were to endure hard cultivation for hundreds of millions of years, Milton Cheney's state of mind would not undergo any significant change. Moreover, since Milton Cheney didn't have to worry about his safety, this created even better conditions for him to engage in hard cultivation. Before reincarnating into this world, Milton Cheney had never imagined his reincarnation simulation could go so smoothly. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 1,200,000 years had passed in the immortal realm. Nov. L. B //JNN. Stewart's Hall, Wave World. Milton Cheney sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed indifferently on a huge mirror in front of him. This giant red mirror was the origin mirror used by the Stewart's Hall to monitor the Red Pond world. As an outer sect disciple of the Black Moon sect's Stewart's Hall, Milton Cheney's daily missions were naturally not difficult. And with the covert assistance of Steward Augustine, Milton Cheney's tasks were even simpler. He only needed to use the origin mirror to surveil millions of little worlds within it every day. If there was any anomaly in a world, he didn't have to deal with it personally but only had to report it to his superiors. This kind of mission was so easy that anyone could do it. It carried no danger, and the contributions' rewards were naturally not much, but its advantage was its duration. After 1,000,000 years, Milton Cheney had accumulated quite a sum of contributions. Of course, contributions might be important to other outer sect disciples, but for Milton Cheney, they were useless. His presence in these missions was just a formality. As for the resources for his cultivation, he did not need to exchange contributions to obtain them, as Steward Augustine directly provided for him. In these years, Steward Augustine had obtained some great fortune, becoming increasingly wealthy and bold. Even in the realm of cultivation, he had made not insignificant progress. Within this 1,000,000 years, Milton Cheney had met Steward Augustine a few times, and with each meeting, he could sense the aura of this Steward Augustine being slightly more oppressive than before. However, Milton Cheney had no intention of proactively asking about it, as it didn't have much to do with him. What Milton Cheney did not know was that the reason Steward Augustine had such great gains over the years actually had a bit to do with him. After deciding to invest in Milton Cheney and requiring a large amount of resources, Steward Augustine changed his previous style of conduct and became much bolder. The substantial gains he acquired were because of this change in his approach. Of course, Milton Cheney would not know this. And even if he did, Milton Cheney would not have much to say about it. After 1,000,000 years, these little worlds indeed have not experienced the slightest anomaly, but I have almost saved enough contributions, said Milton Cheney. It's time to begin the next phase of cultivation. In front of the origin mirror, Milton Cheney, who sat cross-legged, contemplated. During these hundreds of millions of years, Milton Cheney had not cultivated while being stationed here. After all, the longevity immortal path was one of hard cultivation, with each cultivation session lasting far beyond 1,000,000 years, and therefore, it was impossible to combine it with his current mission. To engage in hard cultivation, it was best to stay within a little world. That way, there would be no disturbances from others, and he also didn't have to worry about any issues with his mission. This mission was very simple, but it required Milton Cheney's constant vigilance. Although the probability of anomalies occurring in these little worlds was very low, after all, not every little world could produce an existence similar to Milton Cheney. People like Milton Cheney who leap out of their small pond are only a few dozen in number within the countless little worlds controlled by the Black Moon sect over numerous years. Not to mention the little world overseen by Milton Cheney numbers only in the tens of millions. Merely within the Red Pond, there are as many as tens of billions of little worlds, and the worlds Milton Cheney has seen are only the tens of millions at the very periphery of the Red Pond. Most of these worlds are still just in their initial state, making the likelihood of problems occurring even lower. Even so, Milton Cheney had no way to be in two places at once and take care of the rest. Because once a problem arose, what he would face was the pursuit of responsibility from the steward's hall, and this was not merely as simple as mission failure. Milton Cheney had plenty of time and a long life expectancy. Naturally, he would not risk losing the larger picture over small gains. Just as Milton Cheney sank into contemplation, the space before him began to fluctuate slightly. A purple-robed elder appeared before him. Milton Cheney snapped out of his reverie and looked toward the elder who had suddenly appeared beside him. Within the Black Moon sect, only inner sect disciples are dressed in purple robes. As for outer sect disciples, they can only wear white robes, while direct disciples are accorded black badges. Milton Cheney recognized this inner sect disciple. He was a subordinate of Steward Augustine. Milton Cheney had interacted with this inner sect disciple under Steward Augustine before, so naturally, there was no surprise. "This is what Steward Augustine entrusted to you," Augustine said as soon as he appeared, without hesitation. While speaking, he tossed a square black crystal stone to Milton Cheney. "Thanks," said Milton Cheney, his expression unchanged as he took it and nodded a greeting. Augustine waved his hand nonchalantly, then sat down cross-legged in the same spot to look at the red origin mirror. Over the years, it was not his first time being here. Although he did not know why Steward Augustine valued an outer sect disciple so highly, he did not inquire further, as it was not something he needed to concern himself with. He was Steward Augustine's man, and whatever Steward Augustine asked him to do, he would do without question. He could guess at Steward Augustine's intentions, but he would not speak or ask more than necessary. He did not look down on Milton Cheney, but neither did he go out of his way to flatter him. After all, he had been following Steward Augustine for much longer than Milton Cheney and was his right-hand man. Naturally, he wasn't worried about Milton Cheney threatening his position. He considered Milton Cheney to be just another talented subordinate Steward Augustine had recently taken on. "Aren't you going to refine the longevity crystal stone now?" Augustine asked after sitting cross-legged for a while and noticing that Milton Cheney did not seem to intend to refine the longevity crystal stone this time. The reason he had not left the place was that he was waiting for Milton Cheney to refine the longevity crystal stone. After all, when Milton Cheney was refining the longevity crystal stone, he needed his help to monitor the red origin mirror. Refining the longevity crystal stone was not a task that could be finished in a short time. It required at least 100 years. If a problem arose with the red origin mirror during this period and he was not around to witness it, he too would be held accountable. However, this time around, Milton Cheney seemed to have no intention of refining the longevity crystal stone, which came as a surprise to him. He knew that the essence contained within the longevity crystal stone would dissipate over time, so naturally, the sooner it was refined, the better. "I should complete my mission and leave, there's no rush," replied Milton Cheney, addressing Augustine's puzzlement with an unchanged expression. Since he was about to leave and return to his little world to cultivate diligently, he naturally did not have to hastily refine the longevity crystal stone as before. Using the longevity crystal stone in conjunction with longevity nutrients to continue nurturing his lifespan would surely yield better results and save him some time. Hearing this, Augustine's look of surprise faded, and he nodded in understanding. Augustine clearly grasped what Milton Cheney was thinking, so he said no more. Since that was the case, there was no longer any need for him to stay, and without saying farewell to Milton Cheney, Augustine stood up and his figure vanished from the place. As an inner sect disciple who had reached the slashing longevity realm, he did not need to spend long periods in arduous cultivation, but he had plenty of regular tasks. It was better not to waste time with Milton Cheney if it was not necessary. Chapter 643. After Augustine left, Milton Cheney's face showed no change. The next moment, a message was sent out through his identity token. Shortly after, a new outer sect disciple appeared within this world. This outer sect disciple had a stern expression and did not initiate conversation after seeing Milton Cheney, merely nodding lightly. Milton Cheney did not mind, for outer sect disciples entrusted with such missions generally had some status, and this type of demeanor was quite normal. Therefore, Milton Cheney had no intention of engaging with the outer sect disciple and, with the shift of his figure, left this little world. With the authority given to him by the Society Master's assistant, when he reappeared, he was already within the desolate little world. Cultivating within an independent little world was indeed quite a luxury. Typical outer sect disciples of the Black Moon sect would cultivate inside the sect's cultivation rooms, which were very different from a little world. Within the immortal realm, there were many little worlds such as the fishpond one Milton Cheney reincarnated into at the beginning. Although time flowed in these fishpond worlds at the same rate as in the immortal realm, their rules were completely distinct from those of the immortal realm. If the desolate little world was a condensed version of the immortal realm, then the fishpond worlds were the shattered fragments of an ordinary world. Little worlds that share the same rules as the immortal realm were not numerous within the immortal realm itself. Worlds similar to the desolate little world, even for a direct disciple like the Society Master's assistant, were limited to just one. Placed within a normal cultivation world, the desolate little world would be considered an exceedingly precious cultivation cave heaven. Returning to the desolate little world, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged at the same spot he had previously cultivated. Although millions of years had passed since he last visited this world, Milton Cheney was still very familiar with it. In the darkness of the world, Milton Cheney's eyes shone brightly. The next moment, faint red light began to manifest around Milton Cheney. Numerous small red light clusters gradually appeared within this little world, at least tens of thousands, and possibly even hundreds of thousands. Floating in front of Milton Cheney was a square black crystal. These longevity nutrients, along with a complete longevity crystal, indicated that Milton Cheney's upcoming ascetic practice would be measured in tens of millions of years. Even for Milton Cheney, he had never before undertaken a practice session that spanned hundreds of millions of years. This time, Milton Cheney wanted to test where his limits lay. Of course, if he reached his limits, Milton Cheney would also choose to interrupt this cultivation session proactively. After all, it was best not to let one's state of mind be affected, as recovering would not be an easy task and could even lead him to lose himself within this world. Of course, this possibility was very small, almost non-existent. Having prepared to begin cultivation, a message was sent out via the outer sect disciple identity token by Milton Cheney. This message was naturally sent to the Society Master's assistant, and the content was quite straightforward. It informed him that he had started cultivating, asking not to be disturbed by trivial matters. After waiting for a while, Milton Cheney did not receive a reply from the Society Master's assistant. Thus, Milton Cheney stopped waiting. With a thought, the black crystal stone floating in front of him hissed softly and began to slowly dissolve. The light clusters that hovered around Milton Cheney, glowing with a faint red luminescence, also started to dim swiftly. In cultivation, years are like moments. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 23 million years had gone by in the immortal realm. Within the desolate little world, a few scattered red glows flickered like ghostly flames. Compared to 23 million years ago, it seemed that the desolate little world was about to fall into complete darkness once more. At this moment, Milton Cheney, who had been sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, slowly opened them. A grueling session of practice, 23 million years long. This could be said to be the longest period of cultivation in Milton Cheney's history. However, this session differed somewhat from what he had anticipated. It seems this body of mine possesses no small talent for cultivating on the longevity immortal path. Yet, in just 23 million years, I've already absorbed nearly 100 million years worth of longevity nutrients. With this rate of cultivation, this reincarnation simulation might indeed grant me a significant chance to become a loose immortal cultivator. Milton Cheney muttered to himself, feeling quite pleased. Although the longevity crystal had aided him, it was sufficient to prove his remarkable talent on the longevity immortal path. At this point, Milton Cheney felt nowhere near his limit, meaning his body could still absorb quite a bit more of the longevity nutrients. To know, absorbing 100 million years worth of longevity nutrients was enough to attempt a breakthrough into the slashing longevity realm. Of course, the possibility of a successful breakthrough was very low. After all, that was just the minimum threshold. You see, on the longevity immortal path, those with gifted talents and extremely profound foundations would absorb several billion years worth of longevity nutrients before attempting a breakthrough into the slashing longevity realm. Even so, there remained the possibility of failure. Let alone making a hasty breakthrough after merely absorbing 100 million years worth of nutrients. That would be no different from suicide. Unless luck was extremely favorable and blessed by the heavenly path, otherwise the likelihood of failure was virtually 100%. At least, Milton Cheney would not choose to take such a risk. Now, he did not have to worry about his own safety, and with resources provided by the Society Master's assistant, he naturally would absorb as much longevity nutrient as he possibly could. Chapter 644. Before reaching the limit of both body and mind, Milton Cheney would not choose to recklessly attempt a breakthrough into the slashing longevity realm. Unless there was some irresistible factor. Time slowly passed, and the remaining hundreds of thousands of years' worth of nutrient for lifespan were gradually absorbed by Milton Cheney. It seemed that in at most 100,000 years, Milton Cheney would be able to complete this arduous cultivation. Just as Milton Cheney's thoughts were flowing, suddenly, a young man in a black robe appeared in the little world. It was Stewart Zeuin. However, Stewart Zeuin's condition seemed somewhat poor. No, it wasn't just poor, it was very bad. His face was pale, his breath was chaotic, and the pressure emanating from his body was uncontrollably spreading outward. Seeing this, Milton Cheney's brow furrowed slightly. Something had happened. After arriving in this little world, Stewart Zeuin completely ignored Milton Cheney's presence. He found a random spot to sit down, and in the next moment, the entire grey dust little world was dyed red. A dense mass of pale red light clusters emerged around Stewart Zeuin. At a glance, there were at least several 100,000 of them. As soon as these light clusters appeared, they began to rapidly melt away at an extremely fast pace. In just a few seconds, several 100,000 pale red light clusters vanished completely. But at this moment, Stewart Zeuin still looked like a funnel, with his aura continuously leaking out. Time slowly went by, and one after another, treasures were taken out by Stewart Zeuin, hovering around him as soon as they appeared. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, 1,000 years had passed. The color of the treasures around Stewart Zeuin had all dimmed. But Stewart Zeuin's injuries were also gradually being suppressed. Finally, after 3,420 years, Stewart Zeuin reopened his eyes. At this moment, he was in quite a disheveled state. Though the leaking of his aura had stopped, his face was still as pale as paper. But thankfully, there were no serious issues. Milton Cheney sat cross-legged in place, his expression slightly heavy, but he did not initiate any questions either. After a short while, Stewart Zeuin began to speak on his own. I provoked a direct disciple who has now become the 27th core disciple of the sect. Too strong, with just one technique I was almost destroyed. If it wasn't for my timely use of a secret treasure to transmit back into the little world, I would already be dead. Stewart Zeuin's face was unsightly, and a trace of fright flashed through his eyes. Hearing this, Milton Cheney understood. Core disciples in the Black Moon sect held a position that could be equated to that of elders, and even seemed to be slightly higher in rank than elders. After all, within the Black Moon sect, core disciples are treated as candidates for the sect leader's training, even as training for becoming immortal beings. Compared to core disciples, direct disciples, whether in terms of status, strength, or talent, the gap was too big. Within the entire Black Moon sect, there only existed 26 core disciples. Now, there were 27. Such a scarce number, even fewer than the number of elders. No wonder Stewart Zeuin was in such a sorry state. This loss is too serious, and I won't be able to leave the sect for at least several 100 million years. This mad woman, to go so crazy for an inner sect disciple. Stewart Zeuin spoke with a sense of helplessness. One misstep and everything was lost. This could be said to be a setback to square one. The gains of hundreds of millions of years were all exhausted in an instant. To say that there was no hatred in his heart would naturally be impossible. But no matter how much he hated, there was no way around it. That individual was not someone he could afford to provoke. Not being able to leave the sect was the most significant loss for him. After all, direct disciples like him needed to leave the sect, whether to carry out missions or to seek opportunities. No direct disciple would always stay within the sect, as that would be of no help to advancing their realm. At his current level, mere cultivation was unlikely to offer any improvement. Nov. L. B/JNN. Even nutrients for extending his lifespan were merely consumables for him and not a necessity. What kind of grudge would cause that core disciple to keep targeting you? Milton Cheney asked with a slightly knitted brow. How deep must the vengeance be to necessitate putting Stewart Zeuin to death? Such a heavy loss for Stewart Zeuin this time, and it still wasn't over? If it were just due to hatred, it would be fine, but if it's for some other reason, that would be somewhat disconcerting. Compared to Stewart Milton Cheney, the observer, had a much clearer perspective. At Milton Cheney's words, Steward Milton Cheney also gave a slight start. The next moment, his expression rapidly changed. Right, he had just cheated that core disciple out of some cultivation resources, so why should the core disciple be so relentless against him? This was a bit too abnormal. Of the tens of thousands of plain chiefs under that core disciple's command, there had never been a case where the core disciple had made such a fuss over just one. A plain chief, after all, is nothing but a tool. If one died, they could simply find another. Over the course of hundreds of millions of years, Steward Milton Cheney had come to believe that the core disciple no longer cared. But to his surprise, after becoming a core disciple, this person targeted him at the first opportunity. This was not normal, very not normal. At this moment, Milton Cheney's words had awakened him. Having cultivated to his current realm, he was naturally not foolish. If previously he had simply thought that the core disciple targeted him over a plain chief, he was now starting to doubt that assumption. What kind of plain chief could make this fiendish woman remember him for hundreds of millions of years? Gradually, Steward Milton Cheney's complexion returned to its usual calmness, but his expression still contained a hint of seriousness. His unusual behavior over the years seemed to have made some people notice that something was amiss. He began to ponder whether there were any clues he had left behind that could be discovered by others. After a moment of contemplation, Steward Milton Cheney shook his head. He was certain that he had left no trace. If there were anything, it would only be related to the Heavenly Path Covenant he had ordered. But the Heavenly Path Covenant was commissioned at the Heavenly Path Pavilion. This organization, known in the immortal realm as the spokesperson for the Heavenly Path, would never betray the information of its clients. This was the reputation the Heavenly Path Pavilion had built up over countless eons in the immortal realm. That's why Steward Milton Cheney hadn't suspected this aspect. Are you saying that your identity might have been exposed? That's impossible. I can be certain that I haven't left any trace in my actions, said Steward Milton Cheney, with a hint of confidence in his tone. Milton Cheney caught the confidence in Steward Milton Cheney's voice and his furrowed brows slightly eased. If that's the case, then it's good, said Milton Cheney. It was a relief if it wasn't because of his own reasons. Milton Cheney didn't care why a core disciple would be relentless against Steward Milton Cheney for other reasons. As long as Steward Milton Cheney didn't actually die, it would be fine. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for his current reincarnation simulation to achieve the status of a loose immortal by relying on himself. Of course, it was only comparatively difficult, not completely impossible. After all, he still had the identity of the Black Moon Sect, a genuine outer sect disciple of the Black Moon Sect's Steward's Hall. Even if Steward Milton Cheney stopped providing him with any resources or assistance from now on, there was still a chance for this reincarnation simulation to reach the status of a slashing longevity loose immortal. His starting point was already high. Of course, it would still be best not to come to that. After all, who would want to play on hard mode if they could play on easy mode, Milton Cheney included? Ignoring Milton Cheney, Steward Milton Cheney continued to ponder why the core disciple would target him again after a gap of 100 million years. If it wasn't because of Milton Cheney's reasons, could it really be because this plain chief was so highly favored by the core disciple? A disadvantage to a plain chief, and after 100 million years, they desire my life? What kind of absurd situation is this? It's a bit too far-fetched. But at this moment, Steward Milton Cheney could only think this way, otherwise, he would have to suspect the Heavenly Path Pavilion of leaking his information. But that was even less plausible. How could the Heavenly Path Pavilion possibly leak his information just because of a sect's core disciple? Let alone a core disciple, even if it were a sect leader, or a true immortal being, the Heavenly Path Pavilion would not actively disclose client information. Otherwise, once discovered, the Heavenly Path Pavilion's credibility built up over countless eons would dissipate into nothing. Even if Milton Cheney himself were an immortal sovereign reincarnated, it wouldn't be worth it for the Heavenly Path Pavilion to do so. Chapter 645. After pondering for a moment, the Steward ZE couldn't come up with a reason. In the end, all he could do was attribute the core disciple's attack on him to a betrayal that took place 100 million years ago with some intersect disciple's resources. Otherwise, there seemed to be no other possibility. Shaking his head, the Steward ZE didn't think any further. Since he had already offended the other party, giving it more thought was of little significance. From the moment the core disciple made an attempt on his life, any possibility for reconciliation with the core disciple had been lost. Now, even thinking of leaving the sect required extreme caution. After all, since the core disciple had not succeeded in killing him this time, he might still be waiting for another opportunity to make a move. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Steward Ze spoke with a hint of surprise. Have you already fully absorbed the longevity nutrients I provided you? It seems only 20 million years have passed since you began the stage of cultivation in the realm of nurturing longevity. Worthy of being one reincarnated, even though you have changed the path of cultivation, your speed still surpasses that of ordinary people. After returning to the little world, Steward Ze began his healing and recovery and didn't notice Milton Cheney's cultivation progress. Now that his own injuries had stabilized, he immediately noticed that Milton Cheney's realm had significantly improved. Hearing these words, Milton Cheney nodded indifferently. In front of Steward Ze, there was no need for him to hide his realm, nor could he hide it even if he wanted to. After all, Steward Ze's realm was much higher than his own, and it would be easy for him to see through Milton Cheney's cultivation level. If you can maintain this pace of cultivation, perhaps in less than 100 million years, you might successfully make a breakthrough to the slashing longevity realm. It's just too bad that I can't leave the sect anytime soon, otherwise, I could provide you with more resources, Steward Ze said. Surprise was but a fleeting moment after all, Milton Cheney was none other than an immortal being reborn. Furthermore, while Milton Cheney's speed of cultivation on the longevity immortal path was fast, it was still within the realm of reason and not exceedingly exaggerated. Steward Ze didn't give it much thought, attributing it to Milton Cheney's path of cultivation in his current life being different from his previous life. No need to worry, life is the most important, Milton Cheney spoke lightly. He truly meant these words, for after all, if Steward Ze were to perish, it would be all disadvantage and no benefit to him. Rest assured, you won't lack basic cultivation resources. It's just that high-level resources like longevity crystals, I may not be able to provide you with for the time being, Steward Ze continued. You should just continue with your ascetic practice. The Black Moon sect does not force disciples to take on missions, so you don't need to worry about the sect's missions. Being able to break through to the loose immortal realm sooner will give us many more ways to acquire resources, said Steward Ze. With the constraints of the Heavenly Path Oath, he naturally hoped that Milton Cheney could make the breakthrough to the slashing longevity loose immortal realm as soon as possible. As for whether Milton Cheney's increase in strength would threaten him, he was not worried at all. Firstly, he was confident in his own cultivation, he believed that it wouldn't be easy for Milton Cheney's realm to surpass his own. Secondly, even if Milton Cheney's cultivation were to truly surpass his own, it would only be beneficial and not harmful to him, since his essence was to nurture Milton Cheney into a real immortal being, and through Milton Cheney's achievements, he would also reach the immortal human realm. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. Being able to continue with his ascetic practice was ideal, which was exactly in line with Milton Cheney's intentions. At this time, he was far from reaching the limit of his cultivation, whether in terms of the realm's limit or the limit of his mental state, both of which were still a significant distance away from Milton Cheney at that moment. So his original plan was to continue his ascetic practice. If it weren't for Steward Ze returning to the grey dust little world on account of his injuries, Milton Cheney would have sought out Steward Ze himself after absorbing the remaining longevity nutrients over the next 100,000 years. Seeing Milton Cheney's nod, Steward Ze did not say more. With a thought, tens of thousands of pale red light clusters appeared again in the little world. However, these pale red light clusters did not linger around Steward Ze but flew towards where Milton Cheney's body was located. Sensing tens of thousands of light clusters representing longevity nutrients appearing around him, Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged. He did not say anything further and began a new round of cultivation. In cultivation, years are but fleeting, and this is especially true for the longevity immortal path. If other paths of cultivation involve tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years per session, then the longevity immortal path consists of sessions lasting millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. As time slowly passed by, Milton Cheney silently absorbed the longevity nutrients while Steward Ze silently recovered from his injuries. Although both were cultivating in the same little world, there was not much communication between Milton Cheney and Steward Ze. As time went by swiftly, 48 million years later, a single session of cultivation spanned nearly 50 million years. Which was, without doubt, the longest period of seclusion Milton Cheney had ever experienced. Previously, whether it was within text simulation, reincarnation simulation, or true body simulation, he never cultivated for such an extended period. Even with Milton Cheney's resolute spirit, such a prolonged period of cultivation still caused ripples to emerge faintly. After all, Milton Cheney was not a stone. He was a person. How could he possibly cultivate for nearly 50 million years without being affected emotionally? Chapter 646. This was certainly impossible. Even Milton Cheney was no exception. However, 50 million years of arduous cultivation, although a long time, had brought Milton Cheney tremendous gains. At this moment, he had absorbed a total of 280 million years worth of longevity nutrient. It must be known that these years Milton Cheney had been without the help of longevity crystals, entirely reliant on absorbing longevity nutrient to reach this stage. This also made Milton Cheney certain of one thing, that his talent on the longevity immortal path was indeed very strong. It was just that Milton Cheney did not know whether he possessed such a talent only on the longevity immortal path or if he had considerable talent on the other 5 cultivation paths of the immortal realm as well. Because this might be the benefit of the reincarnation simulation, or perhaps it was simply due to his strong state of mind. Of course, Milton Cheney had no way to verify this. At least in this reincarnation simulation, he had no chance to verify it. However, if he chose to reincarnate into this world in a future reincarnation simulation, and practiced other immortal paths, he might have the opportunity to test this hypothesis. How is it, are you confident? Seeing Milton Cheney halt his cultivation, the officer Zhuan nearby spoke up. You're being a bit too anxious. Milton Cheney shook his head and spoke with a slight frown. Over the years, Milton Cheney had noticed that Officer Zhuan was getting increasingly anxious, as if he was very eager for him to break through to the slashing longevity realm as soon as possible. In the beginning, he had given him 100 million years, but now, not even 50 million years had passed, and he was urgently hoping for his breakthrough to the slashing longevity realm. When put together with those few loopholes in the contract with the heavenly path, things seemed a bit ominous. Upon hearing what Milton Cheney said, Officer Zhuan looked somewhat helpless but didn't say anything more. After all, he and Milton Cheney were on equal footing, and although he wished for Milton Cheney to break through to the slashing longevity realm as soon as possible, he could not force him. Time waits for no one. Previously, that core disciple of the sect had made a move against him, and although it did not end his life, it had damaged the foundation of his longevity. Now, his lifespan was constantly leaking away. With the current rate of lifespan leakage, even if he continuously supplemented it with longevity nutrient, he had less than 300 million years left. If this mishap had not occurred, he would have had at least 500 million years of life. This meant he was running out of time. Investing in Milton Cheney had already been for over 80 million years, but at this moment there had been no return. Although he had anticipated this when he chose to invest in Milton Cheney at the start, he still felt somewhat unwilling. What Officer Zhuan didn't know was that his mindset was already problematic at this point. Or to say, the method of investing in an immortal being's reincarnated body to reap benefits for oneself was not something a minor figure like him could accomplish. By forcibly doing so, with the passage of time, he was growing blinded by desire. The less he saw of any return, the more urgent he became. Although Officer Zhuan did not speak, Milton Cheney had guessed what was on Officer Zhuan's mind. However, Milton Cheney had nothing to worry about. In fact, at this moment, it wasn't that he had no hope of breaking through to the slashing longevity realm, he was simply seeking more stability. If he chose to break through forcibly now, he also had a considerable chance of success. In Milton Cheney's estimation, there was about a 20% chance. Don't assume that a 20% chance meant a slim hope. In reality, a 20% possibility was already quite high. But Milton Cheney did not want to take the risk. After all, one should have at least a 50% confidence before attempting to break through to the slashing longevity realm, otherwise, the likelihood of failure was too great. Should he fail, his nearly 100 million years of painstaking cultivation would have been in vain. Therefore, when Officer Zhuan asked him if he was confident, he decisively shook his head to indicate he was not confident. No matter how anxious Officer Zhuan was, Milton Cheney himself was not in a hurry. What about another 50 million years? Without worrying about resources, are you confident you can break through to the slashing longevity realm? A moment later, Officer Zhuan, now composed, spoke again. Officer Zhuan appeared calm at this time, but there was an unmistakable urgency in his tone, creating a somewhat jarring dissonance. Yet Milton Cheney did not address these concerns again. After Steward Zhuan made this statement, Milton Cheney fell into contemplation. Should he offer a glimmer of hope? It seemed that pressing too hard might not be the best approach. 30% certainty. After contemplating for the span of 2 breaths, Milton Cheney spoke decisively. Although he only mentioned a 30% certainty, if he were to continue his arduous cultivation for another 50 million years, Milton Cheney would have at least a 50% certainty. Of course, these were things that Milton Cheney would naturally not reveal. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, Stewart Swan breathed a sigh of relief. 30% certainty? That was already enough. If the treasure in his possession was added, along with Milton Cheney's identity as a reincarnated immortal, it would be sufficient to raise the certainty of breaking through to the slashing longevity realm to 60%. But if he still failed in the end, it could only be blamed on his poor fate. Over the years, because of Milton Cheney, he had learned much more about reincarnated immortals. Some of the information was even beyond his access level. Fortunately, as a direct disciple of the sect, he was still able to inquire about most of the information. He was clear that once a reincarnated immortal stepped into the loose immortal realm, they would make rapid progress straight to the limit of the loose immortal realm. Once a reincarnated immortal reached the limit of the loose immortal realm, with the help of memories from their past life, they would quickly achieve the true immortal human realm. This was the calculation in Stewart Swan's mind. It was also the reason why Stewart Swan was so eager for Milton Cheney to break through to the slashing longevity realm. Of course, at this moment, he wasn't sure if a reincarnated immortal, after reincarnation and abandoning the path of cultivation from their previous life and then choosing to cultivate a different path, would still experience this effect. But taking the risk to try was certainly not a mistake. As someone who had climbed out of countless corpses and reached the position of a true disciple within the sect, Stewart Swan naturally did not lack the courage to take risks. Success or failure would be seen after 50 million years. Milton Cheney noticed that Stewart Swan's expression had calmed down, but his eyes seemed to flicker a few times, as if he was plotting something. Milton Cheney didn't know what was on Stewart Swan's mind, after all, he couldn't read minds. But he didn't care either. After all, Stewart Swan couldn't harm his life, so no matter what Stewart Swan might be plotting, it didn't concern Milton Cheney. As for what Stewart Swan was agonizingly thinking about at the moment, Milton Cheney couldn't guess, nor did he want to. Time does not stop for any reason, and the gears of time also continue to turn ceaselessly. In the blink of an eye, another 50 million years had passed. The immortal realm had been through countless periods of 50 million years since its inception. So although it was now 50 million years later, the immortal realm hadn't undergone any major changes. For Milton Cheney, who had endured over 100 million years of rigorous cultivation, even with his high spiritual state, he was starting to feel some effects. Now, he had accumulated up to 430 million years worth of longevity. But the price paid was the relentless cultivation for 50 million years. Milton Cheney even had the feeling that if he continued cultivating, something unfavorable might happen. Possibly losing oneself in this world or some other reason. Now, it was time for him to rest for a while. But just at this moment, Stewart Swan, who had just been cultivating, opened his eyes and looked at Milton Cheney. "How is it? Are you confident?" Stewart Swan spoke. What he meant by asking if he was confident was actually inquiring whether Milton Cheney felt confident. Milton Cheney had an answer to this question, but he would not volunteer the correct answer. A moment later, Milton Cheney replied indifferently, 30% certainty. The answer was the same as it had been 50 million years ago, and whether it was really 30% certainty, no one knew. At least, Stewart Swan didn't know how much certainty Milton Cheney truly held of breaking through to the slashing longevity realm. Chapter 647. Milton Cheney's words had barely settled when Envoy Ziyuan fell into a moment of silence. It was unclear whether he was pondering the truthfulness of Milton's words or deliberating over other issues. After a short while, Envoy Ziyuan spoke in a soft voice, 30%? That is already sufficient. At this moment, a determined resolve that was hard to detect appeared on Envoy Ziyuan's face, as if he had made some decision. The change in Envoy Ziyuan's expression lasted only an instant. Even Milton failed to notice any anomaly. However, Milton did detect a hint of undeniable resolve in Envoy Ziyuan's tone. It seemed as if he had made up his mind to let him attempt the breakthrough into the slashing longevity realm at this time. This indeed caused a trace of surprise in Milton's heart. He could feel Envoy Ziyuan's growing impatience, but it shouldn't be so urgent. After all, though 30% was not a small chance, it could not be considered high either. If Milton's breakthrough failed, then who else would suffer the greatest loss but Envoy Ziyuan himself? Billions of years had passed, and the cultivation resources Envoy Ziyuan had invested in him were by no means a trivial amount. Milton mentioned a mere 30% chance partly with the intention of buying some time. For Milton, naturally, the higher the certainty of breaking through the slashing longevity realm, the better. This also meant that the more longevity nutrient he absorbed, the better. Because once he succeeded in the breakthrough, after the reincarnation simulation ended, he would return to reality with a strong card up his sleeve. This was undoubtedly very important. Given such a good opportunity in this reincarnation simulation, Milton was definitely not going to give it up. Are you worried about failing the breakthrough? Envoy Ziyuan seemed to have seen what was on Milton's mind and spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Milton did not retort but instead nodded slowly. It was no surprise to Milton that Envoy Ziyuan could discern his thoughts. After all, it was only natural for anyone to have such concerns, even for an immortal being reincarnated, it would be normal. Because no one wishes to fail in their breakthrough. On the longevity immortal path, although successful breakthrough into the slashing longevity realm could grant one an extended lifespan, the cost of failure was equally steep. Nearly 90% of cultivators on the longevity immortal path perish instantly due to the depletion of their lifespan upon failing the breakthrough into the slashing longevity realm. The remaining 10% also almost lose any hope of making it to the slashing longevity realm. For Milton, once he chose to initiate the breakthrough into the slashing longevity realm, it was a do-or-die situation. With this in mind, Milton naturally hoped for as high a certainty as possible in his breakthrough. He certainly did not wish to fail and conclude this reincarnation simulation in vain, wasting the billion years of arduous cultivation in this simulation. If the 30% chance you mentioned is real, I can increase it to 60%. Of course, you should understand the price that must be paid. Make your own decision, Envoy Ziyuan said, his tone flat, yet within that calmness seemed to contain a note of solemnity and reverence. On this issue, naturally, there was no need for him to deceive Milton. Hearing this, Milton didn't immediately respond but fell into silence. Envoy Ziyuan thought Milton was making a choice, but in fact, Milton's mind was rapidly searching through his memories. Because at this moment, he did not understand what Envoy Ziyuan meant by saying that he should understand. He wasn't truly an immortal being reincarnated, how could he possibly understand everything? Even less so than Envoy Ziyuan. A moment later, Milton shook his head and spoke, I don't understand what you're talking about. Milton chose to be open and honest. Not understanding meant not understanding, pretending to understand wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Hearing Milton's words, Envoy Ziyuan's brows furrowed slightly, and a flash of surprise flickered in his eyes, but it faded in an instant, and he did not take Milton's words to heart. He simply assumed that Milton had lost those memories after reincarnating. Move flower immortal technique, I can graft a complete essence of life foundation onto you, Envoy Ziyuan stated flatly. He didn't seem to consider his words shocking in the slightest. Are you going to use a forbidden technique on me? Is it necessary? Aren't you afraid others might notice? If discovered, it would surely lead to a hopeless situation, Milton said, a bit startled after Envoy Ziyuan spoke. Besides, where did you get the imprint of the move flower immortal technique? Milton hadn't anticipated that Envoy Ziyuan's proposition to improve his chances of breaking through the slashing longevity realm would involve using a forbidden technique on him. He had not initially thought in this direction. He did not believe Envoy Ziyuan would have the gall or even the capacity for such an act. The move flower immortal technique, though called an immortal technique, was a true forbidden technique. No forbidden technique in the immortal realm was ever simple. Furthermore, regardless of the type, forbidden techniques were not kind to either the caster or the recipient. The Milton of now was no longer the Milton who had just reincarnated into this world, his understanding of this world had deepened significantly. The move flower immortal technique, like other forbidden techniques, existed in his memories. And most importantly, anyone below the immortal beings was forbidden from using forbidden techniques privately. Chapter 648. If discovered, neither the caster nor the recipient would have any place to stay in the immortal realm. Death would be the simplest punishment. That was precisely why Milton Cheney had not considered this option at all just now. Because he didn't believe that pseudo-minister would pay such a great price just to invest in him. After all, to pseudo-minister, Milton was merely an investment opportunity, not worth staking his life on a single investment. The stake was simply too enormous. It could be said that if Milton couldn't become an immortal being in the future, then pseudo-minister's investment would inevitably be a failure. My lifespan foundation is damaged, and I have at most a little over 200 million years left. I can only take a gamble now, and as for the reincarnation immortal technique seal, you need not worry, I am already prepared, pseudo-minister spoke candidly. He and Milton were in the same boat now, and there was no need to keep his situation hidden from Milton anymore. Nov. L.B//JNN. Hearing this, Milton frowned slightly. Indeed, the injuries pseudo-minister had sustained were not minor, they had even reached his lifespan foundation. This was somewhat troublesome. No wonder pseudo-minister had become increasingly eager over the years. Milton didn't immediately respond, his mind filled with rising thoughts. Now, it seemed like he had no choice but to agree. After all, it wasn't hard to deduce from pseudo-minister's words that he was well prepared, even the seal for the reincarnation immortal technique was ready. Although if the forbidden technique is successfully applied, my certainty in achieving a breakthrough to the slashing longevity realm is naturally increased to 60%, Milton said. But have you considered what if it fails? If the forbidden technique fails, the exposed aura will definitely overflow from this little world. Do you really need to bet all your chips? Milton spoke with a frown. He actually didn't want pseudo-minister to perform the forbidden technique on him. There is a reason why cultivators below immortal beings are forbidden to use forbidden techniques, and even with a seal, there's a high chance of failure in casting such techniques. If successful, Milton could indeed possess a 60% certainty of breaking through to the slashing longevity realm, maybe even 80%. But what if it fails? If it fails, then there will be less than a 30% chance of success. That was the reason Milton was unwilling. But now his attitude didn't seem to matter anymore because pseudo-minister clearly had decided to perform the forbidden technique. Upon hearing Milton's words, pseudo-minister fell into silence, seemingly organizing his thoughts. How could he not have considered everything Milton said? But the problem was, his lifespan had been cut in half, and even more time would be lost away from the sect. How could he be content with that? He couldn't afford to keep waiting for Milton to absorb lifespan nutrients. That's why he had decided to take this gamble. This time he might say he was staking all his chips. The reincarnation immortal technique and forbidden technique seal were not easy to obtain. However, if successful, Milton could own a complete lifespan foundation way in advance, not only increasing his chance to break through by at least 30%. It would also allow Milton to grow rapidly to the limit of the slashing longevity realm after the breakthrough. Though the limit of this realm would be quite tenuous, it could absolutely enhance the probability of Milton achieving true breakthrough to immortality. After all, pseudo-minister had not forgotten Milton's true identity, the reincarnated self of an immortal being. If it were ordinary times, he definitely would not pay such a huge price for an investment. This time, however, it was a complete bet of all stakes. As Milton said just now, bet all the chips. What he didn't know was that Milton's body wasn't the reincarnation of an immortal being, rather it was just a reincarnation simulation. His body's limit couldn't possibly reach that level. Pseudo-minister was unaware of this, but Milton, who knew his body well, was undoubtedly conscious of this. That was the main reason Milton was disinclined to having the forbidden technique performed on him. Milton also knew that if successful, the benefits to him would be tremendous, but he was certain that the limit of this body could only bear the initial stage of the slashing longevity realm. Anything higher, and this body would completely fail to endure it. If that were the case, why risk it twice? This is a choice that has only disadvantages and no advantages. Regardless of whether the forbidden technique was cast on him or not, after a breakthrough to the slashing longevity realm, the odds were he would only be able to stay at the initial stage of that realm. Unless you can convince me otherwise. 50% confidence. Milton Cheney didn't let the steward finish his sentence before interrupting him. At this moment, Milton Cheney was lightly massaging his forehead, his mind preoccupied with thoughts unknown. Hearing Milton Cheney interrupt him, the steward wasn't surprised, he was not even remotely surprised by Milton Cheney's concealment of his abilities, at most experiencing a moment's astonishment. 50% confidence. This statement from Milton Cheney plunged the steward back into a dilemma. A moment later, the steward still shook his head. Not enough. He spoke softly, still not changing his decision. In fact, on this point, he and Milton Cheney were somewhat similar, both were the type who, once they made an initial decision, wouldn't easily change their minds. Milton Cheney could hear the decisiveness in the steward's tone. He knew that even if he said he had 80% confidence now, the steward would not give up on casting the forbidden technique. Milton Cheney inwardly sighed. It was the curse of asymmetrical information, but he couldn't truly reveal his actual situation. Milton Cheney didn't continue to speak, which meant he was acquiescing to the steward's decision. He had no choice. At this point, Milton Cheney had no reason to continue refusing. If the casting of the forbidden technique truly failed, then it would only mean the end of this reincarnation simulation. Challenging the immortal realm with his power alone was naturally impossible. Milton Cheney wasn't confident to that extent. Still, this sensation of one's fate being in the hands of another was indeed unpleasant. You don't need to worry too much. Although I have no experience casting forbidden techniques, you do have the experience of withstanding them, the steward said. Hearing this, Milton Cheney looked at the steward with some confusion. Seeing Milton Cheney's expression, the steward chuckled lightly, then continued. I'm not talking about you in this life, I'm referring to your previous life as an immortal being. How could you be reincarnated and cultivate again if not for the reincarnation immortal technique? As the words reached his ears, Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged, but his heart skipped a beat. The next moment, Milton Cheney had an epiphany. So that's how it is. No wonder the steward had made such a decision, so decisively betting all his chips, so the crux of the matter was here. Thinking this, Milton Cheney didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had never considered this possibility before. It truly was a case of the bystander being clear-headed while the player is lost, only this time, Milton Cheney played the role of the participant. All this time, the steward had believed he was the reincarnation of an immortal being. So, any decision made was based on the identity of Milton Cheney as the reincarnated form of the immortal being. But Milton Cheney was clear about his own circumstances. Although he had kept up a good front before the steward, he couldn't cover every single aspect. For instance, this time, he had never anticipated the steward would choose to cast a forbidden technique on him, simply because he had undergone the reincarnation immortal technique in his past life as an immortal being. Correct, the reincarnation immortal technique also belonged to the category of forbidden techniques. It could even be said to be one of the most powerful forbidden techniques within the immortal realm, far beyond any comparison to the transference immortal technique. Since the decision has been made, let us begin, Milton Cheney said, foregoing any need for further explanation. The next moment, the steward put away the faint smile on his face and appeared in front of Milton Cheney with a slight movement. A diamond-shaped wooden steel was summoned by him. The moment the wooden steel appeared, it lit up with a dim glow. At this moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness was plunged into darkness. His 5 senses were instantly blocked, and time seemed to come to a standstill at this point. He did not know how long had passed before his consciousness cleared, and only then did he sense the tremendous changes that had happened to his body. Chapter 649. Succeeded? Consciousness revived from darkness, and Milton Cheney's thoughts stirred slightly. The changes in his body were now vividly projected in his mind. The immortal technique of moving flowers had been successfully applied to him, and Milton Cheney could clearly sense an inexplicable new source of power within his body. Countless energies dissipated from this source, spreading throughout his entire body. At this moment, Milton Cheney felt something indescribable. The sensation was extremely comfortable, somewhat warm, as if his whole body was filled with strength. Sigh. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Milton Cheney slightly moved his body. It's a success. The foundation of longevity has successfully taken root in your body. However, if you fail in your breakthrough next, the outcome will still be a wasted effort. Chancellor Swan spoke, his voice containing a hint of weakness. At this moment, he too breathed a sigh of relief. Although he said so, his tone suggested no belief that Milton Cheney would fail the breakthrough. However, the weakness in his tone was clearly perceivable. After all, casting the forbidden technique had almost drained all his power at this time, recovery would take no small amount of time. Milton Cheney's breakthrough in realm now had nothing to do with him. He had already done all that he could. If Milton Cheney still failed the breakthrough with an 80% chance, it would only mean that there was an issue with his judgment of people. Hearing Chancellor Swan's words, Milton Cheney faintly nodded. Right now, he had not yet reached the feeling of limit. That is to say, he could break through to the slashing longevity realm during this reincarnation simulation. But this did not mean that his success was 100% guaranteed. Still, Milton Cheney was somewhat confident. After all, if he chose to make a breakthrough now, he had at least an 80% chance. This was also the source of Milton Cheney's confidence. The successful execution of the forbidden technique could definitely be considered an unexpected joy. After all, if one relied solely on diligent cultivation, to have an 80% chance at the time of breakthrough would require, at the very least, billions of years of Milton Cheney's painstaking practice. Now, with one forbidden technique, it was as if he had saved himself billions of years of time. No wonder any forbidden technique was prohibited within the immortal realm, it was just too exaggerated. If everyone did it, who would still have the heart for diligent cultivation? How could hard practice compare to taking shortcuts? Even Milton Cheney felt not entirely calm at the moment. The next moment, Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged, but his thoughts followed with a shift. Bang! A loud boom emitted from within his body. At this moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness instantly leapt out of his body, the world in front of his eyes transforming in an instant, his consciousness seeming to merge with this world. Milton Cheney, who knew what the scene would be like during the breakthrough, did not panic at all. Though it was his first time breaking through to the loose immortal realm of slashing longevity, it wasn't like he hadn't eaten pork, or hadn't seen a pig run. All those years of reading ancient texts had not been in vain. Slash! With consciousness having left his body, a thought was put into action, and the stiff body also slightly trembled at this moment. Within the body, streams of energy rapidly escaped. These energies represented the lifespan nutrients that Milton Cheney had absorbed over the years. There were as many as several 100 million years worth. But right now, these lifespan nutrients were spilling out of Milton Cheney's body at an extremely fast rate, dissipating into the little world, then escaping from the little world into the immortal realm. This caused quite a disturbance, but it went unnoticed by anyone. As time passed, Milton Cheney's body gradually began to age and eventually became an empty husk. Milton Cheney's body now seemed like a flickering candle in the wind, as if a puff would scatter it into dust. But Chancellor Swan, who sat not far from Milton Cheney observing all this, had not the slightest worry, his eyes even revealed a flash of excitement. Time passed by, second by second. Milton Cheney's body gradually stopped trembling, stiff and unmoving in its place. At a certain moment, the consciousness that had left Milton Cheney's body re-merged with it. As his consciousness returned, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. A strong feeling of weakness emerged in his mind. But not only was Milton Cheney not worried, he felt a hint of joy in his heart. It was a success. Although his body was very weak, Milton Cheney could clearly sense a terrifying life force hidden deep within his body. This was real life force, not just a false lifespan maintained by lifespan nutrients. Now, Milton Cheney, even without absorbing any more lifespan nutrients and purely on his own life expectancy, had over 400 million years. What a frightening lifespan! Even in reality, not to mention a level 7 wizard, even a level 7 demon may not live over 400 million years. The next instant, Milton Cheney reined in his emotions. He began to gradually recover his body's functions. At this time, he was not yet a true loose immortal who had slashed longevity. However, with Chancellor Swan acting as a protector, Milton Cheney had no need to worry so much. As time flew by, 2,300 years had passed within this little world in the blink of an eye. Bang! At a certain moment, a powerful aura burst forth from Milton Cheney's body. A thunderous sound like muffled thunder came from within Milton Cheney's body. Milton Cheney at this time already lacked the withered appearance of over 2,000 years ago. Now his complexion was rosy, and his features had reverted from those of a middle-aged man back to his youthful appearance. Feeling the powerful force contained within his body, a slight smile inadvertently appeared on Milton Cheney's lips. Chapter 650. But that faint smile only appeared for a moment before Milton Cheney tucked it away. To have reached the realm of slashing longevity loose immortal, comparable to that of a 7th stage wizard immortal, was an achievement he had realized in this reincarnation simulation. It could be said that when Milton first reincarnated into this world, he never thought he could take this step. Congratulations! Suddenly, a voice entered Milton's ears. Milton temporarily set aside the jumble of thoughts in his mind and looked towards the seal official sitting cross-legged not far away. A smile was present on the face of the seal official at the moment, as if he were in a very good mood. It wasn't as if he seemed to be in a good mood, the seal official was indeed feeling pleased. Milton's breakthrough into the realm of slashing longevity meant that his preparations had not failed. Although the cost had been significant, the gains were also immense. Because he had preemptively helped Milton graft a lifespan foundation with the immortal technique of transplanting blossoms, all Milton needed now was to continue his cultivation for several tens of millions of years to surpass him and reach the limit of the slashing longevity realm. By then, Milton could start to reciprocate. He was becoming a little impatient. He had even decided that when his own lifespan was reduced to 10 million years, he would have Milton forcibly open the immortal door and ascend the immortal path. With the restrictions of a heavenly path contract and Milton already at the limit of the slashing longevity realm by then, he wouldn't be able to refuse him. If Milton failed, then they would both be done for, but if Milton succeeded, then he might even have a chance at achieving immortality. If it weren't for the chance at such an opportunity, why would he have paid such a heavy price? After all, the heavenly path contract hadn't forced him to invest so much. In this way, was this not a blessing in disguise? Thinking this, the seal official's mood became even more delightful, unconcerned even as his vitality continued to dissipate. Thank you. Seeing the smile on the seal official's face, Milton also spoke with a light smile. Thank me? Hearing Milton's words, the seal official was somewhat surprised. Because he felt that Milton should have guessed his intentions. If Milton had guessed his intentions, why would he be thanking him now? Between him and Milton, their relationship was already an open and mutual use of each other. Could it be that Milton hadn't guessed his thoughts and simply thought that he, having damaged his lifespan foundation, was giving up on himself? With this thought, the seal official shook his head and decided not to ponder on it anymore. It seemed improbable. How could a reincarnated immortal being possibly fail to understand why he would do such a thing? But regardless of whether Milton had guessed his intentions, he was now past the point of no return. And he didn't feel any guilt in his heart either since, despite his intentions to use Milton, he had invested quite a lot already. If it weren't for him, even a reincarnated immortal being like Milton couldn't have grown so rapidly. Even if it was just an exchange of benefits, Milton hadn't suffered any loss. If Milton truly managed to return to the immortal human realm in the future, it would be Milton who owed him more, not the other way around. No need to thank me, our relationship is merely a tangle of interests, said the seal official. If it had been the old him, he would never have said something like that. But now, he no longer needed to consider anything else. After all, he had already invested everything he could in Milton, and with the constraints of the heavenly path contract, there was no need to be polite with Milton anymore. Even if Milton resented him, there was nothing he could do about it. He had to admit, there was a secret pleasure in being so blunt and candid about his feelings. He would never dare to speak like this in front of a true immortal being. But speaking this way in front of a reincarnated immortal being seemed not bad at all. Upon hearing these words, Milton wasn't surprised, merely looking deeply at the seal official. Just as the seal official had thought, Milton had long understood why the seal official had done all this. The mere possibility of his future success alone couldn't have made the seal official pay such a heavy price. Transplanting blossoms, the forbidden technique seal, these were extremely precious even in the immortal realm. Yet he had still spoken those words of gratitude. The reason, well, that was simple. It was merely an expression of pure gratitude. After all, the seal official had invested so much in him thus far, and he hadn't started repaying it yet. It could be said that Milton had already shorn the seal official bare. And at this moment, Milton Cheney could clearly perceive the state of his body. Although the life force within his body was exceptionally vast, there seemed to be an insurmountable rift suddenly lying before him. That is to say, at this point, Milton Cheney had reached the limit of his realm in this reincarnation simulation. There was no further progress to be made. Even if there was a path ahead, Milton Cheney could no longer traverse it. The initial phase of the slashing longevity realm was the ultimate limit that Milton Cheney could attain in this world. It's just that Milton Cheney was aware of this, but the scribe was still kept in the dark. The scribe wanted him to break through to the limit of the slashing longevity realm and then nourish his own body. Milton Cheney actually wished the same. After all, breaking through to the limit of the slashing longevity realm would indeed be of substantial benefit to Milton Cheney. After returning to reality, the realms achieved in the reincarnation simulation would be fully reflected upon his physical form without reservation. The limit of the slashing longevity realm was already equivalent to the limit of a 7th stage wizard immortal. Having reached this realm, Milton Cheney might even stand a chance of arm wrestling with Mansair in reality. But the problem was that Milton Cheney couldn't achieve it at present. He didn't believe that the scribe could help him break the simulator's boundaries. Forget the scribe, Milton Cheney thought that even the immortal emperor of the immortal realm might not be able to break the simulator's limitations for him. Watching the smile that emerged on the scribe's face at this moment, Milton Cheney felt an inexplicable sense of pity in his heart. But in the next instant, this sense of pity disappeared entirely. You may continue to digest the life force essence within your body, I will remain here in this little world for the next 30 million years to act as your protector, the scribe said directly, seeing that Milton Cheney seemed to have no intention of continuing his cultivation. Since everything was out in the open, there was no need for the scribe to beat around the bush in his conversation with Milton Cheney. As soon as these words were uttered, a moment of silence fell upon Milton Cheney. A short while later, Milton Cheney nodded slightly. Actually, Milton Cheney wanted to try and see if there was a sliver of possibility that he hadn't yet reached his limit. But once cultivation began, Milton Cheney inwardly admitted that it was indeed as he had expected. The energy that diffused from the life force essence kept integrating into his body, but he no longer experienced any improvement whatsoever. The scribe, who had been observing Milton Cheney, also showed a slight change in expression, as if he too had noticed something amiss. However, he didn't think much of it. The gears of time continued to turn unceasingly. Before they knew it, millions of years had passed again in the immortal realm. It had been a full 3.2 million years since Milton Cheney successfully broke through to the loose immortal realm of slashing longevity. Stop! At a certain moment, the scribe exclaimed in alarm. His expression as grim as the deep waters, his voice thundering through the little world like a startling clap of thunder. Naturally, Milton Cheney heard this voice as well. Finally, he couldn't restrain himself anymore. Milton Cheney felt somewhat helpless in his heart. He too wished to continue advancing, to catch a glimpse of the scenery beyond the realm of immortal beings. But with the simulator's restriction in place, it was simply impossible to do so. In the many reincarnation simulations that Milton Cheney had gone through, there were numerous occasions when he reached the simulator's defined boundary of a realm. But to talk about breaking the simulator's restrictions to enter a higher realm, that had never occurred even once. Why is it that even though you are continuously absorbing energy from the life force essence, you show no signs of improvement? The scribe asked, demanding an answer. His tone was laced with an uncontrollable anger. He believed that Milton Cheney was toying with him, intentionally not advancing his realm any further. Beyond the anger, the scribe felt an incomprehensible confusion and perplexity. Why would he do this? Was Milton Cheney not afraid of a mutually assured destruction? What good would this do for Milton Cheney himself? In addition to anger and confusion, deep down the scribe also harbored a fear that he himself couldn't fully comprehend.